Welcome to another exciting edition of the Voice of the Colonization Radio Show here on Thursday night. No, a Friday night. This is Friday. Got my days all mixed up. Friday night. Hopefully, this will be a good show and always interested in topics and heated debate and stuff like that. And like I said, if I'm not pissing some people off, I'm not doing my job. So my job is to basically tell it like it is and let the chips fall where they may, you know. So tonight's topic is the Kalagenesis, a culture critic. Are we winning the culture war? Okay, let me start by asking the question is a conundrum. What is the culture war? How we win it, right? It's always this battle, and see the thing is, when it comes to Black America, right? We don't control the context of our reality. In other words, basically, our existence in America was involuntarily. That's what basically why people say, well, why are you always talking so hardly against people who say we were already here? Because that basically nothing logical sounds in that. Everything you see in Black America is basically a people that were stripped from their land, stripped from everything, stripped from their knowledge of self and everything, and the basic desire to want to be free, right? All that was stripped from us, right? So, and why that stripped from us? Because of the traumatic Holocaust of the transatlantic slave trade and the bondage and the breaking down of Black people in these Americas during the transatlantic Holocaust, the Maafa. To dismissive of that history, right, is to erase our complete identity. You know, is to erase why we're here. You know, why do we sit there? Why would any group of people voluntarily come and endure what we went through for the last 400 years? Or are you trying to erase what we went through the last 400 years? Just so you could be a satisfactory American. You love America so much. Just how sick these people are. We were already here. We were the first Americans. Why would you want to be the first Americans? What do you get out of that? You know? So what I'm saying is part of the culture war is this idea that Black people are nothing but chocolate colored white people. You know, we think white, we act white, we do white, everything. And then when we see the reality of what we are in the mirror, we don't like what we see. So therefore, we don't like what we see. We're more likely to kill another Black person. You're more likely to basically turn a blind eye to the Venezuelans that are friggin' taking over your communities and Hispanics, whites, and everything. And you want to make a whole movement focus around Black immigrants, people who look like you. You know, this is what I'm talking about. Are we winning this culture war? You know, a culture war is when Black people on the whole start loving themselves, when Black male and Black females can get along and stuff like that. All the things that we've seen in the culture war. I was just watching a video a minute ago where this Black woman like, well, we got careers now and we don't want to settle and we got to date down and all stuff like this, you know, and all this kind of nonsense and everything. And the bottom line is no one's thinking about the culture. No one's thinking about family. No one's thinking about anything. But everybody's basically out for themselves, what they could get out of relationships. Men trying to get over on women, women trying to get over on men. Everyone's trying to date outside their league. No one's realistic about what their expectations are. We have unrealistic expectations because there's no social order anymore and whatnot. That's why when people back in the days, people knew their place, right? You knew for a fact of the matter is you would know. A lot of Black women knew there were no beauty queens and like that. So they basically they wasn't settling. They just was realistic about who their marriage and dating options were, you know. And it's usually Leroy the janitor from down the block. You better grab Leroy up while he's still interested in you and everything like that. But now we got women out here who are basically who are like a 3 and whatnot. She thinks she's a 10 plus, you know. So the bottom line is why? Because we have a culture where we're not allowed to critique people and say, no, sis, you know, you're all right and everything, but you're not beautiful. You're not pretty. You're not pretty. You're not allowed to say that to women, anymore. Sister, you're a little overweight. You gotta shed like 50 pounds. You can't say that anymore. Or dusty Negroes, brothers will not, man. Dude, you ain't gonna get no girl, man, because you ain't got no car. You ain't got no this. You see, everything is about worrying about hurting somebody's feelings instead of basically when you were basically trying to save your culture, you got to say the things that's going to hurt people's feelings. Why? Because when you shame somebody and hurt their feelings, they're going to change. They're going to self-reflect, change. They're going to be like, I will never want to put myself in that situation again. I'll never be humiliated. The best thing to do, how do you deal with people is every year when you have family gatherings and family reunions, right? And then you go to one family gathering, you see your cousin, your same age, he got a wife and he got a good job, a wife on the way and everything. And then people don't say nothing to you, right? But they're looking at you like, what's up with you? What's your problem? Why are you still working a dead end job? This guy down went and got his degree, went and got this, and you feel some sort of way. What happened was instead of people changing, right? Because he was like, next year when we sitting around dinner and having lunch and everything, this is what I'm going to be able to say. So you spend the next year trying to improve yourself, prove yourself. But now if you don't have that to go to because you don't think family gatherings and stuff like that is important, right? Then you sort of left off the hook. You said, well, I'll avoid the whole situation by not showing up the family function. And that's how families disintegrate because we're too ashamed of what we are doing in life or how we do in life because when you get around your family, when they don't want to hear about the white man. That's another thing myth I try to tell Mike that black people do not sit around talking about racism and white supremacy and all stuff like that. If you show up at a family gathering and you are a failure, a shortcoming, no one wants to hear all that. All they want to know is what are you doing to better your life and why should we hold you in high esteem and everything like that when it's been like 3 years and you haven't elevated yourself or improved your situation, right? You can't run that, oh, well, the white man, blah, 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 to black people. Black people don't want to hear it. That may work on white people and white liberals and stuff like that, like that, but it does not work in the black community, And this is what I mean by the culture war. As long when we start getting back to families and holding each other accountable, things will change 100% in this culture. Because that's the only thing that's going to stop all the nonsense and everything, you know. The Black American extended family has been broken down since the 1960s. No, it's probably like the 70s and 80s. Because I remember I was a kid in the 80s and everything. We were still having family gatherings and stuff like that. Cousins, aunts, and uncles were all together. We ate together and everything like that. So it was like an extended family. The nuclear family is always important in Black America, but your extended family is your cousins, everybody else around you and everything like that. Family was all you had, And so therefore, that's how our culture was maintained, and through the family. Because culture is your family. That's why people say hip hop is a culture. No, it's not. Hip hop is a subculture, street culture. It's not a culture. Culture is what you inherit from your family. Culture is what you do every year. We don't know why you do these things. Why do we meet on Christmas every year? Why do we meet on Thanksgiving every year? Why do we celebrate birthdays? Why do we have family reunions? Why do we do all these things and everything? It's our culture, Why do we have watch night on New Year's Eve? It's culture, All these things right here, they want to erase from us. And some of the people that want chaos in Black America and everything want to erase our culture. If you erase Black people's culture, then you could do whatever you want or say whatever you want, and it flies. But when people know, okay, no, that's not how we do things. No, that's not what we do, and everything like that, and that's passed on from generation to generation. Nobody could come into your household, your community, and steer you wrong. I don't care how much gangster rap music and everything like that. If we would have kept our culture and who we are as a people, and everything like that. The people who was putting out this poison rap culture and this toxic culture, we have this ratchet culture that look like fools. But since we don't know who we are anymore, We don't know who we are anymore. That's what happens. But like I said, are we winning a culture war? I think we're finally starting to turn the page. And like Simbag said, maybe it's too late right now that Black people finally come into a woke realization that, wow, we're not doing the right thing. Well, you think you figure? You think? I think maybe it's too late. Maybe Black America is so far gone, it's just too late to save it. There's too many forces basically tearing us apart and tearing down any sort of thing. Look, I basically was disheartened when the ultimate symbol of Black America and purity and Black America and family, Bill Cosby, when he went to jail for rape or whatever they charged him with and everything, and seeing Bill Cosby, America's dad, always gave us positive images and everything, a model as a going to prison, that really shook me, right? I said, damn, right to the core of Black America, you're gonna do something like that to somebody like Bill Cosby. You're trying to bring him down. Why? Because what he stood for, he was a patriarch, and you got to get rid of the black male patriarchy, If you get rid of the black male patriarchy, then the people who run Black America are the homosexuals, the lesbians, the criminals, the thugs, the miscreants, and all these other people that run Black America right now. We're taking advice from freaking degenerates about who to vote for and stuff like this. So the bottom line is there's people forces out there that don't want us to do right and everything. They don't want to question the fact that, why is Al Sharpton being taken seriously as a political commentator in our politics? Why? Who gives D.L. Hughley the right to speak to Black America on politics on our behalf and stuff like that, or purport? Everybody can just jump out there and say they're speaking for Black people. And I get people like Steve Harvey, these clowns and whatnot. What gives them the right to speak on our behalf and stuff like that? Why? Who gives them that right? Do we have a consensus that I don't know about? Do we have a roundtable meeting? Was there like a big convention, that we all say, something, you guys are going to speak for us in the media. We chose you. This is it, whatever. No. So the bottom line is this. The reason why that happens is because there's no cultural content. If you don't respect the group of people, right? You don't go into Asian culture and just tell them this is what was going to happen, blah, 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 blah. They're going to tell you, no, we got our own way of doing things and everything like that. We don't know who we're going to vote for. Everybody's different and everything like that, but you got to convince us. Black people, you don't have to respect them, because you don't even have to respect Black America's identity, because remember something, being Black in America is not a lineage where everybody respects their bloodline, their lineage and everything like that. Being Black in America is you eating collard greens, like Kamala, eating collard greens and hot sauce. Being Black in America is African American, as they call them, right? Is whoever the media deems African American. They call Barack Obama African American. And Kamala, they have nothing to do with me. We're not from the same background and everything. So how could Kamala be an African American and me at the same time? We have nothing in common. That's because we losing the culture war. We don't have a right to define our culture and a right to define who we are as a people. So anybody can step in and just tell us who we are, tell us what our culture is and stuff like this. We have never been a people that supported the LGBTQ and all those kinds of stuff like that. We've never been a people that basically want to trivialize what God put us, like that God made man and woman. My aunt Ruth used to say, God made Adam and Eve, not Adam and Steve. That's what she always said, And so the bottom line is this, are we losing that culture war? Even though that's the majority of Black people, the way we think and everything, when we go out in public and everything like that, you find Black people, even in the church, sound like the most liberal, left-wing person too. No, Zongo is not African American. Zongo is a Ghanaian globalist, looking for a home. He's not African American and he's not American. So the bottom line is this. If you don't come from our lineage, if your ancestors were not part of the transatlantic, see, that's the thing. People don't respect when we say this is what our identity is. This is who we are as a people. The people that I bond with, African American. I love all people, man. I love Zongo. He's a Ghanaian brother, whatever like that. He's my dusty Ghanaian brother. But but the bottom line, he's not one of us. And it's just I would like to have him and everything, but it's just the truth. He's not freaking one of us. Your ancestors didn't cross the Atlantic in the Holocaust. That's the signal thing that identifies us. That Holocaust, that transport from being torn from Africa and coming to America and laboring for hundreds of years in bondage and everything, and we're stripped of our name, culture, land, everything like that. That's who we are as a people. That's our identifier. And if you don't have that same history, you're not one of us. And what I'm getting tired of is people basically coming in and saying, "Oh no, I could be an African American now. I'm Black American now." And I'm saying to myself, "No, you can't. It's nothing against you or anything like that, but we have to have something for ourselves. We have to have an identity for ourselves, and we identify ourselves as that." Now, some of us try to get into the so-called Pan-African thing, and we're all African. Well, that didn't work out because Africans don't want no part of us like that, So we're saying, hey, look, hey, we're African American, Black American, whatever you want to call it. We have a specific identity, and who are the Black America? Who is Black America? The descendants of the transatlantic slave trade brought to America, North America, from the mother continent of Africa. That's who our identity is. Now, if your ancestors were not brought here in chains to this country and everything like that, was not socialized under American law and American customs and everything, you can't call yourself an African American. You could be an Afro-Jamaican, you could be Afro-Cuban and everything like that, because your culture is tied to those territories. You could be Afro-Brazilian, you could be an Afro-Haitian, whatever like that. Well, Afro-American people or descendants of the transatlantic slave trade that were basically reared for many generations in the United States. That's an African American or Afro-American or Black American. And so therefore, once we have the identity, before you can have a culture, you got to have an identifier. Who are we, right? Who are we? That's who we are. And so therefore, you look back into your who we are and say, what did we do? It's okay, that's what we are. But who we are, who we are is what we stand for. What we stand for. And I believe wholeheartedly that Black America, despite everything that's going on right now, I still believe we're good people. Although we've gone down the path of sin and ratchetness and wickedness right now, I do believe Black America could turn around and become a great people again and become a moral people again and a refined people again. We could do that, but we cannot do that until we know who we are. And what who you are, you don't dishonor your ancestors by being the worst of what you could be. You try to be the best of what you can be. And so therefore, people say, Kyle, are you saying Black America? No, I'm just saying that we don't have any control over the image that the world puts out about us. I know for a fact that we're not thugging or like that. I know that. But since we don't have any culture, we're in the culture war. There's two different things that goes on. There's it's like a matrix, right? There's a fantasy, like a matrix, and then there's reality. People are looking at like a matrix, like a trick, a matrix, a Jedi mind trick. This is what they think of Black America, Sexy Red, Snoop Dogg, and all these other people, and they're cool with that. 50 Cent and all these other people like this. People say, yeah, 50 Cent. When you think of Southside Jamaica, Queens, right? And what I hate about that, that's where I was born, right? And 50, oh yeah, 50 Southside Jamaica, Queens. First of all, Southside Jamaica, Queens has Jamaica Estates, has many nice rows of Black housing. People, you got Black millionaires, And so, but the bottom line of the world, what they see of South Jamaica, Queens, what they see through the Many Men video of 50 Cent, even though that was a small population of knuckleheads who got engaged in crime, that became the face of South Jamaica, Queens. When you ask somebody from South Jamaica, Queens, you think, oh yeah, 50, 40 projects. Oh yeah. It's that thing, because we don't control the context of our reality. How do we change that? I have no idea. I have no idea. It seems like that's what people want to see about us. They don't want to see And I have yet to see someone say, let's just see how the people in South Jamaica, Queens really live, right? You got people that have been moving out there since like the late 50s, right? And black people who worked hard in the city and bought homes and everything, built the largest black middle class in the world, right there in Queens, New York. Has that story ever been told? The only time you ever heard that story was like in that movie Coming to America, the McDowell or whatever like that. That was the only time you saw Queens or whatever like that. Other than that, it does not exist. Why? Because people don't want to see black success. We feel uncomfortable when people show us positive images of ourselves. I remember back in the days, right? People were complaining about the Cosby Show was just too unrealistic. I'm saying, how's that unrealistic? Back in the days, like, well, blah blah blah. I say, okay, why don't you say, okay, maybe your mother and father may not be a doctor or a lawyer or whatever like that, and they're like this, but don't your father basically joke you and love you and stuff like that, like Dr. Cosby's on the show? Yeah. Don't your father like make cookouts and give you word of advice and everything like that? Yeah. Same thing, Dr. Cosby. All he does on the show is basically fictionalize what could be done in the average African American house and everything. But all the people kept saying was, "Oh yeah, man, how many families you go with a family of a doctor and a lawyer? I can't identify with that." And when I said, "So okay." So the only way you can identify black people if they're suffering, good times is okay because they were James Evans. They never gave him a job, whatever like that. They lived in the projects and everything. So when he showed a side of Black America in his show, no, we rejected that. Why? Because our culture was a culture that we even though we know, that there's black families like that, right? What we want to see exemplified in us is the struggle, the suffering, and all the stuff like this, the pain and the suffering and everything. And so that's why black people rejected the Cosby Show, in a different world. Oh man, they're in a black school. And something at the time, a lot of people didn't even know there was such thing as HBCUs and black colleges. In fact, they said what came out of A Different World, the show A Different World, was the most popular what's up, John? Salute, brother. The most popular clothing in the late 80s, early 90s was the was hoodies and shirts of black HBCUs. That was the most popular clothing item back then. People didn't even know a lot of these colleges even existed. Why? Because it's like this is what goes on, right? But because through the white media and everything like that, they completely divorced us from segments of our culture. Like people don't even know. When I pay the top 20 black businesses in America, people are like, "Whoa, I did not know there are black people running multi-billion-dollar corporations." Yeah, yeah. How could that happen? How did that happen? How did that happen? No, I don't believe this. I don't believe this. I don't believe this. Right, because the culture that you see of Black America, right, is suffering, poverty, or rap, or NBA and stuff like NBA stars and everything like that. There's a whole segment of Black America that exists, right? You got people working class, people middle class, you got people upper class, and everything like that. Now, Mike Owen says college retirees from movies. No, I'm just referencing movies and whatnot. I'm referencing my real life. This is stuff I lived. I'm just giving people movies. That's all people could really relate to. What a shame. TV movie shows. That's a shame. So the bottom line is this. Bottom line is this. What I'm saying is the culture. I grew up in an African American black family culture, right? And so therefore, I do not need I never needed the white system or whatever like that to live. I had just enough in my life where I have black people, role models and stuff like that, in my life, strong people. When we went to church and whatnot, we had preachers and strong black men that preached fire and brimstone from the pulpit, and men went out there and worked and raised their families and did what they had to do. We were basically a civilized people, but we're losing that because they taken away all our leaders. We lost Percy Sutton. We lost Bill Cosby. We lost all these other people that used to guide us for generations. What to do and stuff like that. People are not on the scene. Everything. There has been nobody picked up the mantle and say, "This is who we are as a people." There's nobody representing us anymore in the media. So we got people like Tariq Nasheed and Umar Johnson and all these grifters like Boyce Watkins and all these clowns out there that report like there's no one standing up for traditional Black values anymore. Jasmine played a lot of movies back in the early 2000s. Let's see. I know you were excited. Okay. Yeah, I like Jasmine Guy. I like Lisa Bonet when she was on A Different World. I mean, I love Lisa Bonet. I had a crush on her like you wasn't believe, man. And I was a kid. I wanted all my girlfriends to look like Lisa Bonet. She was like, I was like love struck with her. Denise Huxtable. That was just like my love right then. Her and Stacey Dash. Those are my two women that I freaking think. I tell you a story about Stacey Dash, right? She's from Peekskill, New York, right? I was coming in 1989. This is what I'm talking about, Mike. It's just the opposite. You're here. I know you're here to defend the white man, but I'm trying to get away from that. This is the whole conversation about tonight. We're not going to basically talk about the white man because the white man is not the problem anymore, So I know you jumped the gun. Oh, Black people, you want to defend white people. So calm down, man. I get it. You love the white man, Mike, where the white women at? Owalawali, Mike is an oppressor. He got his foot on the Negro's neck, Anyway, one time I was driving my Camaro, right? I was driving on Route 84, coming back from Poughkeepsie, right? And I was saying, I was just thinking about the movie Richard Pryor Moving, right? I'm sitting there thinking, man, Stacey Dash so fine, right? And then basically I'm in the slow lane, right? And I see this freaking badass sports car, like a Maserati, something like that, sports car, speeding up. I was like, who the hell is this, right? And all of a sudden, I look over, it was Stacey Dash. I was like, holy shit. Oh shit, right? And all of a sudden, she looked at me, just looked at me, and started laughing, right? Winked at me, just like laughing, and she sped up, right? And I was trying to catch her, man. I was like, in my little Camaro and that, man. I was like trying to catch her. She was out of there, man. Yo, that was just so funny, man. I almost got a freaking ticket too, I was trying to keep up with her when she was just gone, man. I was like, woof. She was like, that was Stacey Dash, man. I was like, oh shit, man, Stacey Dash. I know she did live in that. She lived in Peekskill, Poughkeepsie area, And I just happened to see her. I guess she was on her way to the city or something, But yeah, I was like, yeah, I had a major crush on her, but I had a major crush on her, back in the days. And even though now she's like a conservative and I still say she's freaking fine, man. I don't care. She can sit there and be talking all this crap stuff like that. And I'll be like, okay, Miss Dash. Okay, Miss Dash. Okay, Miss Dash. Some women have just got it like that. I'm sorry, man. Some women are worth all the hell and trouble they put you through, But so like I said, we just basically college always been. I'm not no simp Zongo, but some women are worth simping over, some women are simping. I won't simp over every woman. Why not? What's that girl what's that girl that's being in the chat room that's always bothering me? What's her name? I forgot her name already. Somebody help me out. What's her name? That girl that called in the chat room that's after me and whatnot, and whatnot. So she said we blocked her. What's her name? Starts with a C. I know. So somebody help me out here. What's that girl's name? Chantel. That's it. Chantel. Yes. Now Chantel, nothing against her, nothing like that. But just somebody, I would not simp over her. Simple as that. Some women are worth simping over. I don't shame my game. Don't shame my game, man. Some women are worth it, man. Some women are worth all the trouble they put you through. That's being a real man. Okay, sometimes you gotta bite that thing like, God damn. she's a pain in the neck when that she's entitled, she's beautiful and everything like that. But she gives you hell, but hey, it's worth it, man. When it's worth it, you know. And the bottom line, I think all men should be with somebody, really be with somebody that they have those sort of feelings towards, you know. Because why? Because if you with a woman that you don't feel like toward, you're not gonna treat her right. And I'm adamant about if you do not really desire that woman as like, man, when I see you, like my wife Isabella, I love her to death, man. You know. And the bottom line is when we're doing FaceTime, stuff like that, man, she's so cute, everything like that. I'm like, oh, you know, thank you. I hit the jackpot with you, babe. You know, so if I know for the fact of the matter, if I didn't wasn't really attracted to her like that, you know, I would cheat, you know, I would abuse her and everything like that. I would be like, okay, whatever, treat her like shit. But because I'm so attracted to it, I say they call it you vain or you shallow, maybe, you know, but I'm just dead serious. I'd rather be honest like that than get with a woman, waste her time and your time. And the worst thing you could do with a woman is waste her time, right? Because she has a biological clock. If you're not going to be good to that woman and marry her and everything, that do put that ring on that finger or something like that, don't waste a woman's time. That's the worst thing a man could do. You have a woman sitting around on you for years, knowing you ain't gonna do it right with her, knowing you're not gonna meet her father and whatnot. You know, that's another thing about our culture. When are we gonna get back to the point where a woman brings a man home to meet her dad? You know, you want to see me, you gotta meet my father. That used to be one thing that back in the days where men, I don't care how what you are, Mr. Such and Such could be a garbage collector, right? But you want to date his daughter, you want to come here and show some respect. We got to get back to those old-fashioned ways. Those old-fashioned ways are tried and tested. They work. You know, that's how we win the culture war. We win our family back. We win our community back. You know, and all this other stuff that we worry about will just disappear. And you'll see Black America soar to heights like you won't believe. We could basically take over the goddamn planet, you know? But we're not going to do that as long as we have this culture of defeatism, culture of nihilism, and culture of just foolishness that's dominating Black America, you know. I saw Oprah a few years back. Let's go MP. She's seen a lot of things. She's seen a lot of people, you know. Be honest with you, I haven't met that many famous people. When I worked in a club, after I was club down here in Virginia, worked down here in Virginia. I met Bill Bellamy. I met what's that guy from A Living Color? You know, he's all crapping for Kamala now and whatnot. Tommy Davidson. You know, I met Charlie Murphy, you know. What else? Who else I meet? Tracy Morgan, I met him. You know, who else did I meet? And stuff like that. You know, who else? I met some. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I never told the audience my Chris Brown story. Now, those of you know me very well, right? Imagine me as the doorman at a nightclub, right? Okay, this is like the summer of 1987. Chris Brown is only 17 years old, right? He just did a concert at the Virginia Beach Amphitheater, right? So people telling me, yo, Chris Brown's coming down there, get him in on that. So I said, okay, but I know he's underage, but he can't drink. So anyway, so he comes down there, right? And he's like, you know, Chris Brown. I said, I know who the fuck you are, right? And he wanted his guys to his guys to come into the club and not get patted down. He said they're police. I was like, I don't give a fuck if they're the Secret Service. They're not getting in my club without getting patted down. They're not bringing no weapons in his club. Nah, man, he was out there, just flailing when I. Finally, the boss, the owner, came by and he's over in the cut, like, oh, and I said to myself back then, right? I said 2007, idiot. I did not say no friggin' 1987. I said 2007. You know, guy, Aunt Nam, you can't hear. And he said, anyway, my boss Rob was out there and he was basically talking to Chris Brown one night. I was like, yeah, he's my guys are not gonna let you in, blah, blah, blah. He said, hey, you're not even supposed to be in here anyway. You're under. I did not know say no 80. Why would I say 1987? Stupid. You know, I wasn't working in a little club in 1987. I was working in a club in 2007. You know, I said 2007. Go back and listen to the tape. You know, so that's what I said. 2007. You know, you can run the clip all you can run the clip all you want. You know, and then show me you look stupid. Don't get on my nerve tonight, bro. I'm not in the mood. You know, 2007 is when I saw Chris Brown. I said he was like underage because I knew his age back then. You know. And so anyway, then why in the world would I say 1987? I was not basically, no, I did not say, I did not make the mistake, you know, because the bottom line, I was not working in a damn club in 1987. I was still in high school, you know, and so the bottom line is, what the fuck, I was living in New York in 1987. So how the hell could I basically do like this, you know? You heard wrong. So anyway, I said to myself back then, I said, man, Chris Brown is going to be a fucking problem. Sure enough, a year later, that's when that shit with Rihanna happened, where he beat Rihanna up and his name started getting all notorious. Chris Brown, when I said, I saw, what you call, I saw, uh, 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 saw that coming. I saw that coming a long time ago, right? I saw that coming a long time ago. And so I was like, man, this guy's gonna be a pain in the neck. And another person I used to always that I thought was cool was Trey Songz. You know, Trey Songz from Newport News. You know, and he's Trey Songz was cool. You know, Trey Songz was cool. You know, and he had a lot of females that liked him on that, but he was like really, really cool. You know, I don't know whether because he was at a woman at home. Some people say Trey Songz gay, whatever. Like I don't know like that, but he was real cool with the women. You know, he was really cool. You know, Trey Songz was really, really good, down to earth brother. You know, another person I used to hang out with it was Allen Iverson and Bruce Smith and Allen Iverson. You know, Allen Iverson AI. You know, he was there. He was like, and also Michael Vick. Michael Vick's brother, Marcus Vick. I had to choke this nigga out one night. You know, because we said, okay, first of all, I was mad because I let all his these white chicks in and he brought in one night, you know, they're like porn stars, whatever, I don't know, whatever like that. But he had a knot of money like this, right? Hundreds of dollars like that, right? And the nigga didn't tip me. I was pissed. I was like, man, I let this motherfuckers people in for free and he didn't tip me, right? So I was pissed off. I was already pissed about that shit, right? And anyway, anyway, he was in VIP. We left in VIP, and we said, "Don't be smoking no dope, no herbs, no weed in VIP." And I'll say his boys pull out thing first. I made him pull it out, right? Then I come back there, he did it again. I said, "No, y'all out of here, man." He said, "Oh man," I grabbed this motherfucker up and just choked him the fuck out and dragged him out of the club, man. We told you because we know we had undercover people in there ready to bust us and whatnot, you know. But Marcus Vick was a pain in the neck. That was right before Michael Vick went to jail and whatnot. He's very quiet. Michael Vick is very quiet, you know. I don't know what's on his mind, but he don't say much, you know. Allen Iverson either. Allen Iverson's uncle, man. Oh my God, this is the most funniest thing in the fucking world. His uncle is like a 60-something-year-old version of Allen Iverson, right? He has the braids in his hair, have a jersey, and he's out with his boys. They're like 70 years old. They're out. I remember this, but what do you call it? I'm 5'10". Yeah, check us out. I'm 5'10". Yeah, like I said, dude, I'm incredibly strong. You know, I'm incredibly strong. You know, and bottom line is, Marcus Vick, man, he's had to go down. I had to choke this nigga out. Anyway, Allen Iverson's uncle, when AI, he's a knucklehead, a 70-year-old knucklehead, right? I was like, he's walking out of the club with his champagne. I said, no, you can't have that, man. You can't bring that out of the club right here. And nigga's like, man, what the fuck? You been fucking with me all night and whatnot, man. He tried to drink one more sip. I said, get the fuck out of here. Give me that fucking thing. He had a freaking thing outside the club and whatnot. Man, we get shut down for that shit. Oh, yeah, but like I said, man, yeah, I learned a lot working in the club, man, you know. And then Allen Iverson's moms were there. I said, Mom Dukes, what is she doing here at 4:00 in the damn morning? And she has these dudes around her when we that follow her. I guess her bodyguards, whatever, like that. And I thought it was just really weird, man. I said, I can't do this life, man. I said, I'm glad I could do a normal life and everything like that, you know? You know? Yeah, I was a 5'10" bouncer. You know why? because I was brave. I had heart. I have something that people don't have. Not only can I fight really good, right? But I got heart. I run to the fight, you know. I've been shot at and some of everything in my life, stabbed, some of everything. I'm brave. I'm fearless. When it comes down to it, I seen the biggest guys, right? 6'6", 6'8", and whatnot, man. Fights going down when they're in the bathroom hiding, you know. Yeah, what the fuck were you at? It ain't about your size, bro, dude. It's what's in your heart, you know. It's your heart. It's your heart. You know, your heart. If you got confidence in your fighting skills, whatever like that. I took down so many people twice my size. It was that. You know, but it's like we were just warriors. We just said this is what we do because the bottom line, we got all the perks because all the women were all over us because they're like, damn, you make us feel safe. We come out and whatnot, and we make sure everybody came out and had a good time. You know, good time. No, I quit because I didn't need the job anymore, and I moved on. I get older. You know, I stopped doing club security when I turned like 40. I turned 40. I said I had enough, right? I got some of my guys who still in. I did it afterwards too, right? My boy Junior, he'll call me once in a while and ask me to cover a door. I might do the Pharrell concert. You know, I might do the Pharrell concert just for fun. You know, make some money at the not Jägermeister, but Red Bull at the Red Bull stand. I might do some security there at the Pharrell something award concert coming in a couple of months. You know. But yeah, I still do it once in a while. People call me and ask me do I want to do gigs and whatnot. You know, I say if is hip hop street called African American? No, it's not. It's not African American indigenous culture. You know, hip hop is not African American indigenous culture. It's a street culture, right? That was spearheaded by a specific group of black people in America called Black Yankees, Black New Yorkers. Okay, black people, black New Yorkers, the black Yankee culture, it was a dominant culture in New York City, going all the way back to the Dutch settlements and whatnot. Black people had the swagger, style, everything in New York that other immigrants copied. The Irish copied us, the Puerto Ricans, and eventually the Jamaicans, everybody. That was just that black Yankee culture. Hip hop was not derived from the black people from the South. You know, it was a black Yankee culture. You know, an example of a black Yankee is somebody like Fat Five Freddy, Grandmaster Flash, and people like that you could tell in their voice and their accent. Only New Yorkers can pick this up. Who's a real New Yorker, authentic New Yorker? You know, I'm not an authentic New Yorker because my grandfather came in the 1940s. You know, so I'm a transplant from my great migration. Real no, New York blacks are not from the South. Black people, that's another thing people understand. New York black people from the South. No, they're not. A lot of black people in New York were there for generations. Weeksville, Brooklyn, that was there since colonial America, a black settlement thing. Parts of Long Island where black communities lived. You know, parts of Brooklyn. You know, no, black Yankee culture was here before the Italians and before the Jamaicans. That's what you don't know that. Harlem was a friggin' black African American, that black Yankee culture, and everybody had to conform to that. Black people from New York, from the South, had to conform to that Yankee culture, that New York sophisticated culture, you know. And so did Jamaicans, so did everybody else that lived adjacent to us, Puerto Ricans, everybody. That's what the culture they used, the black culture from New York. That's why Puerto Ricans are different from Hispanics and Puerto Ricans in New York are completely different from somebody that lives in Miami, you know, or California or Chicago, you know. So the bottom line, it doesn't matter. The black people, the migrants from the South came up in large numbers to work and everything. They're the ones who helped build a city. But the bottom line, the culture of the South, right, blended in with the culture that was already established in New York. Everybody went to Harlem. You became a Harlemite, you know. It was like certain things you don't do. You don't basically you gotta leave your country ways in the South. And let me tell you something. The reason why I talk about this because it was very painful for me because I seen my family divided. You know how we used to talk about some of our kin folks down in the South when I did a bunch of ignorant country people, blah 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 blah. We're in New York, we're in Queens, we got everything. It's very painful, right? And there was a lot of resentment towards Those of us who live in New York and in the South, we go down South, our cousins and everybody went out. We try to be family and everything like that. But the bottom line is that when you take somebody South one night and then tell them all those things, like in the South, let me tell you how it worked. You could be out there all day. We you be out there all day, right? I got Southern roots, you know. You could be out there all day visiting people. You don't have to call and say you're coming over. It's just like my grandma used to take us around. She's like, "Ooh, you know, saying they know Emma's here. You know, hey, come on in." They spend the whole day talking. The children, your kids, you shut up. You didn't speak until spoken to. You know, that was the culture of the South. In New York, right? Now all of a sudden you go to New York and whatnot, New York culture. Look, when did the Italians didn't get there to the 20th century, you know? Black people in New York have been there since the Dutch. They used to call it New Amsterdam, you know? And we had a newspaper called the Amsterdam Times, a black newspaper. Black people in New York is the oldest community in New York. The first community in New York was a black community. The first community settled by the Dutch were Black Dutch that settled there. They were the people who were sent there. They were black criminals and stuff like that, sent to the New World to build new settlements. You know, people don't even know the history of America. Atlantic Creoles. You know, I'll play the video, Mike, if you don't really believe it. That black culture in New York is old as what you call like the Wu-Tang Clan. Their history goes back hundreds of years. Like I was reading that story, hundreds of years. They're native New Yorkers, you know, and so therefore, like I said, black people were here when it was New Amsterdam, the Dutch, you know, and New York was the number one slave trading post, you know, in the New World at one time. Yeah. So that's what it is. Like I said, New York culture mixed with Italian. Italians got here. Well, the Italian, you know, Little Italy, that used to be called the Five Points, you know, in the 19th century, right? Italians didn't get here to the 20th century, you know, almost 100 years later. And they moved into that area of Mulberry Street, the slums of New York and whatnot, you know. So how could they basically be like this? They had to adopt to what was already here. Same thing with the Irish. The black people scared. Why would first of all, when you talk about leave their hood, well, are Italians scared to leave their hood? You got Italians that lived in there in Bensonhurst for generations. They're not going no place. Why should black people always got to freaking leave there where they put down roots and they have a home? You know, you Nigerians don't have a home. That's why you're all over the place. You know, you're exploring places because you don't have a home. Nigeria's not developed. Aunt Nam, you know. I didn't say Jamaicans arrived in the 1980s. Jamaicans start coming here in like the 1950s. The urban New York, Mike, urban New York was well developed and well defined before the Italians got here. You know, everybody knows that. Italians were like one of the last groups of white people to arrive here, you know? And so the bottom line is it was well defined what is in New York and everything. And Italians and Poles, like I said, when my Uncle Lake, right? He lived in a building in the Bronx, right? And then after the war, he met this guy, a German immigrant that lived in the same building as him, Mr. Vonswell. And he was a chemist in Germany. And my uncle helped him get his business started off the ground and everything. This is how black people think, right? And he said because he helped my uncle helped him out with taking him around transportation and stuff like that, you know. And my uncle said, "Oh, you could pay me back by making sure my nephew, my father, and me, well, we always have a job." He didn't ask for like shares of a corporation and everything like that. All we thought was, my Uncle Lake was from the South, and We just want jobs. We didn't think about being at the corporation level and everything like that. Now it'd be different if I was me. I'm like this. I want a certain amount of money and trust and everything like that. But my Uncle Lake didn't think like that. So my father had a good job when it was coming up. He had a good job. At a time where black men had high unemployment and everything. My father had a good job, and he was able to marry my mother. And I was born. We was born into a stable family, and eventually we had owned our own homes and everything like that. So we had a good life. But thanks to that chance meeting with this guy. And I used to go down to Oakland, New Jersey too sometimes and work on weekends at my father's factory where he worked at and stuff like that. I used to make some extra money on Saturdays and Sundays. We go down there when it is to bring the kids day. The kids, your employees bring their kids to work, and we do stuff like stuffing envelopes and stuff like that, putting labels on cans and everything like that, So what is this? I don't have any derogatory word. I don't know what the Jamaicans call us. I know some ignorant ones call us Yankee boys. They call us Yankee boy. It's called Yankee boys. That's the only thing I know about what Jamaicans say. But for the most part, I grew up with a lot of Jamaicans. I grew up with a lot of them. They're my family. So the bottom line is I ain't really worried about that and whatnot. That don't really bother me. People are gonna say stuff. It's all in family. So. I don't know. I guess they used to call. I never got called it, but that's what my friends used to always tell me. They said, "Yeah, you go downtown, man. Jamaican, the Rostas always calling us Yankee boys." But for the most part, we got along with Jamaicans. I had friends that were Jamaicans, man. We kicked it together, Black was black back in the days when I was growing up, right? We had Jamaican families that moved into our neighborhoods right alongside us in Queens, in Brooklyn and stuff like that, Matter of fact, one restaurant I love here in Virginia Beach is called Montego Bay. And you would swear these two brothers, just straight up like African American brothers, but it's Jamaicans, they're from Brooklyn. I kick it with them all the time. Whatnot, food's good, man. The food is freaking good. It's anyway, talking, yeah, man, we're down from Brooklyn and whatnot. We're trying to get more black businesses up, whatnot. They have a black consciousness, And so therefore, I say I ain't got nothing bad to say about Jamaicans, Yeah, nothing bad to say about Jamaicans or black people, because I had a good experience growing up in New York. All these people were like my family. Manchester said, "We are winning the culture away. If it's a horror culture, you want to win." I don't quite understand what he's saying. Bantus, I don't know what he's saying. We are winning the culture away. The topic tonight is the culture war in Black America, right? Culture is the ability to know what's right and wrong and stuff. Let me give you a perfect example about a culture war, right? For the longest time in Black America, I'm gonna say this, I don't want to offend nobody. We've in a community have tolerated bad behavior as our culture. Bad behavior. In other words, there's no authority. The reason why we have that in Black America, because at one time, the reason why, and I heard Cornel West say this, right? He said, look, Black America came together on this thing called Black love. We didn't know anything about Africa. We didn't know anything about anything, but we knew that these people, when we saw them, they were our people and we loved them. So we went out of our way. It was just called Black love, brother, help a brother, brother. It wasn't rooted in Pan-Africanism or anything like that. It was just basically Black love, right? What's happened is, when you take away that Black love, that means I'm my brother's keeper and everything like that. Then you could push anything you want on most people. Like, let me give you a perfect example. Back in the days, we used to have radio stations like Frankie Crockett, all them. before anything went on the radio, when they would sit around and say, how is this record going to affect the culture? How is this going to affect people? You know, when they made movies, you know, stuff like that. Back in the days, we used to have our own, what they call the Chitlin Circuit movie. They did things to basically say, okay, this is not going to be good because our people might feel a certain way about this character, so get rid of them. Or this record might not be selling to it because it might do well with our people right here. It might be offensive, you know, the cuss words and stuff like that, you know. And okay, we can't say that because it was a big thing back in the days when we lost a culture war when when C. Dolores Tucker was talking about men saying the B word and stuff like that. We all laughed it off, but she was absolutely 100% right. You know, why are we allowing people like this scumbag Two Live Crew and Snoop Dogg degrade our women in record and making money on selling it to white people and selling it, giving that the image of our women and whatnot? You know, that's what I mean by losing a culture war. When we reclaim our culture back, you know, we're telling people this is the sort of behavior we expect from you. You can only have that when you have reward and punishment. When I said about black love, and Mandinka don't understand what I'm talking about, right? You know what I'm saying? I knew we knew something about Africa. Right? That's not what I'm saying. My point was, our everything was based on black love, right? Black love. That means we just love ourselves. Be a black man love a brother, you know, brother help a brother, and black man look out for his sister, you know, and each one teach one. You know, that's what we survived on. But basically, what I'm saying is, uh, when we basically don't have that anymore, right? The black love aspect of it, because over the last 20, 30 years, we've been talking all this hate, toxic hate with each other and everything like that. That's gone. So if we don't have that's gone, what's next? Next is reward and punishment. Black people do not have reward and punishment on their side when dealing with their culture and race traders and culture. People trying to sell their culture out. Everything. We don't have reward and punishment on our side. We can't reward anybody and we can't punish anybody. So we're left at the mercy of people basically who don't give a shit about, who don't love us, you know. So they don't care about the garbage they put out. Look at Sexy Red. You say they ask her, what is you what do you think about the messages sending out there? I'm just trying to get paid. Why? Because she knows there's no punishment, there's no retribution, you know. And that goes to the culture. You got young girls twerking, thinking it's okay to sell their bodies to get some money and stuff like this. No, it's not okay. Well, since we can't do nothing about it because there's no love in our community anymore, we can't condemn anybody and shame anybody anymore, you know, because you got powerful forces telling Megan Thee Stallion and everything like that what she's doing right. When Megan Thee Stallion got up there and twerked her fat ass on Kamala's thing on that was the end. That was basically saying, this is what you are. A presidential candidate is appealing to you by taking the worst of which women are and putting her up there. That means we lost the culture war. You know, they don't code switch and everything like that. It's like you go into a bunch of Chinese people, right? And you want to vote for them, and they come out there and you have a bunch of Peking opera types dancers dressing kung fu and they're doing ching chong 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 ching 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 and they acting, and you think the Chinese are gonna be flattered? No, they're gonna be offended. You know? That's what I mean by horror culture. I don't know what you were saying, but I mean I didn't read the whole thing. I can't read everything up here when the thing goes so fast, so I can't read everything. So that's what I mean about horror culture, you know. But that's what the bottom line is, and everybody basically, since black people, black Americans are the fools, right? It's to the point now when somebody does something bad or ratchet and everything, they always blame it on, I've been influenced by black Americans. You see what I'm talking about? You know, everybody, like when they say like Mike Olawale will complain about the gangsterism and the 419s in his country, right? He'll say they learned it from watching black Americans, you know. So we're the face of crime, we're the face of degeneracy to the world. Not because we are, because we don't stand up and say, no, that's not who we are. And not enough people with platforms and everything like that creating an echo chamber saying, no, that's not who we are. I don't give a damn who we are. Like me, I'm careful about who I make allies with and stuff like that, because as soon as you get out of line and say something I don't agree with, I'm going to tell you. You know, everybody should know that about me. I don't give a damn about making friends with anybody, especially online here. You know, if you talk out of turn or whatever like that, you know, you're out with me, you know? And the bottom line is I do not play with when it comes down to my people and a message to my people, my women and stuff like that, my sisters, everything like that. You don't play with that with me, you know? We know what's right from wrong. You know the truth of wrong from right. That's in you. You know, you don't have to be taught that. You just have to be reminded, you know, by people telling you over and over. But right and wrong is knowing the truth of right and wrong is something that God puts in all people. You know what's wrong. You know it's wrong to steal. You know it's wrong to murder. You know it's wrong to do all these things and everything like that, you know? So why you act shocked when you're facing like 20 years for doing something that you knew you were supposed to do? You was tasked with basically you was in a company, right? And you were taking money and you know, sitting there with a couple of things. Oh, I'll take some funds and wire it to this account right here. And show them personal account when you're stealing out of people's account. You know that's wrong. And then, like I said, perfect example. I'm gonna play this video. You know, I'm gonna find this video and play it. Right, is exactly what I'm talking about. You know, let's see. Okay, woman tax security guard. Woman tax.
I came around and I was like, hey, what can I do for you? She starts going on this spiel about, like, your partner. I've had a privileged life and she's been disadvantaged, and then said that she was...
Now, let me stop it right there. Okay, this is a case where this woman, this big sister, was like telling us people working at Target, you had a privileged life and everything like that. I demand reparations. So basically, she tried to walk out with $1,000 worth of stuff, right? And the thing that she's owed reparations, right? And then she tried to attack the security guard. It didn't go well for her. And so this is what I'm talking about, right? Where you got people out there. Let me read some of the comments, right? I bet you the amount of money there's people out here defending, which, you know, comments turned off. Probably that bad, it was turned off. But yeah, I saw when I saw this a year ago. There's people and things about, yeah, the government owes her more than that. When that black trash, you know, black trash, you know, the government owes her money and that. So she basically wants $1,000 worth of stuff, right? And she knows she's wrong and everything. And then she tries to attack this security guard. He mollywopped her. Look.
He was asking Target to make reparations for her. Basically just kept saying that. And then she got really close to me. Mm-hmm. So I put my hands up and backed up, and she like followed me. She called our security person, mm-hmm. and he came over and like intervened.
How can I help you? Like, what do we need to do here? And she's like, I just don't have the money, and I need you guys to take care of me. And then she started like getting in my face, and I was like, ma'am, like, I need you to leave. Like, you need to leave, or I'm gonna call the cops. And she's like, we'll call the cops. And so she sort of like kept on coming at me, and I backed up all the way up into my office. I tried to close the door, and she's like, "Oh, you're not gonna leave." And then I tried to close it, but she like powered her way through, came into my office, and then like I tried to back up a little bit more, but I was already in an enclosed space, so I just hit it.
Now there's somebody they're saying, well, he was wrong, whatnot. They should have gave her $1,000 worth of merchandise,
Said,
you know.
I'm not going to have enough money to pay for this. I need to talk to the manager. She happened to be walking by.
Okay, so I around.
And so this is what you have, right? So she basically going out there listening to these idiots online talk about reparations all day and whatnot. And the bottom line is they go out there and that's why I said all these people out here that's getting black people, making black people like fools out here in public and whatnot. You're the part of the problem. You know, you're part of the freaking problem, you know? And so the bottom line, she got popped, you know, he knocked her the fuck out, you know? Because she came at him like, oh yeah, I'm gonna get our reparations, and she tried to intimidate people and everything like that. So this is what you have, you know. You got a whole situation where we're embarrassed of these type of black people, right? The general public don't like them or not, you know. So you couldn't basically get reparations if you tried now because you turn the public against you. You know, you turn white people against you, you turn everybody against you, you turn black people against you. And so that's why I said we have these black trash that's out here talking about, oh, we need reparations at any cost, whatever, like this, you know. How about get a job? How about work? You know, how about doing those things that our ancestors did to survive in this country? Nobody gave them anything, you know. See, I said his mom is trying to defend this stuff. Africans break into America, right, and illegally line up around the corner in New York for handouts. Well, at least they're asking for handouts, you know. Yeah, so the bottom line is this: if you, AKA reparations for being failures, you know, that's really vulgar what you just said, bro. You know, so you say Africans are getting what you call getting handouts because they fall on hard times. They came to this country, fall on hard times, and they're getting charity, which is available to anybody. You know, you call that reparations. What does that have to do with this lady getting trying to walk out with $1,000 worth of merchandise out of a Target? You know, should the store should just gave her reparations? Say, look, you can have that because it's part of your reparations down payment. See how stupid you people sound. That's why I say if it's the last thing I do, I gotta fight you, dumb Negroes. If it's a fight thing, we cannot get free until you people are freaking crushed. Really. Till you guys are, till you FBA ADOS people are crushed into mud, we're not going to get any place. Till you clowns and you bums that represent us and want to embarrass us in the public and everything are just obliterated, Black America's not going to go any place. You know, that's the first order of business. Before we could deal with white people and anybody else, we got to deal with the internal. We have internal enemies. You know. You know, what's the difference, Colin? There's a big difference. You're here in America, right? You could do anything you want. You choose to be broke and poor because you don't want to get up there and get a damn job. Everything. Somebody came across this country, don't have a social security card. They don't have nothing. They can't work. You know, and so they're on desperate times. You got a social security card. You could go out there and work any place. You get a if you're even under 16, you get a work permit, whatever like that. You know, you could work any place, employ any place in the country legally. These people can't get employed legally, you know. So how are you going to compare yourself to them? So you guys, what you call it? All you guys want to do is just make war on fellow blacks, you know. Make war on fellow blacks, you know. You're not being your brother's keeper, you know. FBA Alliance says Africa come to America, drive Ubers, sell fake Gucci purses. Hey, look, they're making money. You know, I got no problem with Africans driving Uber and doing what they got to do. You know, doing what they got to do. If they're selling fake made in China, they got that hustle in them. You know, I wish some of you Negroes would do that and whatnot. You know, if some of you Negroes had any to do that, then you wouldn't be online talking about these friggin' tethers and whatnot. You'd be out there making money and making a life for yourself. You know. And somehow we always get into the ADOS FBA versus African debate. I don't know how it happens, man. I never want to go there, but you know, it always ends up in those debates. You know, come look around. Oh yeah, ADOS FBA versus Africans. And we're like, geez. So anybody will call in, you know, at this topic. Are we winning a culture war? Like I said, me personally, when that incident happened, right? I've seen a lot of black people say, you know, she got what she deserved. That's a trend that's good. But you always got these one or two that will browbeat you back into, yeah, man, that's a sister. That's a black queen. That's a black queen. You know, he should have gave her. Matter of fact, that female is huge too. She hit that dude, man. She could do some damage. That chick was big, you know. That dude said, "Bop." So you support the white man beating up on the black? No, I see a hood rat, you know, a dirty hood rat. We're not trying to get over a criminal, a hood rat. We're not who got what she deserved. We're not, you know, don't pull that queen shit on me. You know, she's your queen, Kala. You know, no, I don't think so. I don't think so. You know. She's your queen. She's your queen. Coming to America. She's your queen. Come on, Kala, man. She's 500 pounds, man. She can knock a dude out, man. That's a queen, man. She's like a Mother Earth or not. We should be down there. And man, I was in that life, man. I was in that life, man. Every hood rat was a queen and whatnot. And we had to service the hood rats and everything like that, you know. They can get as big as they want to get and whatnot, you know, be as ratchet and nasty and whatnot, you know. But she's a queen, you know, a queen. And then the brothers, right, they could be as dusty as they want to be and whatnot, you know, no job, no nothing, smelling like weed all day, but they were brothers, you know. So, but the bottom line is this: she's your black sister. What is Buana man saying? She's your black. No, she's not a black sister. She's a freaking hippopotamus that got clocked. You know. She's a hungry hippopotamus. You know. So that's what we talked about tonight, folks. Anybody want to call in? You can. We have discussion. Whatnot. You know. Are we gonna win the culture war? You know. Are we gonna let the degenerates rule us forever? You know. Because like I said, that's the reason why we vote the way we vote. That's the reason why our communities are failing and everything. Because degenerate spaces like this, it's perfect example is I like the Detroit 300. Man, I love that group, right? And also New Era Detroit. They handle business and everything. Check it, see like that. But the bottom line is this: you got black people out there be like, oh, well, like for example, you got dudes out there that join the police department that's putting their lives on the line and whatnot for the community, right? But yet when when the news media throws a mic in the community's face, whatnot, yeah, they just trying to get their money. They just trying to get their money. When 3 people were shot and killed over a drug deal gone sour and whatnot, you know. But you're a queen, you know. What do you think about this? They try to get my money because I need money for my weave, and we don't have no money like that. So we gotta sell drugs. We gotta do what the fuck we gotta do, and you know. Okay, that was Boomquisha from the 33rd Projects and blah 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 blah. And then you're sitting in these suburbs like, God damn, right? And all of a sudden it's funny as you go outside, right? You know what I'm saying? Your white neighbor's looking at you like but. I know you saw the 6 o'clock news too, nigga. You know, you got some explaining to do. But what have I got to do with it, you know? You know, white people just sit there. And you're sitting there like, we're sick of defending you Negroes. You guys don't see, you guys, the Negro is the most freest person on the planet because he don't care that shit stinks. He don't care, you know? He don't care that he's dirty and musty and he's a fool. He doesn't care. All he cares about is whatever is whatever, you know? And so the bottom line is all we could do is say, look, people that we know are like that or support that lifestyle, we don't want you around us. You're not going to be invited to a cookout. We're not going to give you any advice on jobs. Your son, child's born, ain't nobody going to your baby shower. Nobody's going to show up at your son's 3rd birthday party and whatnot and bring no presents. We're going to cut you the fuck off, you know? You know, the bottom line is we don't want you near us at all, you know? Because until you change your behavior and everything, I've seen it happen, man. People get shut out from their family and they change, you know? Okay, Hishmana says, a Nigerian man, I don't know how true this is, was set to 20 years for his role in a $50 million fraud scheme and go from, I see. If you want to do crimes like that, you know, do a $50 million crime, make it pay off and whatnot, you know. Annihilated present United States sentenced to 20 years in life in federal prison. Well, at least he was going for something, you know. I don't condone what the Nigerian was doing, but damn. But at least he ain't friggin' shooting me on the side of the road for $20 in my pocket and stuff like that, you know. No, it's not my responsibility to help anybody. You know, I'm done with that. You know, I've been there, done that. You know, Negroes, all they do is take you for a friggin' a fool. You know. Let's see. Musty dudes winning collar. Their girlfriends all in corporate America making money to put the dust. Yeah, man, the dusty Negroes are winning, man. You know, they got dusty Negroes now in prison. They're going to jail. You know how you meet a woman nowadays? You go to jail and whatnot. You got these jailhouse guard females and whatnot, you know, black women down there and whatnot that work in the police department. They're getting pregnant by inmates and whatnot, you know. So the bottom line is this, man. This culture has to change. That 304, what's it called? City girl culture and all this kind of foolishness, it has to go. You know, how do we get rid of it? One is when you finally get in trouble with the white man, you know, John, get out of here. John, you're a fucking clown. Criticize yourself for the culture. Yeah, it's like it's my fault. I didn't do this shit. Criticize yourself for the culture. That's somebody that don't want to take no responsibility for himself. Everybody's responsible for their own situation. I'm not responsible for the culture. You know, how am I responsible for it? I didn't do anything. You know, criticize yourself for the culture. Like I've been saying the same thing. Do right. Don't do this. Don't do this all my life. What the fuck am I? How am I responsible for that? You know, I don't like hoes. I don't like 304 girls. So how am I responsible for it? You know, Jonathan Miller, man, he says something. He's a crazy, all right dude, man, but he says some stupid shit all the time. You know, he just says shit just to say shit. You know, I don't think he thinks when he talks. You know, so what is Hismana saying? You know, him with his immigrants. Immigrants are not our problem, man. Black America's problems are Black America's problem. 2022 SIP indicates that 50% inhabited by immigrants, naturalized citizens, illegal immigrants, one of major welfare programs. Yeah, the immigrants, you know. Yeah, well, Jonathan says our culture is building. What are you building, Jonathan? What are you building? I have a visible business, you know. What are you talking about? I have my shit together, you know. It's not my responsibility to friggin' build something for somebody else, you know. You know, they were, oh, the college. Everybody got an excuse why they're fucked up. Oh, your generation did this. the white man did this, or no, they don't take any responsibility for this. So when you got your gat out and you guys can't do a concert without somebody getting shot and whatnot, you know what I'm saying? I guess that's supposed to be my generation's fault. You know? Niggas, get out of here with that shit, you know? It's either blaming the past generation or blaming which we'll call for the which we'll call it. Look, Jonathan, whether the Afghanistan happens or not, I'm going to be good. You know, it's you guys. I say the Afghanistan is not for me. I'm going to be good. It's these Negroes in here that say they got no way out. Then when you say, okay, let's build something new. No, I can't go nowhere. I was already here. My ancestors were here before Columbus. Blah, 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 blah. Niggas are full of shit. Like, anyway, I've known that for a long time, bro. Before you came around, Jonathan, I already have all you Negroes filled out. Black people in America are full of shit, you know? They ain't serious about shit. All they want to do is talk, you know? Yeah, man. But Mike, all the while, I'll be honest with you, Nigerian immigrants are a problem. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I always give Mike a hard time, man. You know? Mike, man, opened up a can of whoop ass on that with that chick, Chantel deal, and that shit was funny. That's gonna go down. I gotta clip that up, put that out there, man. That was a famous battle. Then information came, man came and opened up a whip ass on Mike. You know, that shit was good. Man, you guys are creating classics, man. I just gotta learn how to clip all this shit up and put it out there, you know. Yeah, Kaizo and all them make it seem so easy, man. It must be easy, man, because you know, I got to learn how to clip up videos and everything like that and put them out there, label them and put them out there and stuff like that, you know? I am dead serious about it, but the bottom line is I can only do one thing. I can only present it, right? The other people coming behind me and everything like that, you know, hey, look, people come in and out. They don't want to do nothing. They don't want to contribute no money. They don't want to contribute no time and everything. Not even more than money, but time. You know, and so the bottom line is say I can only do with so much. Now, I'm not going to be one of these fools that run out there wasting my time on Negroes who ain't serious. I have a business to run, a real business to run. You know, not no home-based business, a real business to run. Matter of fact, I just today I just got the keys to my office. I'm moving on Monday. My new office. I'm moving on Monday. Love this place, man. It's way bigger than my last place. You know. I'll have my own room, you know, office room. You know, it's gonna be so freaking great, you know. All I need now, probably by January, I want me a nice CRM system for my business. Once I get that CRM system for my business, I am just on a different level. Then I believe I could work remote. I could go overseas and work and stuff like that. If I got a CRM, if I got a good CRM, you know, I could work from remote and stuff like that, you know. Because the contract I'm about to do, you know, it's like I could take information and then get back to somebody. Let's say if I'm overseas, let's say in Liberia, right, and the electricity goes out or the internet goes out, right, no problem, right? Because when I'm on the line with the person, the client, right, I can say, okay, let me get all the basic information, blah, 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 blah. I'll call you back and then make sure I'm someplace where the internet is never going to go out, you know? So that's what I can do, I can do, but right now I can't do that, So the bottom line is, yeah, I would like to stay more time over there. I like to stay at least, if I could stay 3 months over there. That'd be great. Great. If I can't get Isabel over here, what I'm gonna do is get an apartment in Liberia. If we can't get her over here right now. I'm gonna get an apartment over there. And so I could stay like at least 3 or 4 months out of the year over there. But the thing is, I'm going to be working. I work from remote over there. It's just simple log into the CRM, in there, and then dispatch leads and prospects to my agents and have them do it. Or you can shoot it back to me. I can write it, be making money too, and everything like that. So it worked out good, But main thing is getting this contract, and get this up and running. So this human resource vendor has a confidence in me. Then I can take a chance. You never take a chance like that talking about working for remote until you got the thing locked down. You know, when people call me when I need to be in my office initially, and basically they call me and everything like that, set up and everything. They show me that I could do the job and everything like that. I don't have time. That's what people say, move to Africa, Carl, move to Africa. Hell no. That means I'm putting everything on the fucking line. My business, your serious business, you got to be in a serious place. Now if I was to live on the continent, it'd probably be someplace like Cape Town or Johannesburg. They got good infrastructure, But the bottom line, I can't. Anybody who has a serious business can't be talking about, I'm just going to go to Ghana. I'm going to go to Liberia. I'm going to go to Sierra Leone. No, 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 no. You don't do that. Clients ain't going to hear your excuse why it's been 3 days and you haven't got ready because you got to explain to them the power's been out for 3 days. And I'm over here. What the fuck? We're like, what are you, crazy? He said, Aunt Nam said, you can't afford to get here. I'm only there every year, Aunt Nam. Why is Aunt Nam so mean? He's so mean to me. You can't afford to get here. Oh, yeah, okay. I want to make good money. How am I hating on Ghana, man? But I'm telling you right now, I like Ghana, man. So, they have the Pan-African spirit. I like that and everything, even though they rob you blind and whatnot. But the bottom line is, Ghana, man, got some infrastructure issues, man. I'm sorry, man. It does. It got some infrastructure issues, man. It's not there where we could basically say, forget America and everything. No country in Africa thought it was worth it to build the proper infrastructure, So let's see. Mike Omwal said, Kala is a progressive Black American. He's about building business and creating jobs. He's not like the broke information man. But being broke. Yeah, man. So is Ghana dusty? I mean, Ghana's not really dusty. It has a lot of dusty Negroes. Let me tell you something. Well, tell me what you think, Bonner, man, right? I'm basically looking at one of Bomani's videos and everything like that. Bomani's like big on Ghana, right? He's like, oh, Ghana is shit, man. Because he's Jamaican and Ghana and Jamaica is basically the same thing, right? Anyway, I was watching this video about people trying to promote Ghana, right? And you see this one dude basically talk about come see our, and he was talking about the slave castle. I'm like, wait the hell a minute. Something's not quite right about this, right? Someone's going to take their hard-earned vacation money, right? And you got this Ghanaian guy overlooking a slave castle. That's not what I want to spend. You spend 4 years saving a vacation. The last thing I want to see is a slave castle, I'll get to that eventually, but I don't want to see no damn slave castle, on my vacation that I spent money for. Black people are going to places like Dubai. They're going to Cape Town. They're going to Johannesburg. They're going to safaris in Tanzania. They're going to Egypt. They're going to Asia and stuff like this. Nobody wants to see us. Ghana gets a lot of tourism and everything, but I don't know, man. It's just not me. That's why I stress on the Liberian tour that we're having fun. We're having fun. We're doing things like water sports and stuff like that. We're watching surfing and everything. That's what tourism have to change to, as far as like Black people are concerned and whatnot. Nobody wants to see the same old, redundant. I mean, I like the African culture and everything like that, but it shit gets boring after a while, All right, you showed me your dance. Now get the hell out of here, man. So we're gonna have drinks, man. I'm just like that, Yeah, why don't you want to see? I don't want to see a slave castle. What the hell I want to see a slave castle for? I didn't come from a slave castle. My ancestors actually came from Angola, so we didn't really have slave castles. I mean, I will see that one day, but not on my vacation. If I want to spend time on vacation, it's going to be someplace I'm having fun. And the reason why I like Liberia is because this is where we weren't victims in Liberia. This is where we put our foot down and we put our foot up some Negroes' asses. That's what I love about Liberia. Everything about Liberia is we kicked ass, So like I said, Africans oversell themselves, and sometimes, man, they smell themselves a little bit. They think too highly. No, we don't want to see no damn slave castle because then we see you and whatnot. I'm like, fuck, man. So that's what I offer, my misery and whatnot, we came out of this shit, I mean, I'd like to see it one day for educational purposes. but not on vacation. You know, not on vacation. I go on vacation. I want to see nice beaches. I want to see nice sands. I want to see stuff. I want to see things. When I see it, I do not want to see a slave castle. This is where we used to always we get our ass whooped or whatever. This is where they used to tie Negroes thing, and this is where they used to rape black women in this room right here. What the fuck I want to see? That's traumatizing. The hell I want to see that shit for? That's another thing in the cultural war we got to fight. This addiction to trauma. We love trauma. We relive this trauma. And so, like I said, people say, okay, they think it's funny. No, it's not. Trauma is not cool. We just trauma bond. Oh, we went into. I ain't trauma bond with your ass. Get out of here. But so therefore, like I said, when I go on vacation, like I said, I hope to do this tour, not 2025, just too late. I said next time I go to Liberia, I want to spend my time with Isabella, so I can't do like that. But the year after, which we'll call it, Mike thinks it's a joke, man. These guys get a good laugh at the American Negro Pan-African that's going over here. They think it's a joke, you don't want to see the door with no return. Is that supposed to be funny, Mike? Are you cracking jokes? That's not funny. Say I like being the oppressor. I don't oppress nobody, but if I had to choose between being oppressed and an oppressor, I'd pick being an oppressor. South Africa ranked the first in crime index among African countries with a score of 70 index points. Where's the index point? Don't know. Nigeria was second most dangerous country in continent. Wow. Oh no, here he goes. The Black American oppressor. How is it going, Mike? The oppressor of the black man in America. What's going on?
What's going on, man?
What's going on? What's on your mind?
Nothing, man. Just, yeah, I mean, I feel you, man. You gotta, you can't be the victim forever, man. You can't be, dwelling on your lowest time in history, You gotta think about, uh, greater time, plan for a better future.
Yeah, bottom line is this: there's too many people who make money and live their life reminding us about our wretchedness and our victimhood.
That stuff is not good at all, man. It's not good. It's not good for the mind at all.
And so therefore, like I said, everything is justified, right? Somebody out there shooting up the community, it's because he's oppressed, and he never had a chance, I said, well, why is it that I come from the same community? I'm not doing that. That goes out the door.
You ever study the law of attraction? You know the law of attraction, right?
No.
Have you ever read it?
No.
Have you ever read about the law of attraction?
No, I mean the laws of power, but I never read law of attraction.
Oh, you need to, man. So he explains like how your thoughts can attract whatever you think attracts. The universe cannot work with your mind. Like whatever your thoughts are, is what you be attracting to yourself. If you're always thinking misery, you're gonna be attracting misery to yourself. If you're always thinking wealth or happiness or those things, you're gonna be attracting those things to yourself. So
that makes sense.
Yeah. So that's what the law of attraction is about. And I think people that always all these enemies, they're always making movies, depressing movie for you guys. I think that's their goal. They want they want black people to be consuming all these miseries and stuff. So that way you guys can be thinking about misery all the time.
Yeah, misery
guess
merchants,
what?
Misery merchants,
Exactly. So when you constantly think about miseries, the universe just be sending miserable conditions to you, like miserable It's like you be getting the spirit that bring miseries to you, you know. So like, I always tell young people I mentor, like, hey, stop dwelling on misery. Like, come on, you got more positive story about yourself you can talk about. I mean, if you want to talk about yourself, talk about some. Look for the positives, you know. I mean, I know slavery happened, but you can't keep that in your mind, and you know, it's not good for your health. It's not good for you. Period.
Yeah, well, black people are dying. When we got so many heart
You
diseases
know,
and stuff.
the only time I wanna have a conversation about the white man kicking my ass and stuff is maybe when we're going to go get him back or something. You know what I'm saying? Well,
Yeah,
we're not going to go.
have
We're
no
not going to go get him back. Why am I wasting my time talking?
exactly what you call it. Like I would say, like this, they give you every reason. So the white man did this, or you get on Palmer. I used to go to those Black Power rallies when I was younger, and they tell you all this shit, man. See, the slave master, he used to take the slave and feed him the alligators. You're sitting there angry, pumped up.
Exactly. And I'm like, okay, so what we doing next?
So what we doing? They say what gets me is when you watch them get on the subway, and say, "Yo, let me I need to get some money to get on the subway." So you talk all that, you don't even have enough money to get home, on the subway. Like I said, I got a PhD in Negroology. I got a PhD. I've seen it all, man. Negroes, man. Negroes are the eighth wonder of the world. Yeah, I tell you, man, this is.
You ever see like a rich black man? You ever see like Shaquille O'Neal, Charles Barkley sitting around talking about the white man feel my ass?
What's up? Like I said in the start of the show, right? I said, look, when we had families, right? One thing you don't know, like you had this argument the other day that we shouldn't sit around and talk about white people. I'm gonna tell you right now, when you show up in a Black and African American community, if you haven't done nothing with your life within a year from that Thanksgiving to the next Thanksgiving, nobody wants to hear about the white man. All they do is they'll give you that look like, yeah, yeah. And then whatever you are doing, right, and you show success, and like because we have family members that come around and front, we go fronting. They're like, I'm doing this, I'm doing this. Then when it's verified that, yeah, see, I got this, or you pull up with a nice car, how'd you get that brand new car or whatever like that? Yeah, I'm gonna tell you how I did it. Blah, 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 blah. Then people listen to you, people respect you. But nobody's gonna respect you, right? If you sitting around talking about how oppressed you are and the white man this, white man, nobody wants to hear that. Nobody wants to hear that stuff, So
You know,
the mainstream
the only time I ever listened to somebody telling me about what white men did, and um, where I ever took him serious and say, "Oh, he makes sense," and listen to him, was when a Nigerian guy was about to go scam some white people for a lot of money, and and I was telling him that this is not good, and then he started talking to me about what he did and stuff like that, And that was the only time I would listen to somebody, and because I knew he's about to go do something back, Then I'm like,
Black people in America don't do shit.
maybe it's okay for you to carry on with this guy you're about to go do, but I'm still not with it. But hey, he makes sense that hey, you pointed at something that did to you before. So I'm saying, like, if you're gonna sit around and talk to me about what white man did, you should be telling me in the context of maybe you want to go do something back. Not like for me to sit down and be feeling sorry and be feeling miserable. I'm like, okay, you done talking about all these things, and what's next? For what? I
There
mean, to
is no
convince me
next.
to
There
go
is
to
no
go to
next.
go kill
There
them.
is
I
no
don't have
next.
I don't have means to do anything to white people. Why are you telling me this?
They're telling you that because you're probably asking yourself, well, geez, you ain't doing nothing with your life. And so that's a cover for them not doing anything with their life. They're not doing nothing with their life. They're like this. And like I said, you could go out there and you really want to work hard. Like in my business, right? Who would ever thought that I have a business that I got and everything like that? If you're use race as an excuse, you actually get intimidated by white people and get whatever like that. And yes, your excuse to not do anything with your life. And there's not so many opportunities in America if you don't deal with every race of people here. That's just a fact. So I don't know anybody basically said, "Oh, I got a business, but I don't deal with only black people." And I don't know what kind of business you dealing with. Unless you get something, I don't know what can you do Like, unless you're selling hair weave or something like that, something like that, whatever, for the most part. And you basically you go out there and you cast a wide net. If I pick up some Filipinos, Mexicans, whites, whatever, like so be it, you know. Okay, that's how you gotta be. Jonathan Miller, man, John's just a troll. He goes, nah, blame the white man. You could do for self. Still blame the white man for their bullshit. Yeah, blame him for what? You're like, what are you gonna do? You're gonna blame him for what? Every black person deep down somewhere, guess what? They know they gotta go out there and do what they gotta do. You can always say the white man this, the white man that, blah 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 blah. You don't care. Nobody gives a hold on. Our ancestors that were on the slave plantation on that auction block, right? They were probably sitting there saying "fuck the white man" too. But nevertheless, when that thing said sold, Mandingo slave sold when he had to go who he was getting sold to, and inevitable. Black people can never change their reality. They always like, oh yeah, I blame somebody. Like, they don't care about it. White man don't care about you blaming him.
Why waste my energy blaming when I can use the energy to do something?
I'm going to NAG set tomorrow, right? I'm going to NAG set tomorrow. My brother is down there a week, like that said. He said, I missed out. I should have went down last night. He said they had prime rib. I'm like, God damn, cook on the grill. I missed that, but hopefully there's some food left when I get there tomorrow. But but when you go on NAG set, all you see is vacationing white people in their boats, their jet skis, and everything like that. Do you think they really give a damn about what you think? No. Nobody gives a damn about.
While instead of wasting my energy blaming the white man, I'd rather spend the energy to go get money with the white man. When I had a white guy in front of me one time, and I thought about what people were telling me about the white people, and I'm like, okay. And the white guy looked at it, the guy was talking, sound like a pretty smart guy. And I'm like, okay, I got two options here. I'd rather look at this guy and tell him that, hey, you stupid, man. Look what you did to my people, man. You devil, man. You this. And then I'm like, I have that option, or I say, hey, what's up, man? Hey, you sound pretty smart. What do you, hey, what idea do you have? How can we get money together? I had those two choices, So I'm like, if I tell him that he's a devil, he's this, and curse him out and tell him, blame him, and at the end of the day, he's gonna walk away. I walk away, and then what?
The bottom line is, I
go home to drink my. I go home broke. I say, Or if I say, yo, what's up, my man? Let's have some drinks, man. Hey, let's talk some deals. Let's talk business. Let's talk ideas. At the end of the day, I might get something out of him.
I got a couple of white guys that work in my network and whatnot, and they do good business. I make money. So some people also be like, something, man, you guys are white. I don't know. I look at that money I make every month, And so
exactly. It's personal. It's all that animosity stuff, man. Dude, that shit don't get The only time you should be, say you want to take is when you got power. You understand?
Black people don't want power. Black people don't want power. That's the last thing black people want. Power means that you have responsibility.
Exactly. Practicing racism without power is you're just wasting your time, dude.
It's like where everybody's like, man, get your powerless ass out of here. When Negroes,
people gonna laugh at you,
What you gonna do with your no power having ass, I say, yeah, I'm angry, I'm riled up, and we're gonna rise up. You ain't rising shit, Yeah.
What people respect is power, man. If you start going after a group of people that go, what they're gonna think first look is okay, why are you? They say they don't have no power. They're just gonna ignore you, man. Or he's gonna be laughing at you, or they're gonna just be,
they look at you like this, like what you call they like white people are cunning, right? Because what they'll do is throw black people off and pretend like they're nervous about what we think. They truly don't give a shit what we think.
They don't give a shit, dude. The only time white people be worried, the only time white people worry when you speak is if you're in a powerful position. Yeah. They see a powerful black man, they worry that they will respond. But if you're with black man with no power, you're talking, they just ignore your ass, man. They act like they're with you.
It's like even Democrats right now, right? It's like it's like they know they need the black vote, but they can't bring themselves to be like, well, this is what we're going to do and that, because that means that they respect us and give us power. That has not happened. They figure they can just
Exactly.
buy
The
up a
reason why
couple
they're not going
of
to
leaders.
do anything is you're not negotiating from a position of strength. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you got weakness. Black. I tell black all the
Exactly.
time. Why do you friggin'? And it gets me is black people. There's the stupidest thing talk about. We want tangibles, reparations. So white people start dangling reparations out like the now all these
Dangling in your face.
reparations. They're gonna study it. And people. I had this one sister the other day talk about. I'm sick of them playing with somebody. They're gonna study. Where they gonna have the money? Sister, that money ain't never coming. They're gonna study reparations. Christine Whitmer of New York. So we have a thing about we're going to study reparations. They look at these news cycles. That's what they talk about, reparations. Okay, we'll play the
You,
reparations
you,
card.
you see, when the other race of people want to negotiate, they're gonna there's a part of sector of the economy that they control. They will use that part to get in front of the government. Like, look, we want this, but they're gonna indirectly poke at the government. Like, look, this area here, if we pull this thing out of this area, it's gonna affect that place
Yeah,
economically.
we don't have.
They
We don't
negotiate with
have
that. The government gonna be like, damn, yo, we don't want the economy of that place to collapse, man. Yo, okay,
yeah.
we'll give you what you want. That's
Let's
how
say
you negotiate.
black people owned a bunch of chains like Walmart, right? And you could affect to basically say, okay, we'll shut down or something like that in these areas like that where you employ white people and black people, right? And
Exactly.
you have power. You can say,
Like
hey,
like
look,
exactly like something like Walmart. Something like Walmart. Don't know the Walmart.
yeah.
Imagine the guy say, "Yo,
Walmart decides. Walmart has a lot of power because it decides where it's going to build the next Walmart, and towns be jockeying for a position like, come build your Walmart here, come build your Walmart here, and everything like that.
imagine if Walmart was owned by black people. Like
Yeah,
you
black
can,
will have
you
some
can
power.
use that to negotiate. You can tell the government, yo, we want this, or we're just gonna pull all these Walmarts and take jobs away from all these people. I'm like, oh shit, okay, what do you want? You know, you gotta negotiate from a position of power, man, not weakness. You can't be broken and be talking about you want something. No one's gonna take it seriously, man.
Nope.
No one's gonna take it seriously.
And what do you think about my topic, the culture war? I said, I think we're making it turning a page because we got a lot of social media people who are basically what broke my heart is when the standard of black culture and like family values, Bill Cosby went to jail. That really affected me. I'm like, damn, man, he was like the last holder. They were determined to destroy Bill Cosby for what he stood for. Even though he made mistakes in his life, they're like this. This guy talked about family. He talked about
Yeah, it was the face of the positive dad, family. Because it was
right.
that.
So
Yeah,
the fact that they had to bring him down and whatnot, and basically said, no, you can't have that and whatnot. Because I always thought that was a good thing. You got a strong black role model. I didn't realize that people hated that.
yeah. Some
People
people
hate.
don't.
I'm like, so damn. So we have no role model. Bill Cosby used to be a powerful force in Black America, right? And to some thing, because he used to criticize Richard Pryor, he used to criticize Eddie Murphy and stuff like that, about the stuff, and people watched that thing with him because Bill Cosby had a lot of power, at one time, Now we don't have a Bill Cosby anymore, and everything. They thought it necessary to get rid of him. Now these people that basically put out filth and trash to us got a free reign, so it is what it is. But I think we are going to turn the page because at least we're talking about this. Why is Sexy Red influencing our girls? And stuff like this.
Well, that's the deal, Carla, though, man. The control, the power of the media is no longer in the hands of the anybody. Because now people really don't get their sources from that mainstream media anymore. People are more on social media, so anyone can control the narratives now.
That's true. Yeah, podcasters.
So
They can
so
talk about that
exactly.
video.
So what if black community want to control their own image now? You can just use it through, you know, even sport media. Most people don't. Back in the days, like used to be the mainstream media. They would define the image of an athlete. Like they may start demonizing an athlete, whatever. No one can. You can't get another side of the story of the athlete. But now is we all watch, the podcast. A lot of people got their own sport podcasts. Even former athletes create their own channels. They talk about whoever. So any community can control their own image now. He's
Hmm.
no longer in the hands of some white guy somewhere in Hollywood just making movies and rubbish and CNN, all these people. He's no longer in the hands, man. So no one should, there's no excuse why people cannot use the media to fix their own image.
Yeah, like I said, I sure hope so because, like I said, when I looked at that Megan Thee Stallion and Kamala thing, I said, that's what they really think of us. She out there twerking at a political event. I'm like, damn.
But
You know,
yeah, you can't blame. I don't think that's what they think. Yeah, they want to sell their party, and they're looking
why
for.
would they think? Why would they
Hold on
think
now.
black man is going to basically
They
be
they're
like,
looking for
you
who
know,
has followers. Okay, who you gonna invite? Someone that has millions of followers, or someone that has few followers? How many? If you go look at the positive black people, like the scholars and all this, how many followers do they have compared to these ones that are ratchets? They, you can't match, man. Name a black American scholar that has as many followers as Cardi B or Megan Thee Stallion. And how many young people in the black community follow like professors, scholars, and all these great people, intellectuals? They don't. They mainly follow entertainers. So you can't blame the party. The party want to sell them. They want to sell the product. So it's marketing. It's, to me, sometimes I don't think it's personal. It's just marketing.
yeah, check this out.
Really, not the party is the community.
This is like whataboutism, right? This guy, this FBA guy with Spawner says, "What about the white hoe twerking at the Olympics?" That's what he's trying to say. I'm like, what does that got to do with us?
They
So
always
no,
want to say, "Oh, if what they be like, well, white people do it too." Come on.
they will do that. White people do. So white people are the moral compass of us. We used to always brag that we have better morals than white people did back in the days. And we didn't do what they do. They went naked on the beach. We didn't go naked on the beach and whatnot. There's things they did that we was appalled by. Now it's like, oh, white people do it, so it must be all right. That's how sick we are, as a culture. There's a sick race of people. We're so sick. So we gotta get back to the essence of what Black America and Black is. And like I said, I got no problem with Black immigrants and whoever want to come here. They want to take advantage of the opportunity that's there, right? Come on ahead and do it. Come ahead and do it because Negroes will sit around all day telling you how they don't have no opportunity when there's libraries on every corner, there's resources every corner. They don't want to investigate. How can I get myself into a school? How can I get myself into this thing? Let me study. There's even things you could basically study about how to get government grants to start business, stuff like that. Anybody took the time, to invest in stuff like that, and you're on your way, right? But like I said, everybody wants to do is sit online all day complaining about the white man and this, that, the other thing. So I'm like, done with that. You know,
I think what a lot of people need to learn is how to just be humble, to know their level. Because I don't know, maybe it's just hip hop. Because people listen to hip hop where rappers always talk about, oh, I'm this, I'm that. You can't, I'm the greatest. I'm this. I'm no man is above me. I'm this and that. Sometimes if you're broken, you're nowhere. Just humble yourself, man. Don't be. Because what I notice is a lot of guys in the poor communities, their ego is through the roof, man. And if
yeah.
you have so much pride and you don't know an ego, I don't think somebody that can lift you up will be willing to pull you up because he is not even going to want to deal with you. Because first of all, why would I want to spend my time sacrificing my time to be mentoring you or showing you the way when you think you are above me already? At some point you gotta humble yourself,
And that's the problem. Like when people say, "Colin, get out there and mentor and whatnot." How you gonna mentor when the kid, unless you pulling up in a Benz and all this kind of stuff like flashy
he's gonna
stuff?
look at you like he want if you go to those environment trying to talk to those kids or those guys there, they're gonna look at you like, what the hell are you? Like, who you think you are?
Yeah, I was like, you ever see this thing where a drug dealer, a former Crip or whatever like that, or talk to young dudes on the street, say, y'all should be doing better. And they'll sit there and listen to them, you know? He goes, I got credentials. I used to run these streets when I don't tell me. So in other words, just because you ran the streets and everything, you got credibility to talk to these kids. But somebody who who got a message can't speak to them the same way. They're only gonna listen to you because of your background. It's like everything's going wrong in this culture, in Black culture. The good is seen as bad, the bad is seen as good, smart is seen as dumb, dumb is seen as smart. Everything's upside down, inside out. So it's this thing. That's what I do as a culture critic. People say, "Well, you always criticizing Black America." That's what I do. I just put it out there, and people disagree, agree, whatever, like that. But I can't basically.
Kala, one of the reasons why I have issue with like this attitude of thinking somebody's beneath you based on where that person comes from. Like some Black Americans already in their mind, they just think anyone that's African is just beneath them. And that stuff always gets to me. You will see a guy that probably just have less than a high school education, and he will see a professor. I'm talking about a professor from Africa, and he would think that professor is beneath him just because he's from Africa. And I'm like, dude, you gotta humble yourself, dude. This is a professor. This guy has more to teach you. He has more to offer you than you have to offer him. But in his mind, he's an African. He's an African. I'm like him.
That's
forget where the depression is from. Focus on the
American mentality. Whereas we're taught in America that America is the first world and everybody else around the world don't matter and stuff like that. So Black people inherit that too. But one thing Black people cannot take is the fact that, you got to still stand on your own square. You can't ride off America's coattails.
Let me tell you one. There was this one chick. She's Black American lady. She's kind of like she's someone I've known for a long time. She seems very nice. So she saw that I got my own business and things like that. And she now told me that baby daddy, the dude, he's always looking for a job. He can't get it right. This and that and that. And when I met the guy seems to be a nice guy, cool guy. I'm like, okay. So I felt maybe I can show him the way, just put him under me, kind of like mentoring, show him how to get started and things, get some experience under me and stuff. But when I started working with this guy, he just have it difficult to accept that I'm his boss. Like, literally, the issue he has is the fact that I'm African. Like, literally, like, I'm like, dude, if I'm where I started from, I started under somebody. I had to go from my own people. A mentor to mentor me, and when I was under my own mentor, I literally accept. I know when someone is the mentor, is the master, and I'm the student. You understand? Like if I come under you right now, like your company have a business, even the way I talk to you right now, the more if I discover that stuff, whatever company you have there, the business you do, I want to come learn. I want to catch up. I want to, get to your level. If I decided, hey, Caleb, can you be my mentor? Literally, I would drop down my ego. You understand? I literally would. Yeah. I will accept that.
I go through that with my agency that I go here. I got like equal number of white and Black one night. And the bottom line is, I'm like this because I'll be like, okay, like especially like a lot of older guys, right, in the business, right. I know a lot of guys that when I was first starting insurance, they was like, oh, let me tell you. Now my agency's growing, right. And they got to come and say, look, you can make a lot of money working with me, but they can't bring themselves to like think stuff like, yo, what's the contract? You gonna do the contract or not? Yeah, I want to do it, but what? They can't humble themselves and be like, something. I met this guy.
I think that's one thing y'all got to start teaching the young ones, man. Like, yo, you ain't nothing, man. Like everybody think that they're so. That's why the kids, even in school, you see kids talking to the teacher. Dude, that's your teacher. I think that's the difference in I won't say. I think it's American. I don't know what it is. It's American thing because we go to school in Africa, we didn't talk back to the teacher, dude. Like we know that's the teacher. We know hierarchy. You understand? We understand hierarchy. You know what I'm saying? Even in school, the students that are in the upper grade, we see them and say, You know, we call it the senior student. We recognize hierarchy, but here's like no one is, you know, everybody's the shit, you know, like everybody's the shit. Like this guy I'm
Yeah.
talking about, literally, I try to pull him under me, like get him, but there's no way I can be a teacher without, you know, being a teacher. Meaning, I got to correct you. I got to show, you know, it's like trying to teach someone how to. You're gonna have to be tough, you know, like pushy. You know what I'm saying? But humble yourself. There's no way I can. You make mistakes, and I'm gonna be smiling all the time. And I'm like, nah, I'm gonna be a little tough and pushing on you. Like if you make silly mistakes, I'm gonna tell you, I do. You messed up. But he can't accept it. His ego is too high. At the point, I had to cut him off. And years later, I see him. He called me about that was like about a few years ago. He later called me again, like, hey, Vinny, Jack. I'm like, dude, by now you could have gone very far. It's already how many years? If you don't humble yourself, you just stick to the goddamn plan. By now, you would have literally have so much experience that even people be calling you for job to come get a job. By now, you gotta be on your way to start your business. But you can't humble yourself to just accept that, okay, I'm under this guy. Just let me
And
humble myself and learn.
that's why the black businesses fail.
The
And
guy
some
look at me like you from Africa. You talking to me like that? And I know if this guy was not, if it was a white guy that he was working for, he will humble himself. But simply because I'm an African, he just can't find a way to accept that an African is talking to
Well,
him.
it's not just African. They do other black people too in America. You know, it's like,
Like
yo,
these guys, literally, sometimes I literally call his girlfriend. Like I'm like, yo, I can't work with your guy. I can't literally this guy. Cause it's almost like he want me to be buying down to him. I'm like, dude, I'm the boss here, dude. I'm not buying down, dude. If you're gonna work for me, you gotta humble yourself. First of all, the fact that you don't know anything, you already costing me money. Because I spend a lot of my time I'm supposed to be being more productive. I'm spending training you and things like that, and trying to hold you. I'm only doing you this favor because of your lady. Because I wouldn't have time. I don't have much to gain. You're the one that's here to gain, not me. You know, but the guy has too much ego simply because in the back of his mind, there this dusty African be talking to me like this. You know, like, dude, what do you want me to? It's not that way. I'm not even disrespecting. I'm not insulting. All I'm doing is correcting you, trying to show you the way. And for me to teach you this thing, this is a serious thing. It's a lot of stuff. I have to push you. I have to, because I need to make money while I'm teaching you at
they
the
don't
same time.
understand
But
something,
he
right?
cannot humble himself, man. And that's why he irritates me every time I see another black American always trying to talk down on me because I'm African on the platform. Because he always take me back to that guy. When he's like,
Yeah.
oh, you come here, you must pay homage. I'm like, shut the hell up, man. You nigga, don't tell me what to. Come on, man. Get some power before you start talking to me like, you know, you're the shit. You automatically think because I'm from Africa, I have to come bow down to you. Kidding me? Show me who you are. Show me your level before you talk to me about buying down to you, man.
That was funny the other night. That was hilarious the other night, man. It's like, you know, I respect you. I respect your ancestors, but y'all, I ain't expecting y'all for. That shit
True,
was so fucking funny.
like, I mean, that's what they're all doing. Like, you gotta go.
I was driving and whatnot. I had to pull over the side of the road. I was laughing so hard, man. I thought about that shit. I started laughing real hard, man. I pulled over the side of the road. That shit was so fucking funny. You know, and you got people out there talking about, yeah, my ancestors did the civil rights with Mike's listening like, who the fuck cares? Yo, I don't give a damn about that. So we wake black people up, man. Nobody gives a dang about when we fought for everybody. Like we want about anybody else. We just lucked out. And the civil rights movement. Let me tell you something about the civil rights movement, right? It was going to happen regardless, with or without us. America was in a Cold War. It had to do something, you know. It was all tokenism anyway, you know. And so something good came out of it, but it ain't like black people, because in the 70s, black people were complaining that the civil rights movement didn't do enough.
Why?
You know,
Why?
like, well,
All if you notice, all that era was the same time white people were being humble towards every black people in the world, the Caribbean, Africans, everybody, because they know that if all the black people just side with the Soviet, they were done. You understand? If all, like, literally, even black Americans could start spying for the Soviet easily, and then the African countries, they all could have just side with the Soviet, because the Soviet Union had a case. They had a case to represent, because the battle back then, because America and the Soviet couldn't face each other head to head because they were both like equal, like nuclear power, you know. And so they had to be fighting a proxy war, and the war was really to who's going to influence the war the most, basically. Who, you know, and the only way to win that war is if which country will side with who, you know. And America had to be campaigning.
America
Huh?
had to put out their propaganda by
Exactly.
using it was like this. That's all it was. The propaganda by America. You know.
Propaganda, and they use like entertainment. They use y'all though, man. I won't gonna lie, because they started promoting like all the best American entertainer. That's why in the 70s they were selling, they were showing off, and Jackson, like they literally were selling Black American entertainment to Africa for us to just side with them. And they would send some Black American delegates go and talk to the African leaders, like trying to
Yeah.
sell
No, we're
America as a
used.
Black
We're
country.
used.
And for Africans to say that, okay, we have to side with America because it's a Black country and the Soviet Union is a white country, and those African leaders, most of them bought that shit, man. The only ones that didn't buy it, they were not trying to buy it, were those ones that lived in America, like the Nkrumah kind of people that know the truth. That, oh, nah, these people, they're not really white Black country, man. They oppressing Blacks. So that was again. So America was really in a panic mode. That's why they were giving all these civil rights, everything. You think it's just you go march, a white man will give you something because you march? Are you kidding me?
No, no, no. It was just, like I said, I'm a geopolitical pundit, and I studied that. It was basically the height of the Cold War, and America basically was trying to sell its brand to the rest of the world. Not just
Exactly.
yeah, but also Eastern Europe. Eastern Europe, the Balkans. It was Southeast Asia and everything. Remember, so the Philippines wanted America out of the Philippines. Remember that post World War II, they want
Yeah.
independence, but they agreed to keep Subic base, right? And America had a base in Japan and South Korea, And so the bottom line
If you
is,
also notice, Carla, if you pay attention, if you notice that during the Cold War era, if you know the African countries, a lot of the economies were doing great, man. Like they were they were that was the best time when African things started collapsing. It was right after the collapse of the Soviet Union when America became the sole superpower. If you look at
yeah,
Nigeria economy started going free fall from the 90s. The moment the Soviet Union collapsed, literally the economy started going free fall. Like they started putting their foot on their neck of those African economies. But during the
America,
Cold War, they were more humble towards the Africans, man. Even the
America,
DME will be talking shit. They can't even do shit to him. Like the African leaders had mouths to talk, about during the Cold War because America were more humble. They know that hey, we
why
can't
the
afford to let this guy talk against us.
Africans were more respected when they came in America because they don't want them going back to their country saying, "Yeah, these people treat me bad. Let's side with the Soviet Union." That's why I said, "Oh, wait a minute here. You're African. And because we don't want you going back to your country spreading bad stuff about us. So we'll rectify the problem." And that's what that. It was not because America loved you so much, it's just because they knew geopolitics. America's very
Yeah.
slick. But Black America, right? No, they don't give a shit about what we think. You and I say, what you think? Get out of here. They don't care about what you guys think. We're not. You guys dependent on us. For everything. You guys got no power, no infrastructure. You have nothing here. So what exactly are you going to do? And the only thing you really want is to live in our neighborhoods. So what are you going to do? And I think this is one of the reasons why we have this situation we have right now. There's no respect. Black America has no respect for itself anymore. It's like, what do we have left? We have nothing, So yeah. Nigeria was leveraging deals, benefiting from. That's what a lot of Africans were doing. America's a problem of this. They get this. Liberia mastered that game. They would get something. Liberia used to play Germany and England against each other.
Oh,
And
God, it
that's
all.
what. So that guy playing superpowers with each other was always an African strategy. Until like 1990
You
when the
know
Soviet.
those independence in the 60s. The British, the French, man. They in fact the French lost World War II, man. Like they literally had to get the hell out of there because the Soviet was coming. They had to get the hell out of there and put the African faces there. So that's what all that independence was all about, man. It's fake. They couldn't be there because the Soviet was coming and they were going to
Yeah.
side with the Africans to kick the French and British out. All those Europeans. So it was a Cold War policy that was going on, and people don't know that. Get the hell out. It was man. The Soviet really did Black war a favor, man. Like we don't give them credit, man.
Yeah, without the Soviet Union and the NATO and the West were that unchecked power in the world.
Yeah,
You know,
that's why I'm scared. If they fully defeat Russia, God Lord.
yeah, I don't know why people talk about, oh yeah, I want Ukraine. Ukraine's a neo-Nazi state. You know,
Exactly.
the neo-Nazi is a world headquarters of neo-Nazi movements. You know, and you got people talking about, oh, poor Ukraine, frick Ukraine. I hope Russia takes that over and make it another province. You know, one
It's
less
just,
problem we got to worry about.
it's just a matter of time before they take that shit over.
Yeah, hopefully.
It
Who
is.
who take what? You mean
Before
Ukraine?
Russia took over
Russia?
Ukraine. Yeah.
Ah, well, we don't know, man. The way it's kind of looking like.
I know. 1 minute I keep hearing that Ukraine just demolished a Russian city. When how the hell did that happen, man? You know?
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering too, man. The invasion of Russia.
Is this propaganda or is they telling the truth, man? I
Yeah,
don't
yeah,
know.
yeah. You can't really believe what you hear in the media anymore. I don't,
Yeah.
you know, because they like this. Like they say, Harris is up in the polls. When how the hell that happened?
Oh yeah,
You
she gonna be the next president. What? That's why I keep telling everybody. Well,
bottom line is, I don't see how that happened because the groundswell is.
it's
Remember
fake,
when
man.
Barack Obama was in president? He had an enthusiastic black community, right? He was going to get 99% black voter turnout, right?
But
And then,
I don't
go
think they can afford to let Trump win though, man, because of this, this war, like the way you say it's gonna end it, like all these billions that America already put into Ukraine, Russia, Trump is just gonna end it like that.
Well, I tell you
I
right
mean,
now, if
how-
Kamala wins or not, I'll tell you right now what America's going to look like when she just opens the border up and whatnot, and just
Idiocracy.
basically
You ever seen that
transgender
movie? The
culture.
movie Idiocracy. That's what it's
Yeah.
gonna look like.
Kind
Yeah.
of the assassination attempt on Trump. Do you think it was planned, or do you think
No,
they
it
got
was no, it was some young kid. This is what it is. Let me tell you something how it was, right?
At first, I
What's
thought
going
it was real.
check this
Wow.
out. This is what happened, right? You have these young dudes that are incels, right? And they so ginned up about Donald Trump, right? Because basically they made Donald Trump out to be the bully, the bully. He's a bully. He's a white male. He's a bully. Blah 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 blah. And you got young white guys out there, right, who are sexually confused and all stuff like this. And they're basically like, we have to say, why didn't you like Trump? Because he has a toxically masculine and all this kind of stuff like that. I said, well, what does that have to do with his policies? That's what they're voting on. So this guy was basically, kid was trying to take out what he perceived as a bully, Donald Trump,
After all the evidence came out, though, Collar, man, you think that was real or fake?
Oh yeah, I do.
You think
Yeah,
it's real?
I do. I don't think they faking. One guy got killed. Yeah, that's not fake. That one guy died.
Well, people could die here.
Well, the guy got shot and killed trying to. Well, he was gunned down. He got hit by a
Yeah,
bullet.
but what?
Well, Trump was lucky, man. The guy's like an inch
That's
away
what
from.
I'm saying. What are the odds his ear gets skinned by a fucking what is
Well,
that?
he
What is
turned
that?
around the right. They
AR-15?
turned around. It was like a
If his ear
disturbance.
would
He
have
had
got skinned by
yeah.
an AR-15, his fucking ear would have been blown
I don't even
off.
know. Hold on. I don't. They don't even say that it was the AR-15 hit him. It could have been when he fell. He could have got that ear cut when he fell. Nobody said it was from the bullet.
No.
Okay.
If that bullet go past your hair by a few inches, it's gonna pierce you, man. It's gonna pierce your
Well,
hair.
man, I don't know, man. I can't.
No, the
I
Yeah,
speed
can't.
of that
I agree.
bullet, the speed of that bullet is gonna pierce you, dude. If a bullet fly by you, like close by you, it's gonna pierce your skin.
Yeah, I can't say that was totally.
I believe that was real. I don't
I
think
can't
Trump
say
got
it was
anything to
totally
gain.
real, man. It was
Anybody
too
had anything
many.
to gain?
It was too
They
many
have a big
coincidences.
shakeup.
And how you
Hold up,
gonna jump up and pump up your fist after you
well,
just
I
got
don't know,
shot at?
man. Like I
Like
said, the bottom line
that's
is you'd be
bullshit,
surprised.
man.
You'd be surprised, man. I don't believe in
So what are you
conspiracy.
saying? Are you saying who
How you
now?
gonna
Are you
jump
saying
up
who staged this?
after you just
Trump
got
staged it?
shot at, pumping your fist?
You really Bantu, you really think Donald Trump faked all this?
Man, come on, man. How you gonna
No,
jump
man,
up
come
after you
on,
get
man.
blasted?
You hold up.
And
You believe,
motherfucker, you don't
look,
know
you
if
believe,
there's still shooters
So
out there.
Donald
You
Trump
know
is
what
going to
you're doing.
prison by faking.
Look, what will
Are
he
you
gain?
kidding me?
What will he gain by doing all this?
What would he gain, man? You see the
Yeah,
pictures
what will
that
he
they
gain?
took. He trying to be
Hold
an
on, I
icon.
don't
He
think
trying to be the
Well,
next
try to make
president.
sense. Don't tell us that he's trying to be this, but trying to make sense of what you're telling us because the secret
what
service. So
to
for him
make
to
any
plan
sense.
this, that means is the secret service have to be in on it. I mean, come on now. Like what? You plan with the Secret Service? Like, hey, let's stage this assassination. I mean, come on, it doesn't
They
make sense.
say the whole head of CIA Secret Service was fired for this incident.
Exactly. I mean,
Yeah.
that
That's
would
what
be
I'm
a crime
saying.
for you. If they
Another
find out
thing.
you say something
How
like that,
the
that would be a
whole
crime.
Secret
Why would they
Service
risk
didn't
going to
see this
jail?
dude? How the whole Secret Service didn't see this dude this close to him?
I know it was
That's a
on a
All
roof.
this how
coincidence,
this
right?
how
Hold on,
uh,
look, yeah, like I
You
said,
got
there was a
a whole
now. You know
Secret
what?
Service is the incompetent motherfuckers that can't see a motherfucker that's
Let me
100
teach you
yards
something,
away.
Bantu. Let me
Man,
teach you
are you
something.
kidding me?
but they saw him. That's why they took him out, though, right?
Check this out. Check this
Man,
out.
what do you mean
This is what happened, bro. This is what
they
happened.
saw him after he shot?
But bottom line, check this out. This is what happened, right? The people in the CIA Secret Service and the local law enforcement basically were not coordinating together. They're supposed to, and that's
Man,
why basically,
they said the police seen this
you know,
dude before even the shit even happened. What?
and the
Y'all
bottom line,
motherfuckers
they didn't
believe
hold up.
anything
Look,
that y'all see,
they
man.
saw the guy up there on the roof, but they said the message didn't get to the people on the ground in the
Man,
Secret
what the
Service.
fuck?
So the bottom line is, yeah, he was shot at. I was watching that thing live and I heard the shots.
I seen this shit, man.
I saw the shit too when that. So
Okay,
you
so hold on, Kala, what is he trying to tell us happened? What are you trying to say happened?
I have no
I'm
idea.
I'm not trying to tell you what happened. I'm trying to tell you look at the evidence and see
What
what happened
evidence?
for
Hold up, but you
yourself.
have
Okay,
no idea.
evidence towards
What
what?
do you say happened?
Say again.
What do you say happened? Right? I saw that Trump was almost hit by a bullet. I saw it. I was
I
watching it live.
didn't see no bullet. I didn't see shit. I heard pop, pop, pop. He dug
And what
So
was
down.
you're
it?
supposed to see
What
the
was that?
bullets or what? What are you saying? This supposed to show us a picture of the bullet flying or what? What are you just trying to say, man?
They, if you look, they showed you pictures of the bullets flying. That's another thing. They showed pictures of that.
So what are you
Well,
saying? You didn't. You say
I
you
saw
see the
it
bullet. So you're
live
supposed
when
to see the bullet.
All
I
I'm
saw the thing
saying
live. I
is,
was watching the thing live when it happened. I was watching the speech.
all I'm saying is, it's
The
not a
bottom line, he was shot
coincidence.
at, bro. Yeah.
Okay, he was shot at. But all I'm saying is,
Yeah, he was
was it
shot at, man. He
staged
was shot at,
or
bro.
was he? Because
What do you say?
it don't
Who
make sense.
knows why? Who knows?
And what is it? Let's see what you're trying to
Who
say. You say
knows? Who knows?
It don't make sense
what doesn't make sense?
that they seen this dude before it even happened.
Because
Okay,
hold up,
That's
they
like,
saw the
what?
dude, but it wasn't basically relayed to Secret Service on the ground. That's why the lady's fired. That she had to
why?
resign
Who
because
gives
they
a fuck if it
break
was
down the
related
communication.
to Secret Service or not? Or if you a policeman, you see a motherfucker on the roof, and you know a
It
big
don't
ass
work like
rally's
that. Like I
gonna
said,
happen.
you know how many times people got assassinated and whatnot because police. Like, I did club security before.
Man, this shit
You know how
wasn't
hard
even that sloppy when
you can't
JFK got killed. Man, get the fuck out.
check us out. Check us out.
Come on,
What you
bro.
call when I used to do club security, right? You know what I mean? How every second somebody was trying to bring a gun in the club. One night you have to be really on your P's and Q's. Every second you can't relax one bit. What happens is just like a couple. You remember a
Man, you
couple of
talking
years ago?
about Secret
Hold on,
Service,
a
not
couple of
no
years. Hold on,
motherfucking
a
club.
decade ago. Hold on, a decade and a half ago, there was this Korean guy that shot up University of Virginia. Remember that? He went in there and shot up University of Virginia and killed like 30 students. Remember that?
Man, Secret Service ain't any fucking university.
So what I'm
Yeah,
saying
we
is, though, there were all kinds of police outside, right? And you ask yourself this question, and nobody got fired. Just like the Park Hill shooting, right? The police said, "Why didn't the police rush the guy, the killer, whatever like that?" They didn't. Same thing happens here. Police are derelict of duty. All the time. It happens all the time.
I don't believe this shit.
Well, it happened.
How
It happened before. The Park Hill shooter. When they said the cop could have saved lives, and he ran ran towards the bullets, right? But he basically was allowed to retire, and basically he showed active cowardice. This guy, these people right here missed the ball. They were supposed to communicate with it. They had no way of communicating with the Secret Service on the bottom because we would tell you something, when you do law enforcement and security, everybody got their little egos and nobody's really working together. Like, who are these guys telling me what to do and stuff like that?
Man, I was a security guard, Kala. I know this shit already.
Yeah, I'm saying, so the bottom line, that's exactly what happened. Some security guard shit.
Yeah, I
That's
don't
exactly
know,
what
man.
happened.
Ain't no man gonna jump up after just getting shot at with no motherfucking
Well,
assault rifle.
Donald Trump is not any other man. Donald Trump is
Man,
like,
Donald
he's from
Trump
New York.
ain't shit.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I know
I
you don't like
said,
Donald Trump, but Donald Trump is a freaking is a strong man. He's from New York. He's from Queens, like I am. That's a strong dude.
fuck.
So the bottom line is everybody. Oh, Kamala's weak. Kamala's a weak woman that's gonna friggin' take this country over the damn cliff. You may not like, Trump, but the bottom line is in this
I don't like
situation,
neither one of them motherfuckers. For the
one of
record,
them going to be in office. Like I said, it doesn't matter what you don't like. One of them's going to be in office. One of them's going to be in office. So it don't matter.
Against Biden, I was 100% behind Trump, but against Kamala,
I
I'll
was
say I'm
behind.
50-50 right now. Do you know
I
why?
ain't gonna, I ain't gonna lie. I was behind Trump too on Biden, but
because I won't mind seeing my first Jamaican
bro, I
American
don't give a
president.
fuck about these people, man. What they like, y'all Silver said, what they gonna do for you? What the fuck are they gonna really do for you? What is the president gonna do for you?
The bottom line is they're not going to do nothing for me.
Yeah, I don't think any of them is going to really change my life like that.
I do know that we cannot sustain fucking giving billions of dollars to Ukraine. China's about to take over Taiwan, which will call you got instability at the border, people flooding in. This is not sustainable, And you also, Kamala's thinking about giving these illegals Social Security and Medicare. That's what it feel like working. That would bankrupt the system because everybody paid into it. So you're gonna give people who haven't paid into the system Social Security and Medicare that didn't pay into it when not. This is insane. I mean, seniors are
They're
gonna go.
not. It's not like they're going to be sick. It's a bunch of young people, though. It's not like a bunch of old people. I mean,
No.
people that constitute liability to the medical system are old people, though. But a lot of those might be
Social
young
Security is
people.
also disability.
They bring a lot of different kind of
Social Security is
diseases
also
that's not
disability. If
even
you got disability, if you're
known
on
over there, bro.
disability, you collect Social Security, and you can collect Medicare after being on disability for 2 years. This is what I do for a living, And so the bottom line, you could potentially have millions of people flooding into the Medicare rolls and whatnot. That would bankrupt the system. Already hospitals. I'm telling you right now. When I work at that, they said we have such a shortage of doctors and specialists, right? Because of the illegal aliens and stuff like that coming here. There's a shortage of doctors, people who pay for care when I can't get.
Allah, trust me, this American government, they're not stupid. This is what they're gonna do, man.
Oh yeah,
I
they
know
are.
very well. They're gonna find the ones among them that they can use for some high productivity. Those are the only ones they're gonna give.
You cannot make a doctor work. More and more doctors are using nurse practitioners, right? We don't see doctors in office anymore because there's not enough of them anymore.
Yeah, but here's the deal, man. Like a lot of these immigrants, they're very hungry, man. And every society,
Who?
you can when you have very
doctors.
Hmm?
Oh yeah, that's what I'm saying. The whole thing is now in the future, you're going to have to go to third world countries and get doctors from them because there's no way you can sustain this in America. You're going to have to go to Nigeria, Philippines.
Have you heard about the STEM program? The STEM program?
STEM, yeah.
Yeah, which is science, technology, those. Yeah, America is they're kind of like struggling with that with the American children because a lot of them don't want to go major in all this science stuff, man. Like they're literally offering like
I say, that's more attractive.
Yes, hold on now, huh?
More people let me tell you something, brother. In this country right here, people we're in the post-industrial age. People don't want to hear about building and all that stuff like that anymore. All they want is that nice job with the nice CRM and whatnot, doing data pushing. What's a data center? We're in the innovation age.
A lot of these Gen Zs, they're complaining. Have you heard about people complaining about these Gen Zs, how lazy they are? Like, I'm not saying lazy.
But I know the Gen
Zs. But hold on. A lot of them, that when they go to school now, they don't want to major. Hold on, listen, man. They don't want to major in these difficult science courses, man.
Yeah,
a lot of them don't want to.
Right. Yeah, I know, but in third world countries, they will. I get that.
That's what I'm saying. So a lot of those hungry young immigrants, what they do, this is what they do. In fact, I'm in this environment. I know what's going on. Trust me. Even a lot of those when they come as students, this is what the schools tell them. They say, listen, if you major in this STEM program and you graduate, we will upgrade your visa from student to we'll give a green card. Because America, they're in high demand for these, professions, man.
America is becoming more of a globalist country. We're losing.
But they can't really compete. Even European countries are leaving America behind. China has left America behind in terms of producing. Even Apple said he said, "Yo, we got to move to China because we need like thousands of engineers. We can't find them in America, dude." Because the American kids are not. They're not interested in those.
Hold on. Mike, this is why I disagree. In Silicon Valley, Prairie Valley, most of the technology you see comes from the United States,
Yeah. The technology, but I'm talking about the workforce. I'm not talking about the science. Of course, you have hold on. The scientists, we got the MIT, we got the scientists, the MIT and all that. But I'm talking about like professions. I'm not talking about scientists. Scientists is not a problem. Producing your scientists is never a problem. But I'm talking about the professions. You literally need, if China has 1 million engineers, for you to compete with that with productivity, you're gonna have to match that 1 million engineers. You understand what I'm saying? You're trying to produce 1 million engineers, you have to produce 1 million engineers too to match them in that productivity. You understand? So
this is another thing. They say it's full of Indians. Do you know the only reason why you see Indians in Silicon Valley because Microsoft went to India because it was so cheap, and Indians are learning the technology like Zoho.
You know, they're importing Indian IT specialists.
Yeah, because they're cheaper. You know how much Indians work for?
It's not because they're cheaper, dude. Bro, trust me. When it comes to all these high-paying jobs, American, they're not doing no cheap. No, the government is not. The only people, hold on. The only labor area, hold on, calm down. The only workforce where they will accept cheap labor, whatever illegal shit, is the freaking like construction, those ones with heavy lifting. But if it comes to the professional shit, they're not about to bring nobody who can take jobs from the Americans, man. The only time they bring him is when they can find non-professionals in America is when they bring him to come fill it in. The U.S. government is not going to allow some engineer from another country to go take job from an engineer from America.
Why Microsoft with headquarters in India? Why? Because it's cheap.
No. If you're talking about manufacturing, but if you're talking about like actual store and ground here, they're not importing workers because the only reason they import them
software for pennies on the dollar compared to anybody else. I use Zoho. That's a CRM created by an Indian company. Zoho CRM. Customer relations module. I use that software. And the bottom line is that's an Indian group that did that. And Ring Central. That's my phone system. And I think that's American, but they have a lot of tech support in India too. They outsource a lot of tech support to India.
Let me tell you Let me tell you from a study that I did. America did one stupid mistake, man. They did something very dumb, and they begin to regret it. You know how they would take the quality education and put it in a white community, like the upper class community, and then the lower class communities, especially where minorities are, Hispanics and Black, they kind of step down the education system, like quality. Now, the mistake they made is a lot of white people, especially upper class whites, they've made so much wealth that their children, they're the ones that are not going to these high institutions.
They don't want
to finish. Hold on. Wait. Hold on. When the millionaire, wealthy white person, right, that owns a company, when they're the only ones, because America kind of put the quality education in the hands of the private schools, right? If you notice that, it's the private schools that are actually giving the best quality. The public schools are kind of like shitty. So now the only people sending the kids to the private school now to get this quality education are like the wealthy people, right? Or the people that have kind of like built, established. So what's going on is that now those people now, when they send those children to those private schools and then the top university, the Harvard, the MIT, when those kids graduate, they don't go straight to the workforce. What they do is they inherit their parents' wealth, and they're not willing to go to the workforce to start from where the demand for workers are. I literally have white friends like wealthy that graduated from university, and guess what he did? This guy got a degree in freaking mechanical engineering. Guess what he did? He went and took over his dad's restaurant that's making millions of dollars a year. So this guy got an engineering degree where in a country where there's high demand for engineers, and you want to take over his
Right,
dad's
well, that's
restaurant.
the same thing that happened in Vietnam, right? They educated all these Vietnamese engineers, and they found they could make more money in the stock exchange in Vietnam and whatnot. So they always are short on engineers because
When
people were like,
but where I'm going is that where they could have provided a quality education for the poor kids in the American society, where if those ones finish, get out of school, they're not inheriting no mom's goddamn business. They go straight to the workforce. You know, now a lot of those white kids, all of them, those now they have generational wealth. They're the only ones you give an opportunity to go to these quality institutions. When they as they're graduating, they're not
Why
going
the
to the
fuck
workforce.
would you go to work if you got fucking millions and billions of dollars in the fuck?
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. So the
Fuck.
high institutions, they're all filled with those rich kids that their parents are rich, and you expect that when they graduate, they're gonna go be looking for a job and feeling going into the workforce. Now you
That's
have
why
these
these
companies, they can't
motherfuckers are
find
on
you got
workers.
to be
drugs
hungry. The
and
hungry
shit.
people go into the workforce.
They all exactly. That's why it's only the immigrant kids. They're not.
The immigrants are hungry, like Zongo, man. He's hungry as hell, man.
Yeah, Mike, I think you're missing one point. Even like the case of those wealthy people, even if like they inherit like their parents' like company, is still part of like the workforce anyway. So I think it's still the same thing regardless.
No,
Like
no, 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 no. We're
if
talking
you
about
if you
Work.
if you
wait,
look
wait.
at it from an objective point of view.
No, no.
But yes,
But
I do. Yes, I do agree because a lot of Americans
okay, let me give
do
you an
have like
example. Wait,
let me make
let me.
this point. Let me make
Okay,
this
go ahead.
point first. Like a lot of Americans do have like this misconception that most of like the qualified professionals that get job in most of the industries within American economy get like low paying job. Well, you have to understand like the labor like union before like this like immigrants will get access like this like the employment visa or something like that. They got to go through like the labor union. The labor union, you have to like satisfy the condition, the standard over there, and the standard says that you are not allowed to pay any immigrant a salary that is lower than American
What do
salary.
you mean,
You have
immigrant? Immigrant like
yeah.
what? Green card person?
No, I mean the professionals, like people like that have some sort of like
You mean people with
access.
work visas?
Yeah, H-1B visa, precisely. So that's what I mean by that.
Well, people that import, yeah, well, they make all kinds of policy. Depends on the field. But the
No, I'm
one you
talking
mentioned
about
about the workforce. Hold on, give me a second.
uh,
Those kids are not going to no goddamn workforce. They're not coming to the company to get to actual to start to get into the working. They're just management. They sit down next to the daddy and just freaking just run the shit. They're not going to. And secondly, many of them will study this I goddamn shit because daddy said he wants his son to be an engineer so that way he can be proud. Boy, he finish and go take over daddy's big restaurants. That's not where they need you. America does not need you. America does not need. They're pumping money to STEM program, science, engineering, because that's the field where they need
I
people.
gotta say something, Mike. We're no
And you
longer a developing.
graduating because your daddy sponsor you, and then you finish, and then instead rather you go into the where they need you, the oil field,
Welcome to
the
Gen X's. That's
you
our
say, nah, I
generation.
can't do no work, man. I can't do no goddamn work. You go take over
yeah,
dad's money.
I think is like, there's a host of several factors, right? I mean, because like it's all part of like American democratic system. They kind of promote freedom of choice, right? So if you have the choice to decide whatever you want, that is the trade-off that you have to like bear with, because not all Americans would want to engage or like participate in the STEM related programs. So that's the trade-off because countries they tend to like I mean prioritize like those programs like oh if you want like your country to reach that level, then you have to like engage in those kind of like programs because they
Yeah,
are
that's
like
the price they're paying for
advanced.
freedom. Where
Yeah,
America and Europe compared to China, where the Chinese
freedom of
government be the
choice.
one
Yeah,
that's trying to tell you what to do. The
yeah,
Chinese
yeah.
government be the one to force you to where you work, where you do, where you they control their own.
That's a good
Yeah,
idea. I think that really that's a good idea.
yeah, because like
Yeah.
that's like those like programs they're like backbone like of the modern economy, and like I mean that's why like those like if you have like skills in those fields, even here in the U.S. if you have any like STEM related degree, even like as a student, international student, you do get additional 2 years to be able to work for the company in the US. They have like a special privilege, the STEM, like people with like those degrees in America.
Yeah, those
You
10
have
degrees, man.
yeah, you have a
They
special,
hire you from your
yeah,
before you even finish school.
yeah. They have like a special privilege, pretty much. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Like my younger sister, man. Like by junior year, man, it's like all the companies already like giving offering her jobs and stuff. So you know that's
Another
family.
thing is also you guys realize that when you have these high tech companies, where they're located at is very, very important. A lot of them times are located in areas where there's black. If I'm a company, right, and I'm going to basically, and I got a software company, right, I'm going to make millions of dollars a year, right? I got a young staff and everything like that, right? Like you got the Silicon Prairie, people like you got a nice building, everything. Would you rather locate that in the inner city? We have to deal with black people, or would you rather have it in the suburbs somewhere where you could go out to Starbucks for lunch and meet at Panero's Bread for lunch, or go out to dinner at Outback and whatnot, and be home by your pool in the suburbs and everything, and not have to worry about getting carjacked, robbed, and whatever like that. Of course, you're gonna be like this. I don't want to deal with that the issues that comes with locating to the urban areas and stuff like that. So it ain't that easy while people go, because that means the black people is really tough saying, okay, I'm gonna leave my community to move off to this white area to work. You leave it behind a community
Yeah,
that's
and
advantage.
and Kyle, I think I mean a lot because like that's why a lot of the times I find it very hard to. I mean, I get it, like because general like people are general like attracted those like entertainment, sports, and all related stuff. But I mean, if we kind of like diversify or like just like extend our attention in other area and other sectors within American economy, I think it would do a lot of great service to most black people in America because that
And,
way they know, oh, I can look up to that guy, I can be like that guy. He's a civil
But
engineer. His guy did this, he did that.
that's what
You
we
understand?
used to have
and
back
Because
in the
Kala,
day.
look at this
that
guy.
leads to my question, Lungu.
Let me finish.
Yeah.
This Mike, I'll let you go. Like this guy, for instance, like Chameleon, like that rapper, when he Chameleon, that rapper, when he kind of like transitioned into tech investment in Silicon Valley, man, like that's when he realized that they don't have enough black participation in those industries, and like for him to be that famous in America and to realize that most black people are not even participating in that industry, that was like mind blowing for him actually. Yeah, yeah. Oh man,
You
he's a
know
famous now.
that leads to my question. Like, Kala, why can't all these guys, all these Michael Jordan, Shaq, all these
Well,
guys that make
we don't all live in the same area. Now, if we
no,
basically,
no, listen. Let me land, though. Let me land. Why can't they all like it? Even it doesn't even want to be them. Like just black professional, whatever. Like set up like maybe in every black populated neighborhoods, like set up like tutoring, like some kind of STEM tutoring and building. The
well,
Asians,
I'll tell you, you want my
and
answer?
then like kind of like hold on. No matter how shitty your schools are, if you set up a math and science tutoring building program in those neighborhoods, and you allow those kids at an early age from elementary school already coming there, like moms just dropping them there, and then people start just tutoring them in those subjects. That will go a long way there because by the time they finish high school, they already have a solid foundation in those science,
Yeah,
math and
you know
science. They
something
can, they
we
can
used to
now
have
easily get into the
that.
institution
Let me say this:
and go acquire those degrees. I
we
think
used
those are
to
the
have
things you guys should be having conversation about instead of all these history lessons you guys always talk about. Oh, the 60s,
that.
the
Right.
Jim
We used to
Crow,
have
slavery.
that in New York.
Am I? Do you know what is shocking? Going to college to study history, you don't get a lot of like, good job actually. It's something that you could probably
And
learn
a
from
lot of
home.
people don't even
They
know
go to
real
college, go
history.
study African American history.
Oh man, you don't get
They
no
don't even
good
know
job.
really. I have yet to
Everybody
really hear anybody
everybody
articulate
thinks
Black
history
history.
is a joke. History is not a joke, man. I
No,
used to think
no, fake history
I
is a
used to think I used
What
to
you
think
gonna
my
do?
whole
How
career,
you gonna get a job with that?
yeah,
fake
well
history is
every
a
go ahead. Go
no,
ahead.
no, I'm saying fake history is a joke. And I really don't see a lot of people like now Dollar Bill. When I
Indian
talk to
history.
Dollar Bill,
Pseudo
I can tell
history.
when I talk to Dollar Bill, he knows what he's talking about. I can tell when somebody's well read. You know,
But
me,
yeah,
I can tell when somebody's well read.
history is important, but
Yeah,
you know,
real history, knowing real history and how to and like this, but we don't get a lot of real history. You gotta admit that. You know, we don't get a lot of real history.
most people don't think it's really important at all. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because the Bible, you know why? Let me tell you why.
Everything is important in life, but we're talking about something important to like personal development. Is what we're talking about in terms of economical development. That's what we're talking about.
If people saw that history is a continuation, they see where they're going, right? Like you say, Americans say, "Okay, we're in the industrial age." Blah blah. This is 1950s industrial age. Right? They're gonna say, "Well, how did we get here?" Well, just a few hundred years ago, it was an agrarian society, and then it was in Europe. It was this. We had feudalism. Before that, we had the Roman Empire, the Holy Roman Catholic
I
Church,
used to
and everything.
think this was a
Interesting
joke
history,
too.
right? Because history tells them where they came from, where they go, where they're at, and it gives you a roadmap to
Okay,
where
now that you know where you came from and where you're at, and you don't have jack, how are you gonna? What are you gonna
we
walk
can't
through? That
even
you're gonna use to
agree.
take
If
yourself to
black
the next
people
level?
can't even agree on where they came from and where they're at right now, you know, it's insane. It's a waste of time.
It's good to know, yeah, but hey, you know, but you also have to build what's. I mean, you get in the battle of today. You know, economic competition. You know, you got to be able to build. I mean, at the end of the day, you can have all the history knowledge, speak all the English grammar, be able to preach everything, know the Bible in and out like Hebrew Israelite and all those things. If you can produce and you broke and your kids are freaking on, yeah, all that stuff is just talk and okay, you're just happy that you know, but you can't move to the next level. You got to be able to. Power is what we're talking
What
about.
is the next level? What, a job?
Where you create goddamn, yeah, create jobs for your people, yeah, make goddamn money, start company, get in the competition where you know your
Yeah,
community
I don't
become powerful like the Jews.
about
You know,
now
if
the
you have a bunch of so many black people in
people.
the STEM industry, like the Indians, and you guys are freaking running, starting black big science technology companies and things, bunch of it. No one is gonna goddamn look at you and be like, "What the fuck?" Where when a Nigerian immigrant come over here and the company is gonna apply for his bunch of Black American companies, you think they're gonna be freaking talking like y'all accusing us of coming here
Yeah,
and
yeah,
respect?
yeah.
They're gonna be
I
saluting
agree.
y'all, man. In fact, we're
I,
gonna be aligning with y'all, aligning behind y'all.
yeah,
You know, like
I
you
agree.
always
Cause like,
demand.
yeah,
But we
cause like,
come over here and you guys are not running shit, and you say we should lie behind you. I'm like, are you kidding me?
yeah, cause a lot of times, like, even like when it comes to like, even like the hip hop, like Kala said, like it's a street culture and everything, right? It feel like the whole industry within like the hip hop, if you want to like analyze it critically, you can like you come to the realization that even like most black people do not like benefit from that industry. And like if you look from like the from upstream all the way to downstream level, just look at like the distribution companies. They are mostly like white companies. They are really like dominant in those kind of like that particular sector. I mean, the black people are just like sort of like employee, and the impact of hip hop is mostly against the black masses, and it's not really fair. So you imagine like if the black people dominate across all sectors within the hip hop industry, then we can confidently say even after 50 years, black people have really benefited from something. They have like real institutions, real benefit that gives employment to black people, and in that way, if black people want to change the trajectory of hip hop, then it's going to be possible because currently a lot of people just listen to like degenerate music. People don't like it, but hey, guess what? The big people like that's what they want because they want to like to blind like the general masses, pretty much.
Dumb us down.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, they were talking about this years ago. People dumbing down the masses, and that's what it is because dumb shit sells, you know, and everything like that. And so the
Yeah.
Bible
Tyler, can you
conscious.
imagine like if a black person was the one who owned like YouTube, you know? I mean, can you imagine that? Like, come on, like can you imagine like the kind of like jobs like most black people would get access to, like most of like these distribution companies, like Spotify and all those kind of things.
I
But
seen
even
a
if a
lady.
black person own it,
I
Zongo,
seen
even if a black person own it,
guess what they're talking about.
if you don't have a
What
bunch of black people with those STEM degrees, the white
check,
black person go hire white people.
No,
Check this
that's
out.
what I mean. That's what I mean. I mean, like, what I'm saying, like, because you have to have like those STEM degree, like, because the people that create YouTube, these are people like that started from the lower level. They like
Yeah.
like this time,
Check
like
this out.
they
Check
study
this out. I saw this video the
technology.
other day, not too long ago, where this girl was talking about she's a data analyst, something like that, for Spotify, right?
Hmm.
Guess how much she makes a year? It's like $300,000. I'm like,
That's a
what the
lot of money.
hell?
Yeah,
Young
yeah,
white girl. I'm like,
yeah.
damn. I said that's a white job. You know, $300,000 just watching videos and content and everything. I don't know what she does, but watching videos and content on
Yeah,
Spotify.
I think someone make a very valid statement. Like Mystic Dime says she landed a STEM program like in grad school. Yeah, exactly right. History is a good like something that you want to learn to just like build your confidence as to who you are, where you came from, and stuff like that. But generally, you don't want to like study history as a,
You
like a
don't go
degree
major.
course just to get a job. Nah, it doesn't work that way. To boost your confidence. Pretty much, yeah, I would agree with that. Pretty much, yeah.
Your confidence.
You can go goddamn get history books and read history and learn history on your own. You don't need to go goddamn paper.
I learned most of my history on my own, just going to the library,
Exactly. If
reading,
you're interested in
asking
knowing
my
your past, just
professor.
go to the library and read a goddamn book.
Gala, someone like you, your kid is not gonna like. I mean, he's gonna learn like the history through you, right? So he doesn't have to spend much time taking a history
No,
course
I
in
But
the
know
you
people
send
past,
them to the
say,
right?
library to go read the
I tell
books.
people all the time,
Yeah,
the best place in history is if I had it in my power, right? Every Negro that I see, right, and that gets in trouble with the law, I'm not gonna let him sit in a jail cell. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna say, if you want time off your jail sentence and whatnot, you're gonna submit to me two book reports a year. Each two book reports will knock a year off your sentence. You know, that means we're gonna give you the book and you give us a book report. You know, I know how book reports done. You could tell if somebody read the book or not. You know, they give who, what, when, why. You know, the bibliography, everything, what they learned from the book. It's called a book report. You know, it's a summary of the book. And so when you do that, people are reading. It takes a lot. Brazil did that. They said they found interesting thought that people end up becoming politicians and going to business and everything. Why? Because they were forced to read. We have a culture of literacy in Black America right now, where people think reading memes and watching videos is being educated.
yeah, exactly, right? Yeah, nah, that's not
I'm a
really
historian when now. What'd you get this story? Well, I saw a bunch of memes from Tariq Nasheed. Oh yeah.
it. And that's what happened to Brandon when he went to debate that guy. He was this.
You know what I noticed is a lot of some people when they want to get educated, they go look for somebody to follow. Like, hey, I want to know something. Let me go listen to Tyreek. Let me go listen to and then listen to a bunch of propaganda and they get brainwashed. they, they get and they call it regurgitate rubbish that they learn from somebody. They heard from
Yeah,
somebody else.
I mean, Kala, right? So even like I remember, like when I was in college even here in the U.S., I used to like. I know sometimes we all have like jokes among ourselves, right? Sometimes like when I go like to like the job interviews or like these oil companies, and I don't see a lot of black people, I used to get mad. I'm like, man, where are the black Americans? Where they at? They're supposed to be like benefiting like from this industry. Like you don't see a lot of them. Like a lot of them still to today.
A lot
Some
of them
black
are scared. A lot of Black people are
some
scared
some
of
of, some of them still
who
today.
Carla,
Miss
Zongo, I'm gonna tell you one thing that you got that hurts Black Americans a lot.
Yeah.
This participating in this race division thing, it doesn't help you guys. I'm sorry. Like,
I
you
What
know.
know,
industry?
like this
Yeah,
idea of let's stay on our own. Let's like Zongo, you ever been to like a environment where different race of people are there? And then you see Black Americans just putting around with each other and trying to distance themselves from other people and things like that. I'm like, dude, this shit doesn't help you, man. I mean, there's time to do things like that. There's time not to do it. Like everyone, yeah, rather with their own group and things like that. Like I rather with Nigerian, but when I
Black
get in the
people lost the
environment,
ability to code switch. It used to be a time where you ever see that brother, like a Brian Gobble type. He go in the room and just work the room. How you doing, brother? And we
Yeah, there's
but,
this culture.
yeah, but Mike, even here, like in the US,
lines
I don't like when it comes to like the US, like I don't even like roll with most Ghanaians actually, because I want
Yeah,
like
what they're gonna. Me
I'm
too.
like
I don't even. I don't
I'm
go.
like I'm like, man, I came from Ghana, man. I don't want to roll with more Ghanaians.
Exactly.
I
What
want to
else?
learn something.
What else can the Ghanaian show you?
Yeah, I want to learn something
You
new,
want to
man.
mix with new people that can show you something new.
Yeah, I want to learn
Even if you don't
something
like
new.
them, even when you don't like them, like I don't have to like. So, and that's why I always say Kala. Just because you see Nigerians going to kick it to white people, it doesn't mean they like them or they trying to go kiss their ass. No,
I
these
know.
niggas are digging. They're digging for information. They're trying to dig something from white people, get information from them. Like it's like spying. That's what we're doing. We're not keep
And
cooning.
then you're gonna learn a lot actually. I mean, it
Yeah,
could
I
be
always look
anybody
at Black
regardless,
America. I
right?
just laugh at them. They're like, "Oh, them Africans are cooning." I'm okay. You sit over there. That damn white guy is goddamn running. This guy, he's
And then,
in with the white community. They sharing knowledge. White people like to do the. Carla, let me tell you something. Black Americans learn that stuff from white people, where they cut everybody away from there. They're trying to isolate themselves from people. Do you know why white people do that? Because they got all the shit they don't want the country, so they keep the information and they want to keep the power to themselves. They don't want you to get around them and get the information, the secrets to the system. So they want to be controlled. That's what they're doing. But you guys are retaliating by doing the same thing. Like, oh yeah, I ain't gonna fuck with it. Stay with your own race. You ain't got shit to
I
do.
can't. I'll be honest
That
with you,
doesn't
right?
help you, man.
I can't afford to do that. The business I'm trying to build and everything, black people, that's a luxury, right? White man fought for that luxury to be exclusive and everything like that. We can't do that. We're still
and also
a
like
minority.
and also kind of like we can't lower our standard in the name of blackness, right? Like if the person want a job in your company, color, they still have to meet the standard. You need some kind of like
All right,
college
because I'm
degree,
not wasting my time with people who don't want to work.
yeah, certification. Because if you lower the standard, and that's where like the problems start to emerge. And then gives you problem that you get tired of black people because we still have to hold the same standard to black people just like the other industries.
Yep, that's how it is, man. So
Yeah, I ain't go to the job market, man.
the
It's
culture
all
war.
about.
I see you hear me open the show. I was saying that the culture war we're actually losing. Muhammad Ali, I thought about this topic was with Muhammad Ali. Did you ever see the movie Rumble in the Jungle? Muhammad
No.
Ali. Okay, it was a
Yeah.
movie called Rumble in the Jungle about it was like a documentary about his fight in Zaire with George Foreman, right? And what Ali took away from that fight, he said, "Look, he goes, see, these people out here are poor. They're way poorer than the people and the poorest people in America, but they got a dignity in their poverty, and they got self-love and dignity in their poverty, something I don't see in America." And then look, back in America, we got a lot of bad people in our community. He said we got bad people that do evil things.
One thing I don't understand, kind of about America, is that people believe that happiness comes from your level, your financial status, your level of status or whatever.
That's a lie, man. That's a
Yeah,
lie.
that's not true. Like in Africa, we don't say like that. Like literally, the poorest of the African don't see that. Okay, dignity and happiness and things we only acquire from financial status. No, they don't say like that. If you go to they acquire their happiness and joy from their cultural norms, their cultural things. That's where they see their happiness from their interaction, their image, all those things.
That's why in
So,
Black America, people think if
but
you don't
here
make
it's like in America, you
happy,
always what I notice is that poor people are always angry, they're always depressed, and they're always. And I
because
look at them, dude, why are you angry and depressed? Because you don't have money? Are you kidding me?
you don't have money. They showed them all these people flashing money in rap videos and everything. So of course it's gonna make you angry. They said that years ago. They
Yeah,
said
you're
you
right. You're gonna get angry.
broke. Your reality is you go out there and start your car and it don't start and whatnot. Because like, damn, man, you got to walk.
Everybody I always wonder, like, when you go to, everybody's angry, pissed off. Dude, y'all should come. There's no point of being depressed. No, just be happiness come from within. Be happy. Just because you don't have this car, this and that, or just smile at your neighbor. You guys get together, cook, smile, be happy. You don't need to wait till the day you reach before you're a happy human being. You don't need to be, just be happy with the kids. In
Well,
fact, the
Black
poorest
America,
people, if you go to Africa, the poorest people are the happiest. The
we
ones,
used to be the happiest when we had nothing in Black America. We were just basically happy to be around each other on Sunday for chicken and fish fry, and eating that sweet potato.
yeah, get out there, play football, play
Yeah,
basketball, laugh,
yeah.
cook together, share, bond, and respect each other, treat each other nice.
Yeah.
Help
The
promote each
other
other, and
baby was gone.
stop trying to compete with each other over who got the best shoes, who's the girl, who got the most girls,
Oh,
all
yeah.
that dumb stuff. That's what create a lot
Yeah.
of problems in the black community. All these comparison. Look at me, look at you. And that's the kind of shit you guys like to do on the show. Look
Yeah,
at you, look at we
I'm
better than
dating.
you. Look what we
I'm
do.
dating
Look what
like
you
it's
didn't
always
do
like
shit.
it's like
All
saying
that
like,
kind of
oh,
conversation
it's like, oh,
that's what brings drama.
you're only a high value person if you're dating a 10 and all this kind of things. I'm like, oh man, come on, man, stop it, man.
Zongo, you went
Everybody
to
still
school.
deserve love regardless, man.
Zongo, let me tell you a story, right? Like I went to high school in Nigeria, but then I finished my high school here in America, like kind of like my almost junior years when I came here, right?
Oh, okay.
You remember high school in Nigeria, right? In fact, we all wear uniform. We don't even nobody is coming to school to care about who's your status, like your shoe, your
Nah,
clothes,
nah, man.
or no one even cares that maybe you're the cuter one or who's cute, who's if you're
I
cute, that's good for like on you don't feel like maybe only the cute girls hang out together and the
no,
uncute
man,
girls
that's true.
isolated, or only the athlete hang out together. No, everybody, no one cares about whose status. We don't. It's just our upbringing. Like nobody
Yeah,
cares. What we people care about is are you nice or are you just a mean guy? If you're
your
like a mean
character,
person, bad, like a negative, bad character, nobody want to be your friend. But if
your
you're
character
nice,
defines you. Yeah, I
yeah,
agree. Yeah.
that's what we all care about, right? The nicest person is who everybody want to be friends with, or who
Yeah,
everybody
because like
respect.
when I was even in high
But
school,
hold
it
on, let me
sounded
learn. Let
like,
me learn. When I came to America, and also in Africa, when you get to a new neighborhood as a kid, all the kids want to get to know you quick. Like they don't even care, and they give you more respect until they really comfortable with you before they maybe start being relaxed and be mean to you or something. But when I came to America, like the high school, just to make friends, you couldn't because you literally have to find someone on your level or something. It's like they do this like hierarchy
oh,
kind of
for real?
things. I'm telling you, like you would see the big girls only hang out with the big girls. The so-called cute girls only hang out with the cute girls. Even with the guys, it's like they just create different kind of class status. I'm like, what the hell is all ego and people, I'm
that
like, what,
culture
dude, this culture doesn't make sense. Like
is
you literally cannot
yeah,
make
it's
friends
like
easily like that.
it's strongly embedded in American culture, man. And sometimes like, oh damn, like man, why is it all about? Even sometimes when you listen to like this manosphere, it's like, oh man, you want to be this, like, oh, he's the masculine man and this, and I'm like, damn, like, come on, man, why can't we all just get along, man?
I know, and that's why they're always fighting because everybody want to. It's like a crap in the bed. Everybody want to feel better than the next person. Like I'm like, these things are not. This is not what life is about, dude.
Oh man,
Life is about you
You know
enjoying.
who does that? What you
When and
described?
they deny each other of their human experience of enjoying fellow human beings. You understand the company
yeah,
of each other. That's what they're doing. You're denying the opportunity to enjoy your fellow human being because everybody has some level of joy to express to offer you. So even the person you feel is beneath you can assist you in one way or the other, But if you just say, "Oh, no, that ain't shit," that nigga
You know
ain't shit,
that
and
what you
that's what they did
said?
to a lot of the African kids, right? Those ones now don't even want to fuck with them because, hey, from Africa. I'm like, dude, what the heck? Just what the heck? Just one with respect, just even if you feel like you're better than someone, at least be nice to the person, be cool because that person may have something to offer you that you
yeah,
don't know.
Yeah,
like
like I
yeah,
said, we have a long ways to go to correcting our
Yeah.
culture. Black America has a long ways to go. You know who does that? Anton Daniels. I like him, some of his content and everything, but he always starts with every time you question him, I'm got this, I got that, I got this, I'm a millionaire, and all stuff like
he
this.
wears Versace and stuff like that. Yeah, I know that guy, man.
You
He
know what I'm
always
talking
like
about, right? And
all
I'm like,
about status to him, man. The bald headed guy,
yeah, the bald headed guy, yeah, and he
the
just
dark
always
skinned
like
guy. Yeah,
putting up his stats, like I got this, I got that. When that basically, so when people say you're just a bitter black man, you
yeah.
couldn't get,
He's very cocky too. Very cocky. Yeah,
yeah. So I'm like, dude, man, that's not necessary. If you're wrong, you're wrong. If you're right, you're right. It does. You should have to have money and all the stuff like
I
that. You
think,
said you
yeah,
did
I think
like
it
that.
kind of like changed a little because back in the day, he used to do like a morning show and always writing for Versace. I'm like, maybe it's just a stunt like for the audience just to front like you're rich just to make it. Like I don't know, maybe like that's just like the marketing.
Somebody said he was broke. You
And
know,
they helping Versace to promote their product.
somebody
Well,
said
yeah,
Versace
you know,
was broke. He had a
That's
Yeah,
how
lot of
dumb
money.
some people are, man. I'm telling you.
for a lot of
Some of
people.
these
like
rappers will be rapping about Gucci and having Gucci to sell their products. I'm like, dude, you're not even charging Gucci for the God. Oh my God.
I'm like, man, I'm not wearing no freaking damn Gucci, man. I'm not doing that, man. I'm like, fuck that shit, man.
You know what's even funny? At the end of the day, like these guys, you already got the money, you already got the women. So why they have to show the Gucci and everything? They literally already know you got
That's
the
what I
money.
mean.
So what the hell are you talking about your clothes for? What the heck? You know,
Mike, American culture is about status. You like you
it's
feel
very
better
bad.
about you feel better about yourself if you feel like you own the
You're
most
shitting on
expensive.
somebody else.
Exactly, something like that. I'm like, man, come on, man. Why
I don't
can't we
know
all just
how
be?
this is going to end, man. People say in the chat room, Colin, get out there and look, man. I can't do it, man. I cannot do it. There's so much hate in Black America right now. I think I'm more comfortable on Africans than I do on Black America for the
I'm
most.
telling you, Carla, when I first came to America, dude, like my first, like when we grown up in Africa, if you don't know, like when we during the 90s, all that time, when you turn on TV, like usually United States, like we were talking about Cold War earlier, during the Cold War, America literally wanted to set up their media houses in every country. And they were promoting American music, American movies, American everything, like in those channels, like pumping Americanism in our head. So growing up, what we were consuming was a lot of Michael Jackson, a lot of Michael Jordan, all those celebrities. So I
Yeah.
used to see y'all as like people when I get to America, because my parents were here already. So I knew one day they just wanted us to grow, they wanted me to grow up in Nigeria before coming here, because I could
Yeah.
have came here very early. Like, but my parents wanted me to also grow up there. But then by the time I knew I was coming one day. So when I got here, I wanted to just come meet y'all cool and become friends and mingle with the Black American. Dude, I forced myself to get into the among Black Americans. After a while, man, I just gave it up and just started rocking with the Africans and the Caribbean. Because when I get around the Africans and the Caribbean, it's just simple, very simple. No one is interested in what you're wearing or your status. They just the the African
Yeah.
person.
Yeah. Like
Once I just get it, they just want to know if I'm nice, if I'm not trying to do them wrong or
exactly,
something.
man.
That's what they
Yeah.
care about. And once I'm nice, I smile, I agree, we have nice conversation with Chitty. Next they say, hey, what's up, Mike? We ain't hang out again. It's easy, no drama. But with the Black Americans, like once I make friends with him, their friendship will not last, man. It's gonna lead to a drama. And where does the drama begin? Oh, he think he better than me. Or some petty shit like that. Just he's
It's
already
all
trying to
about
be above
status.
me or
They use status to just shit you down, man.
to
Like just
shit you
Yeah.
down. He's not gonna start roasting you.
In Black America is even worse among each other.
yeah.
Bottom line
And
is this:
and
kind
and
of
and
be
and
Exactly.
uh and
We lost the culture
and,
war.
and also like kind of like see because a lot of times too, well, most Black Americans live in like middle class communities. Most of like, the houses they have, they're like that's really decent, right? But because American culture about status, wanting to have more, people still have the
they're not
need of what
satisfied. Black people
they
are
don't
not
satisfy.
satisfied.
They want
Bad.
something more than
They
that.
never satisfied. They want more and more and more.
Yes.
And
But I mean, yeah, sometimes it kind of like take you time to realize that, no, man, like I don't want like no freaking big mansion. I don't want like I just want to be like a normal person, you know?
Right.
yeah,
Live
It's
just
like
just enjoy your fellow human. When I go to Nigeria, every time I go, man, like I have a blast because I enjoy the people.
yeah, yeah.
I'll be able to interact with people, different people just feel
And,
different, and enjoy their companies. Everybody have different humors, different personalities. Spend time. Once I spend time with
exactly,
this
right?
guy, go spend time with. But in America, I can't do that, dude. I can't just go to meet some
Yeah.
Black Americans that I want to
And,
start spending time.
and kind of
They're gonna
you know,
look at you like, okay, why do you want this nigga?
Yeah.
Why you stand next to me, nigga?
and kind of like you notice one thing like the more like even like the house that you have like once you like try to like get a more bigger house in a different neighborhood, like,
We shouldn't have to,
your
We
bills
shouldn't have to. We shouldn't
increases
have
like
to
your
pay over
cost
Yeah.
increases everything
money.
about that's why like you see people like they make like $200,000 $300,000 a year and they still complaining like it's not enough because
They
they're
feel like
living
they're broke or not. Yep.
yeah they're
They're
living
broke.
outside of their means they're like
But
yeah,
Mike, But Zongo, you gotta know most of us we not financially educated. We spoil. We Americans, man. We spoil. We consumers. We like consuming. Oh, our house not big enough. I gotta get a bigger house. My car not big. That's how it is in America. Everybody's competing with each other. Everybody's grouped up. Like that's how it is. I will. It's been real commercialized, and I want to stick to the topic too. Like the culture war. Kala, we losing the culture war. We don't have no
Yeah, we are. I want to
representation.
say we're kind of winning, but the only thing good is we got a lot of voices out there online. In the mainstream media, we're not winning at all, man, and
In the
winning at all.
mainstream, we don't. No, what I mean, like, look at the topic. Look at the topic you had the other day. Like,
the images are it's at the top, even though it's not a good image. It's still at the top. The whole world following that shit, whether you want to admit it or not.
That don't mean it's good
The
now.
whole world is following what?
No,
Following
who
what?
said it was good? I didn't say it was good. Who said it was good?
The
You said
world
the whole world
follows
is
Black
following.
America. And
The
hold
whole
up, then when
world
it
is
happens,
following
when
it.
it all
The
comes crashing,
whole world is following it, nigga.
What are they following? What are they following?
The horror culture.
Guy,
Fuck,
you're delusional, man.
I'm delusional.
Yeah,
The whole world's not following it.
they're not following. They're just watching you. That's all. It doesn't
They
mean they
just
follow you. Listen. Whatever you promote, you know what it's called marketing. When you pump something on TV all the time, everybody consuming, so they're aware of it. It doesn't mean they're following you. They just consume it
the
because it's
whole
supposed to be
world.
presented to them.
Man, the
But
whole
it doesn't
world
now make
following the
you. It
United
doesn't
States.
make.
What you talking
It
about?
doesn't make
What
your
you
stuff
talking
good.
about?
Hold on.
When you start marketing it,
Okay.
people are gonna start
Let me
following
let me
you,
put it
man.
simple.
The whole world following that
Let me
shit.
put it simple in a simple manner. Kala, like
The whole world
hip hop, for
following.
example. Hold on. Let me say this. Kala, like let me even put it within hip hop alone.
I didn't say it was
You
good.
usually notice like the best artists are usually like maybe, for example, someone like Jada Keys, right? Or
You
those guys that
correct
are
too.
they're very lyrical, they're like the best artists. But then you have one guy that's whack, right?
all
But then
right.
his song is one that playing the most on record, on TV, right? On the radio, right? And on BT. At one point, it's like playing with the whack ass people, and the good artists were being kind of like put aside. So now you can't tell me that because now everybody's consuming that whack artist, you know, it means that everybody's following him. Nah, it's because that's who they're pumping to everybody to listen to. If people just listen to it, doesn't mean they're following it. They're just aware of it because that's what's marketed to them. It doesn't mean
The
that
whole
that whack artist that the radio station and TV are pumping to everybody. Mean that whack artist is not better than
okay,
the.
so they pumping to everybody. Do that mean you gotta listen to it or follow it?
They're not. Dude, if I listen to your shit, doesn't mean I follow you, homie.
I don't listen to shit that I don't
No,
follow. I
don't
don't
say the
care
whole
who.
world is following you. They just listening to what your stuff because your stuff is being
Well, people
played.
look at the spectacle, Black America, looking at a spectacle.
Exactly, it's just what's
They're
being promoted
looking at
through.
a spectacle. Okay.
It's a spectacle. Black America's a spectacle. Why?
For
Because
example,
But
like
why? But
In
what I'm
Africa, for
wait,
example, they play Nigerian music the most now. Like everybody's more familiar with the Nigerian music. It doesn't mean everyone in Africa is following Nigerians. I'm not going to say Zango, you're
Nigerians is
following us.
following American culture, nigga. What is you talking about?
Nobody's following your culture, homie. No one
Y'all
is
yeah,
interested in your
imitating
in
us.
Africa,
culture.
but I'm
Burn
more in
Boy, all
Africa.
them niggas is imitating United States culture.
Check this out, Bantu. When I'm in Africa,
Tell me
I'm in
which. Okay, what is your
Charlie,
culture that imitates it?
Africa,
Tell me.
beats. Now
All the
listen to me.
music you talking about, you said
They imitate.
Nigerian music, all the top artists.
Okay, musicians are okay, musicians. So that means the country is following your culture. Maybe another musician that want to sell his music and to the maybe artist that goes into the studio and they say that okay, this is
Look,
what the whole world maybe is being pumped, and he wants
I
to
want you to
sample that
understand, I'm
sound.
not
It doesn't mean
defending it.
everyone.
I'm just
Hold on. If
stating
an
facts.
artist, wait, hold on, calm down. For example, give one example.
I'm
Wait. Let me give one example. Like
go ahead.
there's this guy in Sierra Leone, right? He wants to become a big artist, right? So he started sampling kind of like some Nigerian artists kind of sound, right? Because he wants to get his music to Nigeria and also to kind of like to Africa, kind of like that, to catch up with those guys. It doesn't mean everyone in Sierra Leone is following Nigerian culture. It doesn't mean Sierra Leoneans are following Nigerian culture. It's just an artist that's trying to break through the music in field, and he's thinking if I sample this current thing that's being promoted more, then I can get out there. So if someone, maybe artists are doing it, doesn't mean that the old country is following
If
you.
he's
Or
imitating Nigerian culture, he's following the culture. I don't know
it's
what you're
not.
trying to
That's not
say.
even entertainment. Is not culture. First of all, culture is a way of life. Entertainment is just entertainment.
Yeah, entertainment is not culture, man. You
It's
can't
not
like do
culture.
that.
I don't know why you guys always say entertainment is culture.
Black people in America don't understand the difference. I
Okay,
don't listen to hip
entertainment is
hop
not
anymore.
culture.
I
It's
understand
part of the
about
culture.
Entertainment is not culture.
Like they
If
don't listen to that like
Mike,
entertainment
every
is
day. Like,
saying
oh,
it's
Let
not
me tell
part
you
Mike,
of the
something.
culture, is
If the
entertainment
media,
not
hold on,
part
if
of
the
the
media
culture?
begin to hold on, if the media begin to take
Is it?
maybe a Colombian sound and begin to pump it, promote it the most, and the whole world, because whatever is marketed is what people will consume, and the whole world begin
yeah,
to
yeah,
hear
yeah,
it all
yeah,
the time,
yeah.
and if the whole world begins to consume it, it becomes the
That's
most
like, yeah,
marketed sound. Guess what? If you want to become an artist in America and you want to tap into the globe market, you're gonna start taking a sound and playing it because you're a businessman. You understand? You're gonna
exactly,
want to
right?
put. So it's just business. It doesn't mean like you're not following
Is
Colombian
it part
culture.
of the culture
And,
or
and,
is
I-
it
and, I-
not?
and, I- and, I- and I think like what Mike is trying to
That's
say is
all
like
I'm
is
asking.
the marketing
I
machine
didn't
of
ask you
America.
about no
Wait,
marketing.
wait. The marketing machine of America is the reason why a lot of people are following American culture. Has nothing to do like, oh,
Oh,
maybe that's the one they want
is
to
that
do. It's
not what
because
I
like
just
It's
said?
not even American culture. It's just American entertainment. That's it.
American. That's what I mean. American
And
entertainment
trust me,
culture. Pretty much.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I think where
you
these
said it
guys come
right.
from. And let me tell you something. So good. Where these guys, some of these neighborhood, the only thing they know about is entertainment. So to them, that's all
Fuck
culture is about.
entertainment,
But
nigga.
hold on. But in some countries,
What I'm
people
saying is
don't
the
see.
whole
Hold on
world
now. Hold
following
on.
that shit.
Wait. Okay, when I hang around most, in this community, people are always talking about artists and music, and that's the debate. So that's the dominant
Okay.
culture is entertainment. But in other countries, entertainment is literally not even anything people discuss about or anything.
No, we don't speak about
We
musicians
don't
or
even talk about it. Nobody regard
Okay,
entertainment
what do you
is not
talk
even close to
about?
anything
Tell me
culture
what
there.
you talk about. Tell me what you talk about.
People,
except
people,
except like the people who are in those industry they discuss issue related to that
exactly. In
industry, right?
Nigeria, nobody
Other than like the
walking around
average
even talking
person,
about
like
entertainers or
yeah,
entertainment.
yeah.
And
If I call my
they
mom,
have
if
their
I call
other
my mom, like
traditions, their
if I call my
customs, all the
mom,
other things.
dad,
Mike,
it's all
the
about
Yeah,
music.
traditions
shut
in
up.
Nigeria are the culture. Can you tell us what it is?
Jonathan,
He
you
ain't gonna
asking me what
tell us
you've been
what
there.
it is because he
Are you
Yeah,
talking
kidding
about
me?
I'm
entertainment.
asking you to, bro. Will you
Mike,
shut up and
yeah,
let me talk to this dude?
he's trying to trap you, Mike. Yeah, I'm sorry.
No, I'm not trying to trap. I'm just asking the question. What is the culture in your ethnic group that you guys
The
do every
Yoruba people,
day? Yeah,
the culture. Are you talking about the
yeah, the
custom, the
culture,
I
tradition,
mean,
the way of life, the
culture, custom.
spirituality, the
how about let me
politics?
start? Let me start. Like culture is the way of life, includes language, food, way of
No.
dressing.
Food is not even culture. No, food is not even culture. I'm talking about the way of interaction, basically. Like that's
I
a
mean, like
manner of
how
listen.
like the like how the
So
people
let me
interact with
ask you a
like
question, Mike.
people within the
When you greet
community.
someone in your culture, how do you greet them?
the way you greet your elder. If you want to greet the male elder, you prostrate. That's the way you bow to him. And then the female elder is another way you have to greet. So we have all those code of conducts. That's what we refer as culture. You understand? And it's the way when even within the language, when I want to talk to and when you speak in the Yoruba language and you want to refer to an older person, you use there's a consonant you use o. I'm sorry, use e. Like when you talk about younger person, you use o. Like let me give you an example of a um if you want to say if I want to tell older person to come is wa in Yoruba language. Wa means come. Now if it's an older person, I'll say wa
Wow,
I
wow,
put
wow.
and then if it's a younger person, I need oh wa like so there's all this code of things,
Not like the
you understand?
respect, like that is
So
according to like
basically, you just have a form of greeting, like in
No, it's not
the
greeting.
I
Even
guess
within the
maybe like
language,
lingo.
within the and then also the customs, so the festivals, the spirituality, the it's so many things.
like you know, like
You
That's
mean
why
like
everything's called
Christian?
culture, the
You
code of
mean like
conduct.
the Christian
yeah, like
Yorubas, or you
I mean,
mean
in
those
my
that practice the actual traditional religion?
regardless of like the religion,
Everybody
actually.
got
I mean, because
basic
like this,
customs and
what he's
Zongo, I'm
speaking
bylaws.
right
talking to
now.
Mike. Zongo, I'm
That's
talking to Mike. When I'm done talking to Mike, you can talk, bro.
Okay, go
What's
ahead,
wrong with
Mike.
you? What's wrong with you? Now, I'm deeply familiar with Benin culture.
You
You know,
deeply? How deep?
I'm familiar with it.
Okay, you familiar?
I'm
Okay.
familiar with her. Yeah, I ain't gonna say I'm deep into it. I don't practice it, but I'm familiar with it. From what I've seen, it's just generally,
So is the
a
biblical? Do they
certain
sit around
style
talking
of
about musicians
dressing.
all day, talking about music and all this stuff?
Nah, nah, I would
Exactly.
never say that. They don't.
And and that's what I'm
But
trying to
what
explain to
I've
this guy
seen
here. Like,
though,
music is
what
not
I've
culture.
seen
Music
though.
is just entertainment. When people hear it, oh, when it's moment to dance, we dance in the party, and that's it.
Nah,
We move
hold
on.
on,
We
no,
don't sit
Mike.
around and
Hold
start
on, Mike. Hold
debating
on,
music.
Mike. Because that's not
Music is
entirely
culture,
true.
Mike. Come on,
What you're
Mike.
saying, Mike, is not
Come
entirely
on.
true. Because I have seen that Benin traditional music is different than the Hausas, is different than the Yoruba, is different than the Igbo.
Yeah, yeah.
And
Different ethnic group have their own different.
the way that they dance is
He's trying to
different than the
say music
Hausa,
is
different
just
than the Igbo,
entertainment,
different than
Yeah,
the
bro.
Yoruba.
yeah. I'm not
And
disputing that.
Like it's
yeah,
not part of the culture. I
but
mean,
it's
Say it
part
again.
of the culture.
No, no,
Now,
no. Each
the
ethnic group have
difference
their own
is
unique,
that
distinct culture.
you don't consider it to be entertainment.
Say it again.
You don't consider it to be entertainment.
What do you mean?
Your
yo, but
festivals are
we
not
getting
about
into
entertainment. It's not
festivals
about
and
I
yeah.
don't. I don't understand what you're trying to say, man. What I don't get it.
You said that entertainment is not a part of your culture,
No,
but
I
you
said
guys have your
music
own
is
way of
just
music, your
entertainment.
own way. Yeah, that but you do have that a part of your culture. Like
It's
even in
not
the new
culture,
page
dude.
in the new page tribe, they have twerking as a part of their culture.
Who?
In Nupe,
You talking about traditional dance?
yeah,
yeah.
dancing, yeah, that's part of the
No,
culture.
No,
it's
wait,
not
But they
culture. No,
have
no,
a
no, no. It's not.
twerking
It's
Part
not.
of
A,
dance as part of
culture,
the
Mike.
this
Come
guy,
culture.
on,
man.
Mike.
This guy don't
Music
get it,
is
see,
man.
part of culture.
let me kind of like break down to you, right? So for me, like, I mean, because I'm not gonna like want to speak for all Africans, and Michael, so he's entitled to his own opinion. But I'll personally say music and all those like dance might be intrinsic. There's like certain kind of like music or dance that could be intrinsic to certain kind of culture, right? And there's like a culture of music and dance that is peculiar to an ethnic group, and there's a general culture of a whole country, like the music culture of like for instance in Ghana, they have a
Yeah. Go ahead. I didn't try.
Maybe
general
in
music
Ghana, but
culture
not
of
in
Ghana,
Nigeria.
like high life, hip life. Yeah, like
Zongo,
Afrobeat is
Zongo,
like a Nigerian culture. That is,
Ghana is
wait,
completely
let me
different
finish. Let
from
me finish.
Nigeria. They're not even close.
Wait, let me give you an example. Right?
Nigeria
No,
is
I'm trying
realistically
to keep
like
it.
several
We're
different
losing the
countries in
culture
one.
war. I say we
Well,
lost the
let me give
culture.
you an. I think you're missing one point. I'm saying there might be a culture of a country, a general country, and a culture that is peculiar to a specific ethnic group. That's the point I'm trying to. That's the distinction I'm trying to create right now.
Okay, we
Well, I
Maybe
understand
understand
that.
that,
Ghana, you may
but
have that, but in Nigeria, we don't have
I
general
haven't seen
culture
that in
for the
No,
whole
like
Nigeria
world.
at all.
about
There's
what
no
he's saying.
national culture for Nigeria.
Now,
Nigeria, we
The
literally don't have
whole
national
world
culture, dude.
follow American culture. Just like I
Let me break
said.
down to you, like, because
Of course, every
that's what I
ethnic
mean.
group got their own culture and music
I mean,
and language.
the point I'm saying is that when you listen to Afrobeat, it's like a music that most like people from Nigeria is gonna identify with because it kind of resonated with them, what with them at a national level. But it doesn't mean that every particular ethnic group do not have this like the certain kind of music that is intrinsic to their own particular culture as well. That's the point I'm trying to make. Pretty much, it's just like similar in America, right? I mean, there's like a general American culture like everybody can relate to as an American culture, and deep down, like within the subcultures, they are saying like the black people have their own kind of like thing that they do, and also like other groups also have their own thing that they do. Pretty much like the point I'm trying to create right now. I mean, this is not hard.
Yeah,
This is not hard to
okay.
understand.
I
This is
see
not
where
hard
you're
to.
going. I see where
It's
you're going.
not.
Like,
It's not
okay.
hard
First of all,
to
Nigeria, for example, we don't have a national culture. It's within every ethnic group have their own unique culture and spirituality. You see some similarities, of course, across board in
But
terms of
Mike, that's
maybe the
God
morality and things like that.
too.
But we don't have that national culture. Now, what's going
That's
on with
God.
this? Hold on.
That's
What's
we
going
got
on now with
follow
this?
American culture. That's the national culture.
Say it
So
again.
what is the
Hold
Afrobeat
on.
then?
Hold on. I didn't hear him. Wait, Uncle, like, what did he say?
For
Did
me,
I stutter?
No, Jonathan said something. He said something is a national culture. I didn't hear him.
No, I
Now I'm
said
saying like
Nigeria don't have a national culture.
wait. I'm
That
saying like
was Zongo.
Yeah,
what is
that's
Afrobeat
that.
then?
I'm
Afrobeat,
saying
what is
that's
that then?
that.
Afrobeat is
Afrobeat
not
is
a
not a culture, it's
Afro.
just music. Hold on.
Afrobeat is a music.
Yeah, but it represents the Nigerian culture or something like that,
No, it
pretty
Yeah,
much.
don't.
no, no. Let,
No, it
let me.
don't.
You know, it
No,
doesn't. It's
that's a
Afrobeat is just
national
okay. Let me
culture.
explain something to you. If you want to talk about like Afrobeat is more of a Lagos inner city kind of thing, where and it's predominantly if the language you're speaking Afrobeat is mainly Yoruba, because that's the language of the predominant language in Lagos, So it's
So now,
more of
Most of the
a
people that
so,
even
so
actually participate in the Afrobeat music
yeah,
have lived abroad at one point.
yeah, but you
yeah.
see,
So what
no,
you can say, hold on, Zongo. So what we see within those kids that grew up in Lagos, like I grew up in Lagos too. Like in Lagos, it's like a melting pot. Like when you grown up in Lagos, things you consume music from all over, both Jamaican music, black, hip hop, R&B, not Yoruba music, every all the music you consume it there in Lagos. So a kid growing up in Lagos, when he's become a musician, he's likely gonna wanna create a music that will sound more like what he heard most when he was growing up. Like there's the part of Lagos called Ajegunle, right? In Ajegunle, the dominant music there, usually people used to play a lot because a lot of Bob Marley. Every time I go to Ajegunle as a kid, I'm like, what the heck? I usually used to worry people that came there, and they were always playing Buju Banton, like reggae and reggae music. There's a lot. So if you look at some Nigerian artists that grew up in Ajegunle, people like Daddy Shoki, what's this guy? Pato Ranking. If you listen to music, you see a lot of reggae in it.
yeah, Jamaican influence. Yeah,
Yeah,
you're
you see
right.
a lot of reggae in it because
Yeah,
he come from that area, like African China. They come from Ajegunle, that neighborhood.
I think you're
Hold on,
missing the
wait, wait.
point.
Let me land. Because they come from that neighborhood. Now, someone like Whiskey, right? He grew up in part of Lagos called Surulere, where in that part of Surulere, growing up, they consume a lot of hip hop, mixed kind of reggae, and also uh, and then they will consume maybe a lot of fella music during that time because that's the media of that time. So as a kid, that's what they consume a lot. So when he grew up, became an adult, and became a musician, his music is going to sound a lot hip hop. He's going to put a lot of that kind of stuff in him in his music, because that's what he was fed as a kid growing up.
Yeah.
So you would say something like that, but he doesn't make it a national culture.
I think you're missing the point because like most countries, like put Nigeria aside, right? Most countries, it's like a country is like a bigger like ethnic group, pretty much, right? Like they have like sectors, like they have like the arts and culture industry and music, entertainment is part of it, right? So that represent the country. It's not static. It might not be static culture, but over time, it kind of like dynamic a little bit. It changes with time and with trend as well, right? But it represent the entirety of the nation state, right? It's not being promoted. It's like it kind of like start from the bottom, like certain area within the country, but over time it kind of like spread across the whole country as something that represents that nation state. That's the point I'm saying. But it does not mean that that is the culture of like the ethnic group within that country. Like they might have their own peculiar culture as well. But a nation state might have something that they identify with as well. I mean, you
If you
can
go
look at
to northern
you,
Nigeria, you're not gonna hear any music
man.
from the
They know
south
Afrobeat.
or
No, no, they know
it's
it,
gonna
man.
be more it's more Islamic kind of music what you're gonna
Yeah,
hear over
but
there, man.
no, 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 but
If you look at flavor, if you go
Zongo,
to
you might need to
Eastern,
go to Nigeria to actually
no, man.
go and see,
you
Stop
need
so
to
you
go
it.
can
to
get rid of
Nigeria,
these
man.
crazy
Like different part of
ideas.
Nigeria is like a different country. I'm telling
No,
you.
no, no. Jonathan, like, hey, Mike. See, I was in Cyprus.
You
I
see
went to
all these Afrobeat thing you guys
listen.
are seeing? That's Lagos. That's like Lagos thing, man. That's just
No, I
Lagos.
get what you're saying. I get
All
what
these
you're
Burna
saying.
Boy, whiskey, they're just Lagos. And in Lagos, a musician from Lagos is gonna. It depends on which neighborhood he come from.
So you mean to tell
His
me?
music
So
is gonna sound like hold on. His music is gonna sound a lot like the music they were playing a lot during the 90s when they were kids. Like if you listen to Burna Boy, he grew up in the 90s. So in his music, he consumed a lot of Fela Kuti. If you grew up in Lagos in the 90s, you consume a lot of Fela songs, a lot of Mike Okri, all these Lagos
guys,
Afro, the one
guys,
Fela created. And then we consume a lot of reggae and hip hop. A
guys. I
lot
think
of hip hop and reggae. That's why we listen to Burna Boy. You will see a lot of R&B, hip hop, Afro, Fela style of Afrobeat, all mixed together because that's all he consumed as a kid growing
I
up in
think
Lagos.
I think you're missing one point. Like nation state, like most nation state, America, like they created culture for a country too. like a shared history,
Yeah,
shared
it happened,
music,
but not
shared this thing.
Nigeria. Is what I'm telling you.
It is actually Afrobeat is a
You,
shared. Like
you,
it
it
is
may happen in
actually.
the future, but right now, not
It might
Nigeria.
start. Wait. It might start from Lagos, but many people from that country identify with that music. They might not come from
Hey,
like
hey,
Lagos,
Zongo,
but they do
Zongo,
identify with it as coming from their
Zongo.
country. That's the point I'm trying to make.
Can you name a Fulani or Hausa Afrobeat artist?
No, they don't. They
Zero.
don't. No, they don't. They don't. I mean, I don't. I don't know.
What?
Wait. I don't. I
Zongo,
don't know.
So you said it was a not. You
100% of the
said it was a
Afrobeats in Nigeria, Afrobeat musicians. They
Oh
either
no,
they were
no. There's
you know,
wait, wait,
90% of them grew
wait.
up in Lagos. The other one
Wait.
grew up in a neighboring state like Chris Daniel, Ogun State, which is
Oh,
right
wait,
next
wait.
to Lagos.
See.
And then
They used to have
maybe
like
one
this
or two may
artist.
have grown up in Abuja and maybe Port
Yeah,
Harcourt.
they used to have this artist called Hafiz. He did music with the Vito and this Hafiz. I don't know if you know him. It's
But the
classic.
guy from the north, he was trying to tap into the.
Yeah,
Guess what
but this
happened?
guy,
They banned
but
it in the
yeah,
north.
but this guy, no, that's not him. That's classic. I mean, there's like
All right.
what's the name? Ice Prince. I mean, they did all. They've done Afrobeat. Come on, man. Like, let's know. Ice Prince is from the north. It's from like
He's
what's the
from
name?
Jos.
Yeah, but it's north, man. Plateau State is in the northern
Yeah,
Nigeria.
Jos is more close south than north. I'm telling you, man.
Oh man, okay. Now you
City
want
of
to
Jos.
now you want to deflect now.
It's the middle belt,
All right,
but
man. Hey, Jonathan, man. Ask a question to Mike.
there's a cultural difference between like up north and then the south, and then you have like
Jonathan. I think you're missing my point. What I'm saying, like, let's say, like, okay, in every country, there's always cultural differences, regardless, right? But let's say, like, you leave Nigeria and you're Afrobeat. Are you gonna tell me someone from northern Nigeria is it's not gonna identify with that music like come from my country?
for sure.
It might come from Lagos. I mean, when I was in Cyprus, man, this northern Nigerians, the Hausa people, they were rocking like Nigerian music from like the south. I mean, they might have their own peculiar culture, but when it comes to
yeah, the
creating,
same way they will rock any other music that's popular. They will rock.
yeah.
They will also listen to maybe a popular American music or a popular American musician or Tyler. The same way they listen to Tyler. The same way everybody listen to Awilo. I remember Awilo Logumba. They're from
Yeah,
Congo.
man, come on,
You know, the people gonna listen to music that's
man.
popular that's being played all
Yeah,
over.
Oh man,
That's all it
Zongo
is.
participating.
It's the same way
Zongo
Americans are now listening to
participating
Burna
in
Boy.
culture.
Does it mean it become
Participating in
American
another
culture?
culture doesn't make it yours.
Exactly.
Just because
I,
white people start rapping, that don't mean that that's their culture. They're not going to do it in craziness.
no. I think you're missing one point. The point that I'm trying to say is that most like to have a nation state, like to build a nation, because nation state is made up of different several groups. But in order to make sure everybody believe in the idea of that nation state, there has to be a shared
What?
cultural unity, a shared history, something that is shared together. And the way you teach people, you can teach it by way of music to have like that, so like the shared identity with them. You can teach them the history in schools, like that's how people have a genuine
Nation
American
state
view. Like, oh,
only
you
can
and
happen within a city. You can only have city states where within that city, everybody now grew up there. They usually intermarry and melt, and then oh no, they create a
but
Creole
no.
culture. But if you're talking about a whole country, they already had existing
Yeah, but
different
yeah, what I mean,
ethnic. It's never happened in human history. Even United States is not happening. In United States.
Yeah.
The
oh
Irish they
man,
have their own little shit traditional
The
thing. The
no
yeah,
no
Black
one
Americans have their
calls
own.
but stop,
Zongo.
guys,
The
No one
Indian American
considers
have their
spaghetti and
own thing.
meatballs to be American culture. We all know that
guys,
that's just from Italy.
yeah, no, but that is American culture now, man. Like
No,
we
it's
like,
not.
oh, Saint Pat.
It's not.
Wait, Saint Pat's something that originated from like the Irish people, right? But it's something that's generally celebrated by most Americans, including Black Americans too. It has been
Yeah,
part
it's
of the
celebrated
American
doesn't mean they've
culture.
not adopted
Yeah,
it.
but I'm saying it has become part of the American cultural fabric in America. Like why is it very hard for you to understand this? Like,
Bro, St. Patrick's Day is a sort of holiday that most black people I know never,
Never. That's the Irish
never.
tradition. It's the tradition. That's what you call culture.
Mexicans never, Asians never, Germans never. Like,
I mean,
bro,
they can go there to go join the barbecue to go get some free barbecue, but it doesn't mean they believe in
yeah,
it. That's
they
not their
don't
thing.
believe in that. We don't believe
That's
in
not their
that. What's wrong
custom.
with you?
wait,
You
wait.
know.
So you mean to tell me Italian
And
like
that's
most?
not American
Wait, wait,
culture either,
wait. Makes the Mexican food in America, the
brother.
Mexican.
They celebrate Cinco de Mayo. Not everyone
Right.
celebrates Cinco de Mayo in
Wait,
America
wait, wait,
because it's
wait,
not an American
It's
thing
wait,
an
here.
American thing.
wait,
I mean,
wait.
now
You just
Zongo,
don't understand
don't
that
you get it
America
twisted.
has so many different
If
ethnic
other people go
groups
there to join
that
to eat
people
their
will practice
barbecue,
their traditional shit. But that doesn't mean everyone is doing it.
Yeah, college just saying like a lot of people get drivers and pass.
A
Like people.
national culture is something that
Oh,
everyone generally participates
so
in.
you mean to tell me St. Patrick's is something like everyone like tell me like something like
No,
everybody
bro,
no,
participates.
everyone who
damn.
participates. Are you
Well,
telling me, Zongo?
Well,
Don't you live in
in
America?
that.
Do you
Everybody don't
participate?
participate in
Man,
that,
I
bro.
go to St. Pat's, man. I've been to St. Pat's, man. Like,
Well, it doesn't
You
mean
need a
you
hug,
went there to
Zongo.
catch. You probably went there now for you. Hold
He
on.
went
If
there
it's you
looking for
went
a
there,
white woman.
yeah, exactly. You went to holler a chick, or you went to get a free food. That's it. You didn't go there because of just St. Patrick, man.
oh man, man. Oh, you guys want to
Zongo,
deflect?
You went
Guys,
there for the
that's
entertainment
not
reason.
deflect.
I
hey,
mean,
you guys.
even Jonathan,
Now,
if some maybe let's say some culture where you don't even feel at all, like let's say some Pakistani they're doing some events, and it's gonna be a lot of beautiful finance chicks. Maybe they
I
invite some.
I
You know,
don't
there's this.
attend.
You know,
Mike,
there's
you
this
like
girl
you
you
like
wanna
a
go
lot of
highlight
good
over there,
flavors, right, Mike?
or they got some free barbecue. You gonna if they invite you, you be like, yeah, hell yeah, I
Zongo,
wanna come grab some
Zongo, I
stuff.
think Zongo, you're trying very hard to be an American. That's what it is.
Oh man, stop it,
That's
Yeah,
man.
all it
yeah, yeah.
is.
Zongo
You
got
trying too
Zongo got
damn
his
hard.
citizenship,
That
so
is
he's
not
trying hard.
Zongo over here
that
doing
is not a
Cinco de
count.
Mayo
Everybody,
dances, 4th of July dances,
Well,
participating in
I didn't
Juneteenth,
go there. It was a black
popping up
American.
the
It was
green
black American.
for St. Patrick's Day,
It was a black
grabbing
American that
his
invited.
Hanukkah,
It was a
his
black American
Hanukkah
that invited
shit.
me anyway. So like anyway,
Calm down, Zongo.
but like I mean, forget like enough about like personal talks about me. I mean, like this is a conversation that we're having about this whole culture. Like, I mean, I think this. I mean, I don't know why it's very hard for you guys to understand. Like that a nation. When I
you
mean a nation state, I mean Mike. Don't confuse. What I mean
Zongo, you just
country,
wrong.
pretty much,
know,
right?
for
I'm
me,
not.
It's
for
not
me,
hard to
America,
admit that you wrong, Zongo.
No, I'm not.
America.
The fact that you don't understand what I'm saying does not negate my point. Like it doesn't mean
No,
I'm
no,
wrong. I'm right.
Zongo. You got to understand, like American culture is regional. So, like, maybe you might be from New York and you go to the West Coast, or you maybe go to Texas. They might be
So let me
doing
ask
something
you a question.
different.
Let me ask you guys a question. When you leave America and someone asks you, what is American culture? Like, what do you
They will
do?
say
Like,
it's regional. So, me,
wait,
it's
wait, wait,
regional.
wait. When you go outside representing the American government, they ask you, what is American culture? What do you guys say?
Who you ask?
I,
I'm just saying, like,
It's
let's
I
say,
generally
already
seen that
asked you that.
America don't have
Who you
culture.
Yeah, we
asking?
really don't. By
No
the
one
way,
denies that
American
shit.
culture,
I mean,
gangsterism,
you
Americans don't
guys are
really
slavery,
have culture.
killing,
you guys are
I,
using
stealing,
I,
But
I,
if you
American.
I,
say what
I,
is black
I,
American culture, we can
all right,
answer
John.
that.
All right, let me make a point, John. All right, look. All
It's
right,
the
what
same
I got.
thing. Ghana, you can't tell me it's the Ghanaian
Okay,
culture. I'm
okay,
sorry.
okay. Let me make
There
a
Zongo.
point.
is there's a Canadian culture.
The Fanti culture, the Hausa culture is different from the Ashanti culture. You know that, right?
I mean, but like
Yeah.
the culture that's been promoted as like the image of Ghana, pretty much. Like that's the
There
point
is
I'm
no
trying to.
Ghanaian culture, man. Every ethnic group got their own little culture. Even within a single ethnic group, they still have
Mike,
that,
some subsection of that ethnic group still have
Mike,
their own unique, you know.
Mike. Let me
Yeah, but
ask you
like
a
no,
question, Mike.
Mike, you're missing a point. If you're building and
Mike, I want to ask you a question.
you
Do you
gotta
think do
develop a
you
culture that
do you
most people
think
are gonna
Hold
identify with in that
do
nation
you
state.
think
That's how you build a
Nigeria need a
nation.
national culture?
Say it again.
I said I wanted to ask you a question, Mike. Do you think it's necessary for Nigeria to have a national culture, like a set culture nationally that all Nigerians
Because
can follow?
because countries like
Well,
country is like a
Zongo, you have to let
federation.
people talk, man. Like you have to be able to extend
I want to
conversation
ask you
rather
a
than just.
question, Mike. You know what I mean? Because you
I
were
know that's why I'm
saying,
telling Zongo to allow
yeah,
you
you
to
know what I
talk, you
mean?
know, because he's just cutting you off, you know.
Yeah,
Go ahead, man.
because you know because like I know American culture too is regional too. You know, understand me? Like I said before, you might be from New York. Like even our dialects is different. If I go to California, they're gonna know I'm not from California from the way I talk. You know what I mean? Or so it's regional too. So I wanted to ask you like the question, like, is it not necessary for Nigeria to have a national set culture?
Okay, way I can put it, and I think they can make it happen. I think it may be good. Is first of all, every ethnic group already have your own existing culture. What I
Yeah.
can say Nigeria can do is put all the cultures together and make it something everybody should participate in and call it Nigerian culture, which would be a lot of culture. kind of find a way where you make everybody become like all the tribes, right? We put all our cultures together and call it one culture, and we all participate in it. Saying no more person is a Yoruba, no one person is Igbo, no one person is Ijaw, no one person is Calabar. We're all just like as a Yoruba person. And I adopt Calabar culture, every culture within the space of Nigeria becomes mine. But right now, that's not what we have because I'm Yoruba. I can't begin to, and that will be difficult because unless we translate the cultural, something about the culture into the into like an English language, that will make it easier. But everybody have their own unique languages, right? Every ethnic group have their own languages, and they usually practice their culture within their language, form, and stuff. But the only way that can come about is if we say we take all the cultures together and put it into one book and say it belongs to everybody, and that will be Nigerian culture.
Man, you guys
And
are.
I think that's unnecessary to do.
Well, someone
And it's
asked you.
Nigeria is
unnecessary,
fine the way
exactly.
it is.
So yeah,
Someone asked you a simple question about
Mostly,
like, if you were to go to a foreign country and they ask you what is American culture, like you guys say you don't know like the
culture.
American
no,
culture.
he's
There is
gonna.
no
The thing is,
It's supposed to be the
Zongo.
constitution.
If you ask me what is Nigerian culture, right? I can give you Yoruba culture to you. It's part of
Oh,
Nigerian culture. So that's my part of Nigerian
Yeah, but
culture. It's
Yoruba,
different. Kala, hold
Yoruba
on.
is part
Kala
of.
is gonna give you his Black American culture and tell you, hey, that's part of that's American. My American culture is what he's gonna answer. He doesn't have to explain all the American culture to the person. He's gonna give you a piece of it. If you ask him
uh,
question about a big it's something that has like thousands of components. I'm not going to spend time breaking down every component to you. I'll just give you a piece, one
Guys,
part of the component and say that's it right there.
guys,
Or these look, so
guys.
if someone asks Kala the question and Kala show him the Black American culture, then he should give it answer the question.
Man, there's American culture. Unless you want to be
Zongo.
delusional.
That's only
There's,
American culture
there's
to
like a
foreigners.
there's like they call it what is it like the mainstream
Zongo,
like
do you think Chinese food is a part of American culture? Because they have Chinese food in America.
well, the Chinese food is the American culture, man. It is American
Oh,
culture.
slap yourself.
Because most Chinese people saying like the food over here is not the same in China.
Is sushi a part of American culture because
They're
they sell
saying like
sushi in America?
they're saying it has been adopted, like they kind of like twisted it to kind of suit the demand of American consumers.
It's
So it
still
has
sushi. Come on,
It's
Zongo,
still
stop
their
shifting,
it's
no,
just
stop
their it's
playing
just their
semantics, man.
culture.
no, I'm not playing the semantics,
Sushi
man.
is sushi. If they cook it differently, it's still sushi. Come on, get the hell out of here, man.
Hey, guys, listen.
Zongo,
Like,
you are weird.
wait.
He
You're not
just like
playing
to
like.
create an argument for no reason. I don't know why, man.
Wait. I'm not playing argument, man. Guys, listen.
And
Like,
sometimes you create unnecessary arguments, you start to make
it,
yourself look very,
no, no,
less
it's not,
intelligent than
man.
you are.
No, it's not actually. See, listen. Like the Mexican food over here in America, the Italian food. I mean, it is understandable. Like it came from other countries, but over time, it became part of the American culture. Like, why is it very hard? Like
Well,
most black Americans.
yeah,
Because
Wait,
it's
it's
not
part
a
wait. Let
of
me
part
it
of the
finish.
because
American culture.
Let me finish, man. Most black Americans went to Ghana and they started complaining like they miss Mexican food. It's American culture, man. Like, what are you guys finding very hard to understand?
no,
Like, come
no,
on.
no, no, no. If I hold on, someone can still open a Mexican restaurant over there and start it, for these demand for
Yeah, I've been to a
that's
Mexican
business.
restaurant in Abuja.
Yeah,
Exactly.
it's a mil,
Someone
it's
can
a
open it and supply the demand, right? So what are you talking about, man? It's not. You just
exactly like
something. Okay.
part of
Listen.
like
So go.
American culture,
Hold
man.
on. So if you live in Ghana, you grew up in Ghana, right? In one neighborhood in Ghana, and I come from let's say Mexican happens to live in that neighborhood. One Mexican, he now serve he sells that Mexican food in that neighborhood in Ghana, a small neighborhood in Ghana, and you happen to be growing in that neighborhood, consuming that Mexican food, but the rest of Ghana don't know about that food. Now, if you does that now make it a Ghanaian culture or Ghanaian food?
No, it
No, it
doesn't.
doesn't. It's still
If he
Mexican food.
if he
Hold on.
become
But wait, let me land. Let me land. Now, if you Zongo now leave that neighborhood, move to in another part of Ghana where you no longer have access to that Mexican food, you're gonna miss it. It does not mean you miss Ghanaian culture. Or same reason if you move to another country, you're gonna miss it. So you're not making any point. That food is still Mexican food. Just because you grew up eating it in Ghana Those are not making Ghanaian food
No,
anymore.
no, I mean, I think you're missing the point. Like the most of the Mexican food over here in America is every corner in most American states.
Yeah, it's still
It has,
Mexican food
yeah, I know, but it has
by
become
Mexican
part of.
Americans,
Wait,
brought
wait.
here by Mexican Americans.
Listen, like the way Carlos said, America is the melting pot. Like many people came to form the American culture, so they
We
bring a lot
all
of their
agree on
culture.
that. We agree on
Over,
that. So,
and over
so
time,
American culture is
listen,
the global culture.
yeah, but
Pretty
over
much.
time, it becomes part of the American culture, like the culture.
Fine, no one is disagreeing with you. But
But not
America cannot.
also,
But the American cannot take it from Mexico.
yeah, but some countries, like some countries' culture in
But you
America
cannot look at
dominate.
Mexico and tell them that the Mexican food is American food. It's no longer. It doesn't belong to
Yeah,
Mexico.
but no, nobody's saying that actually. But I'm saying
Exactly.
like there are certain that certain
Well,
cultures.
jollof rice is part of American culture now.
Let me finish. Wait,
Since
let me finish.
Nigerians are here now, since
No,
Ghanaians, they all here now, right?
Afro
I'm not
beats
done
is a
yet.
part of American culture now,
No,
Zongo. Thank you.
Exactly.
wait, guys. Let me finish. Let me make the point. The fact that you bring a culture over here does not mean that it gets to represent America. Because some cultures have been here far longer and they dominate the mainstream American culture than other cultures. You know, like I mean, this is reality. Like when you go to like every corner in American, like like, Mexican food is everywhere, but you don't see jollof rice everywhere. You
No,
don't
it
see
ain't.
it's not everywhere. Like jollof
Mexican food
Mexican
not
food is
everywhere,
everywhere.
bruh.
Mexican food ain't everywhere, bro.
Man, you have
Mexican
like
food
Taco
not
Bell is
everywhere, bruh.
everywhere, man. Like most Mexican food,
I
man,
don't
is
even know why you
Hey,
calling
everywhere.
look,
food
hey,
culture. What
look,
is food? What
Like
Zongo? I don't even
we
understand you
go,
define
Chip,
culture. Why you calling food culture, man?
Chipotle is man.
no,
I
food is a
consider
part of
Food, food
culture,
is
I,
not
bro.
culture.
I
Food is just
consider
Food is
food
a
as
food.
part
part
of
of culture.
culture. I get it, man. You might differ with me, but I consider food as part of culture.
Culture is a
Food is a
custom.
part of
It's a
culture,
custom.
man.
It's
No,
a
no, it's
custom.
not. It's not. It's a way of life.
Custom
No,
and
it's a part
tradition.
of
That's
culture.
No,
culture.
no,
Like
no. I disagree with you. Culture encompasses everything as part
That's
of like
food,
the way
bruh.
of life of
Food a
people.
part of
It
it.
includes food, the way you eat, like food, music,
Food,
everything. The way you
But
dress,
access.
everything
Zongo,
is part of culture.
Zongo, what you're saying makes it impossible for it to become an American culture because we don't make Mexican food in my family. Eh?
That's you, man. Like, but most people know how to cook like Mexican food like, in America, like pretty much,
No,
like
they don't.
burritos and all this kind of thing.
No,
Like, they know
they
how to do
don't,
it.
bro.
Nah, you
Most
bugging.
people don't know how to
Zongo,
do it, like, but
Zongo,
they
you
know how to
can't.
buy it. Yeah,
Zongo, you
I mean,
can't.
but
You
anyway,
fully
but
made yourself an
hey,
American by assuming that everything is
nah,
American
man. I
because
think
it's
you're
in
missing the
America.
point. Listen. I think you're missing the point. Most Black Americans like Mexican food, like Italian food. They like those kind of food. It is
Zongo, have
part
you
of
Most
met
the
most
Black
black
same.
Americans?
Americans don't live
Have
in a
you
place
met
where they
most black
sell
Americans for you
Mexican
to make
food.
that statement?
I mean, come on, man. Like I don't have to meet
Come
most
on,
Black
Zongo,
Americans in
man.
the
Zongo,
land, man. I
Zongo,
don't have to
You're
meet
being
them.
Zongo.
ridiculous.
Unfortunately, Zongo, you happen to live in a state where there are a lot of Mexicans.
Yeah.
Man,
But
I've
you
been.
don't live in a state where majority of black people live. And when majority of black people live, there's usually no
John,
Mexicans.
but
So
John, it
most
go
black,
back to what I said.
so
It's
like you
regional.
guys don't eat Mexican food. Let me ask you a simple question. Like, I mean, I know you want to play semantics, but has any one of you over here eat Mexican food before? Like here, like you a
Yeah,
Black
we eat
American?
Mexican food, but it's
Yeah.
regional. We're
That's
gonna have
based
more.
on
You're
where
gonna
you
have more
live,
Mexican.
Zongo.
Right,
Oh
right. You're gonna have
man.
more
I'm
Mexican
from
food on
California.
the
There's
West
What
Coast
Mexicans.
what
than you're
But
gonna
about
have in the East
What about
I've
Coast.
Italian
been to
food?
lower, I've been to southern
On the
Georgia.
East
At
Coast,
one
on the
point there
East
was
Coast,
no Mexicans.
I'll give you
There
an
was no
example.
burritos anywhere.
I give you an example. Like you're gonna find the best pizza on the East Coast. You're not gonna find the best pizza on the West Coast because most
Because the
Italians on the
Italians
East
live on
Coast.
the East Coast.
Yeah, you're gonna find the best pizza on the East Coast. If you go out
Man,
west,
see,
the pizza
I,
trash.
I get what you say. Like you want to play
You understand what I'm
semantics,
saying?
but like
If you
to
go, if
people like
I over here, we got Mexican food on the East Coast, but if you want some good, authentic Mexican food, you're gonna have to go Texas or California, where the Mexicans at. Arizona, you know what I
yeah,
mean?
like you
Nevada,
want to
right?
play like
Right,
see,
John?
you want to
So
play
like it
semantics.
go back to
That's
what I
not
was saying. It's
semantics.
Wait, let
regional.
me finish.
Zongo,
I
I
said
went to a
regional.
West African restaurant that wasn't even owned by West Africans and the shit was horrible.
Yeah, I mean, see, nation
Just
state
because
is
they
over.
sell it, that
Wait,
doesn't mean
see, nation state. I mean, countries. What I see, nation state, right? Is a representation of a bigger ethnic group. It's no different. I mean, a nation state has to form its own identity to make sure
bro.
every
I
like wait, let me finish, man. People are
Zongo.
listening. People want to
No,
learn
because you're not
something.
making sense. You
Oh
don't
my god.
understand that America is a shit ton of ethnic groups in one country that was all forced in a way to unite. But there is no
Oh
the
my
real
God.
American
I,
ethnic group, the
oh,
ones that are descendants from the people that started the country. There's only 12 million of those white people. The rest of these people are immigrants.
hey, so like you want to disagree that
Man,
nation
where's
state is a
Tyler? What are you
representation of a
doing,
bigger
man?
ethnic group? Like a country is like a bigger ethnic group. It has
Germany,
constitution. Listen,
Germany, Germany is a country of an ethnic group.
I say
Do
country
you?
is like a bigger ethnic group. It has a
It's not.
constitution. It has an
Country is a
identity.
nation.
Wait,
Country
wait,
is a
wait,
gigantic nation.
wait,
Nationality. That's
wait,
not an
wait.
ethnic group.
It's like a bigger ethnic group. I say it's like I'm drawing a similarity over here. It's like a bigger ethnic group. Like for people to believe in it, there has to be a shared identity, shared history, shared way of doing things, shared commonality. Like that's how you build a nation state. It's no different
Zongo,
from
you ever
cult.
been
Like
to Zongo? Have you ever been to San Francisco before?
I haven't been to Cali yet, man.
They got an area called Little Italy where they all have most Italians live and they have Italian flags up. And then they got an area called Little Russia where most people have their Russian flags out. And then they got a Black American area where they have the Black American shit all over the place. And then they got a whole nother. It's just because we all live in the same place doesn't make a whole damn ethnic group or a
Yeah,
whole culture.
but when you go through the American educational system, they teach you certain American culture. Like that's the shared unity that you
They
guys
don't,
have.
this guy talking. They just teach you to love your country.
It
That's
ain't
all.
like that,
Yeah,
bro.
but
It ain't
that is
like
it,
that.
man. That's
Well,
the
the
culture of the
only
country.
the only thing you can present Zongo is the national anthem. That's it. That's the
It
only
ain't
argument you
like
can
that,
present. But don't
Zongo.
stop presenting all this other
It
crap,
ain't
man.
like that over here. It ain't like that.
Man, the food is part of it, man. Like you might want to disagree, but most people go outside, like that's what they speak about, you know.
People eat what they like. That's what everybody have their own preference of food.
Food is part of it. But, yeah.
I mean, you might want to disagree, but like, food is generally part of it, man. Like people know it, you know. I
The
mean,
food a part of
No,
it.
so like
Food.
states might
no.
have like their own like peculiar like identity, but like, I mean, on a general like American the
I
dominant one
nah.
like
What would
the
you say?
Zongo,
dominant
Zongo,
one
do you
like
know? Do
tend
you know
to
they are selling
represent.
pizza? Do you know the pizza has become a food in Nigeria now? You know that, right? Before it wasn't. We didn't know what the hell pizza was.
what?
I don't know about Ghana. I'm pretty sure it's all over Ghana now. Pizza.
Mhm.
You know that?
Pizza?
Even burger, even hamburger. We didn't. We
Oh,
weren't. That shit wasn't
oh
our shit.
man.
There's a Burger King in Lagos now.
Exactly.
Anyway,
So very
I
soon.
guess
So
Burger King is a part of Nigerian culture now. That's what you're saying, Zongo? Because y'all got Burger King in Ghana too. I guess
no,
that's a part of the
I mean, it's not
Ghana
everywhere,
culture
man. I
too.
mean, it's not everywhere. I mean, I'm saying like over, like when something over, like I mean, people who came here to build America, over time, it became part of the American like culture, like the cultural fabric.
It doesn't
Everywhere you
become a
go,
part of the culture no
like
matter
everywhere
how
you
long
go,
it
like
exists. No
everywhere
one
you
would.
go.
Pizza Hut can be in
Wait. I
Nigeria
mean,
for the next
no,
100 years.
see,
No
like
one's
you
going to
might
say
want to like
pizza is
wait.
Nigerian culture.
You might want to
Yeah.
disagree, like, but generally, I mean, you interact with most white people. Like
Zongo,
they know
you've
like
lost this argument, man. Just give it up. Just give it up.
I haven't lost. I haven't lost the argument,
I
man.
don't. I didn't know
No,
Ghanaians are this stubborn, man. Like I
no,
didn't know.
I
You
haven't
make
lost
me.
the
I thought
argument.
Ghanaians were very humble people.
No,
No,
man. I think
Zongo, you didn't
no,
lose the
I haven't
argument.
lost.
You didn't lose the
See,
argument.
the fact
There
that
was
the
never
fact.
an argument to
Wait.
begin with. You
See,
just sound
the fact.
crazy at this point.
No, the fact that you,
He
the
just want
fact
to
that
find a way to win. Well,
no, that's
You
not true,
can't
man.
win. You can't win this one.
No,
Everyone
man.
on the platform disagreed with you.
Wait. I mean, it doesn't
I
matter
know,
actually.
man. Come on, man.
Wait. The fact that you don't agree with me doesn't negate the point that I'm trying to say. Because like, if you go outside there, like
It
that's what it
negates it.
is.
It negates
That
it.
does
Unless you
not.
want to say
Like,
because there's an Italian restaurant in Ghana that Italian music and food is a part of Ghanaian culture.
And
Are you
they
saying that?
still, and
so
you
like,
know nobody
wait. So
gonna
like,
accept that.
let me give an example, right? Like when there's a cultural exchange between American students and like other students, like when they go, what culture do they teach other countries? They
Zongo.
teach American culture to
Culture
them.
is a representation of the collective, not a section of the population.
So
Just
what is
because
the
a section of the population does something does not mean that the whole country does it.
and
You
what is
understand
American
that?
culture? Let me ask you, what is the collective American culture?
I've been said there wasn't one.
Nah,
So you mean to tell me the American government when they do a cultural exchange program
it's
among students,
region, yo, it's
Zongo,
regional.
Zongo, you're full of
culture like
shit, man. Go
Zongo,
take a
Zongo,
hillbilly, go take a
Zongo.
redneck and put him next to a goddamn
Hey
Yankee
Zongo,
like
hey Zongo,
Kala. Tell me if they
Zongo,
share culture. Tell
Zongo,
me if there's
Zongo,
anything
yeah,
similar.
Zongo. You know how black people will be like hip
Oh, these
hop, rap
niggas
music
full of
is a part
shit,
of our
Mongo.
musical culture.
Fuck these niggas.
But the minute that you go from the Bay Area, you realize we don't sound the same as niggas in LA, that don't sound the same as people in
Exactly,
Houston, that don't sound the
exactly,
same as
right?
people in Philly.
hmm They
But we
gonna
all
know.
claiming the same thing as part of our culture, but we don't even talk the same.
Yeah, yo, yo,
see
Zongo. You
there's the
know, in
culture.
America,
See,
Zongo. You know, in America alone, we got like about 30 different English dialects. Like you'll
yeah,
know
I mean,
somebody
but
from
it doesn't negate the fact that there's a standard American English that's been taught in schools, and that is
They
no, but
don't teach you a
but
standard goddamn. What are you talking
the
about, man?
point,
there is a
They
huh?
don't
standard
teach
Hey,
you
American
dialect in
English.
hey,
school.
hey, guess what?
No,
I say
like it's
standard
not. It's
American
Zongo,
not.
English.
Zongo,
Zongo,
No,
man,
no,
Zongo,
no, no,
you're
no.
really
Not
Zongo,
you're feeling
what
Ghana
I'm
tonight,
saying.
man.
Zongo,
No, what I'm
Zongo.
saying
Hey,
is,
Mike, are you
I
uh,
often,
listening, man?
Zongo,
Are
I
you
often
feeling
hear
like,
people talk about speaking proper English, right?
man,
And
no,
then I'll
proper
be like,
English, the
wait a
American
minute.
culture that the
But
government promotes, man,
there's
like in
no, it's like
American
schools.
30
English,
different
British
English
English,
dialects.
Australian English, New
That
Zealand
is
English.
that is
Hey,
the
can you act
American
like
culture.
And
Like,
then
they
and
don't
then
know
in
what you're
America,
talking
the
about,
English changes
Mongo?
again. There's regional English.
when you
The
go to
people in
Japan,
the people in
wait,
South
listen,
Carolina don't
guys,
speak like the people in
guys,
Georgia, don't speak like
wait,
the people in
Right,
Cali.
right. You right. You know that, right,
wait.
John?
When you
Like,
go to
I'm not.
Japan,
I'm lying on that, John.
No,
when you
no, I
listen, guys,
100% know that I can't
No,
understand
I'm
shit
not. I'm
half of
lying
my
on that,
family
John.
says when I go
It's
down there to
regional.
go
The
visit
culture
their asses.
regional. It's regional.
when you go to Japan, and you see Americans speaking American English, that
The
is the
Japanese are an
that is the
ethnic group, sir.
listen. That's not the point I'm making. When you go to Japan, you see Americans teaching American English. They are promoting the standard American English, man. Like, come on, like, why is it hard for you to understand this, man? It's like simple thing, man. Come on.
Do you
You want
know
to tell
what
me like
standard,
so they teach
bro?
Ebonics? They teach
Brother,
Ebonics in Japan? Is
do
that
you
what you're saying?
understand what standard means?
What is standard to you?
It just means the most common. The most common.
Yeah, like we gonna all
That's it.
understand each other. Like you from, we can all understand each other, no matter where we're from, in part of the country, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
That's what you
but
basically saying,
guys,
right, John?
hey, Dave,
Exactly.
Dave.
Right, standard.
When you go to a foreign country and you teaching American English, do you teach Ebonics to them? Like, I mean, just
No,
be obvious. Man.
no,
When you
we
went
teach
to
in
No.
the
school,
proper way.
guys, man. When you went to
But
school,
but
Dave, wait. When you went to school and they taught you American English, wasn't it a standard American English that they taught you?
it was a standard American English, but from the Northeast, New York and New Jersey.
I mean,
Yes.
oh man,
If I was learning in if I was learning in North Carolina or South Carolina, I would have a different dialect or in different
what I
certain
mean,
Hey D,
pronouncements
don't
of the
mind him.
words.
Don't mind him. What he
Okay.
thinks is that the same shit that I learned in school, you learned in school. That's all.
but see, like
Uh,
He think
English,
that
like
there's like
okay,
a national educational thing
no,
on the basis of
region or
English
state,
language.
no, it is actually.
region,
There is
state.
actually. No, there is.
It really ain't. It
No,
really
there
ain't.
is actually. That's why, like,
No, it's really not.
wait. That's why. Listen, man. Like, that's why when you go to school, they teach you in national exams, English exams, man. There is something like that, like the
I
SAT,
say,
the GRE. There's something like that. Like, that is a standard, a national standard exams, like test. Like, what are you talking about?
no,
Are you guys crazy?
That's not
It
the
is a national
language.
exams like that.
But
What are you
that's not the language, Zongo.
talking? It's a national.
You can
TOEFL,
give
like
a test to Nigerians right now
TOEFL,
and they'll all
TOEFL.
be able to take the test, but that's not the national language. Even though they
I
say that
mean,
they speak English. From what I
TOEFL.
see, they speak most part pidgin English. And then after that they all speak
Man, forget
their
about it.
regional languages.
We speaking about America now. Like you guys want like okay,
It's the same thing in
I get what you're
America,
saying. Like
Zongo.
you
Damn.
want to be you want to be on YouTube and act like you're not part of like the general America. I mean, you want to like, hey, you're entitled to your own opinion, but American government has a culture that is promoting, and that is the standard American culture, standard way of doing things. Like there's a standard
Zongo,
American culture in America,
Zongo,
man.
Zongo,
You might
Zongo,
want to disagree. I get what you're saying, where you're
Zongo,
coming from.
Zongo. The American
Well,
government
like, yeah,
the American
government
government
have a
celebrates
culture.
shit that the most of us don't celebrate, nigga.
Yeah, America has it. Like,
You
if you
ain't
go
you
to
haven't caught on to that yet, have you?
if you go to the American educational system, it's
You don't
represent the
notice
American
every month is
government.
a
That's what they
different
Zongo, this
month
is
promote.
the
to
problem,
That's what they
celebrate
right?
promote.
You as
something
a
different.
foreigner that's only been around America for a couple of years shouldn't be speaking on it
Man, I understand how
because you don't
nation state
know enough.
operate.
That's all.
I understand how nation state operate. It's no
You
different from
don't.
American other
You
countries.
don't. You don't even.
I
Zongo, how many
understand
You
it better
states you
than
been
you
you
do.
to?
don't understand it, bro.
You
Zongo,
don't
how many
understand it
states you
like
been
no, no.
to?
Huh?
Zongo, how many states you been to?
Oh, I've been like to like I said like I've been like 13 states so far, like pretty much.
So you don't know all the states is different. You don't notice everybody talk different. They live in different.
Hey,
You don't notice that.
Zongo, do you know which states practice polygamy the most?
hey, forget about that. Like Dave, see.
Hey, you don't know about
Wait,
that.
wait,
Do you
wait,
know,
wait,
Zongo? Do you know which states still live like
But
we in the fucking 1700s?
Utah, I think
hey,
The
Utah do
wait,
it.
most.
wait,
John,
wait,
that's
wait.
Utah.
That's
Hey,
Utah,
Utah. Yeah, that Utah.
Utah,
yeah, yeah,
right?
like,
Zongo, you
hey,
Utah,
don't know
guys,
everything about this country, bro.
Utah, right? Yeah, I
hey,
heard about Utah.
hey,
Yeah.
Dave. See, let me ask you a question, right? Like, even like in
Yeah, it is
conversation about
Utah.
English, right? I mean, we get it. Like, we live over here. We know like people have different dialects, different way of talking. Like, we get it. Like, it's
Yeah.
very like.
You
But
noticed
like,
that, right?
wait. But when you go through the institution, American institutions, because the institution represent American, like the greater American society, they
Okay.
have a standard that they promote in most institutions because
Okay.
they represent
They're
Zongo,
American.
going to
Zongo, you
Zongo.
go
They're
to
going by
school
the
to
Even
become a
standard.
fucking lawyer. You go to school to become a doctor. You go to school to
hey,
become an engineer. That has nothing to do with culture, my nigga.
It's
I'm
gonna be
still,
up to stand.
oh
It's
man,
gonna be
like,
up.
yeah,
Hold on.
the
Zongo.
language
It's
is
gonna
part of the culture,
Zongo.
man. Language
Listen
is
real
part of
quick.
the culture.
But
Are you
listen,
here
it's gonna
disagreeing with
be
that?
up to
Language is part of
standard.
the culture.
It's gonna be up to standard. When they're learning it, it's going to be up to the American standard. But
Yeah,
they're learning it from their region, from their
yeah,
community,
yeah.
from their area.
Yeah, like I mean, like even okay, I get it. Like
Okay.
even in the UK, for instance, right? Everybody have their own accents. Like
Zongo, I got a question. Do
they
you
have a
think
standard English.
LGBTQ,
They have a
Zongo, do
standard
you think
English that they
LGBTQ is a part of
promote.
American culture?
No, but
So,
Do you
it
think
does.
LGBTQ is a part of American culture?
But it is now. Like, but not now. But I'm just saying it's not. You know, it's just something new. It's just
It is a group like yeah, groups within the American, like the general
Is it
American.
a part of American culture? Is it something that's generally practiced by everybody?
I mean, it's a group within. It is a group that is part of like the great American people. So you see, like
In
the
order
group.
for something to be culture, it has to be a general practice.
No,
yeah.
I think they are a group within the American society, right?
In
It is
order for
part.
something to represent America, it has to be something that's generally
No, I mean,
practiced.
if the American government promoted, I mean, that's like generally
That's it
understandable,
doesn't
right?
matter. It has to be something that's the Nigerian government. They got Muslim holidays. The Christians don't have to
chat
participate in it.
chat go crazy.
Yeah, I mean, but it becomes
Yeah,
part of like wait. I say like it becomes part of like the greater like the nation identity because they do recognize that there are different people with different beliefs, so they celebrate both. So each group within the nation might want to go to each like religious festivities, like they want to go together. It becomes part of the greater like culture of the society. Like, why is it hard for you to understand? Like, I mean, this is no like
because
rocket
it ain't
science.
true, Zongo.
I mean, you want to like play some like you want to play delusion. Like in Ghana, for instance, like they
You
observe.
you're being delusional.
You are. Like, I mean,
You're
see,
being very
hey,
delusional right
see,
now.
Jonathan. Like, see, let me tell you one thing, right? When it comes to understanding nation state,
Okay.
you are not even on my equal. Actually, if I'm just going to be honest to you,
I don't want to be.
yeah, you don't really
I don't
understand,
want to
like,
be.
cause like
You've been disproven by at least 3 to 4 people already. I don't want to be where you at.
no, cause even
You
people
think you think because Chinese people open up some shit in Nigeria that whatever those Chinese
no,
people are doing because it's a part of the Nigerian culture. I
even
don't want to
most
think like that.
wait.
That's stupidity.
No, I mean, see, countries are no different from ethnic. It's like a bigger ethnic group, and for people to
Zongo, Zongo,
wait, listen, man,
Zongo. In June,
Let me finish.
we had a big old celebration for Juneteenth in Benin City.
Listen,
and we were partying, we were dancing. Is that now part of Nigerian culture?
Listen, man. Countries is
Is
like a
that a part of Nigerian culture? My wife, she
listen,
hosted up
Nah,
the Black
but
American Heritage
Yes,
flag.
yes,
Is
yes,
that a
Jonathan.
part? Is that
Actually,
now part
actually,
of?
it
Is
is.
that now
It
part of
is.
Nigerian culture?
Elvis, where you
Elvis
come
song.
to
Yeah,
find it?
let me
Where you
make my
come to
point, yo.
find it,
Let me make my
bro?
point, John.
Oh
Y'all been letting
God.
Jonathan dominate this conversation. Look, their culture, their cultures within pockets of a nation. So you don't. There's not such a thing as a national culture for people where you have diverse groups. You think the ways that people practice in, let's say, Calabar in the state in Nigeria, right? It's the same way that people practice in Akwa Ibom,
Elvis,
in the southeast.
Elvis, you just basically proved
Hold
our
on, don't
point.
look,
You just proved our
don't
point with your own
hold on,
words. There's no
don't.
national culture. Good
And that's
job,
what I'm
Elvis.
that's what I'm saying. When you ask the question if, for example, if gay marriage or LGBT is a part of American culture, I mean, you're talking about somebody's sexuality, right? That's not part of a culture, right?
it's a
Is
proof
being
of
straight part of a
sexuality.
culture or being gay
Right.
part of a culture? No, that's sexuality. But what I'm saying is there are populations, small pockets of populations, and they have their own culture
So let me
that's
ask you,
unique to them.
Elvis, if you travel outside, right? Let's say like American government employee, like a cultural exchange, right? And you like this year you want to exchange American culture with another country's culture. What are you going to teach them? Like pretty much, because there is an identity that America as a society is trying to promote. Not everybody might agree with it, but the government as like an entity, an institution that is the backbone of the American country, promote a culture. Like why is it very
One of
hard
the,
to
The
one of the
part
understand?
things.
Zongo,
Hold on,
Like
that
when
was
they
my
do those
question, Jonathan.
exchanges,
That
hold
was my
on, bro.
question, bro.
When they do
Nah, I
those
mean,
exchanges, America is saying that liberty is in being able to protest is a part of the culture that they
that,
want to push out there. That's what they push out there.
yeah,
That's
but
what they
Zango,
would
that's
call American
let me
culture.
answer your question. Let me answer your
it's
question.
part of American culture, man. Like, what are you talking about? That is a part of American culture, man. The Constitution is American culture. Like, that is
Look,
it. Like,
culture, Zango, culture is not stagnant. It's fluid. Culture change all the time, so it's not something that is written in stone. That from the beginning of this nation up to now, there's been one way of doing things. Culture evolve over time, so you can't pinpoint any one, a culture that America has had for many generations. In 10 years, in 20 years, there will be another, swing of the culture of American culture. So it's not always the same. If you go down south, they'll tell you, "Hey, this is how we do things down here, boy." If you go down east, up east, there's a different way. How people do things. There's the accent, the way they talk, the way they barbecue their meat. There's different ways of doing things, but collectively, the way people do things in a nation make up that nation's culture. So it's an amalgamation of different ways of doing things and different practices that make up American culture. So it's not one single thing that you can pinpoint and say, "Oh, this is American culture and this is not."
yeah,
So
but
that's
but
the
I'm saying
point
like,
of it.
exactly right. Like, and I'm saying like America as a country, for instance, like through the institution, when you go through the American educational system, right? Because they want an American that lives in Texas to have a similar view of America as the American that lives all the way in Northwest, like in Washington State, right? And they're gonna teach you something similar for you to understand, like having a standard, sort of like a standard English that most American, someone from the South writes something, the one from the North is gonna understand. When you standardize the English that represents American culture, man, like the great American culture, like why is it hard for people
No,
to
no, no.
understand?
You can't say that. When you say uh
When you
language, right?
when you because language represent the culture, right? When you standardize
Uh,
American English, right? Let's say American standard American English, right? You go to American educational system for you to graduate. You have to take English test, like a national English test that the board of education like is responsible for, like uh, um, generating for most student. Isn't that a representation of the American society educational system?
that's like that for every country, bro. Or well, not every. I won't say every, but most countries have a standardized test, right? In
Yes.
Africa, in West Africa, for example, you have the WIAC that most West African students from K through 12 would take. That's a form of standardized test. But all the countries in West Africa don't have the same culture, right?
No, I think you're missing the point. I think that like the argument, like like
Zongo,
what
would
we
you
wait,
consider
wait, wait,
NYSC to be a
wait, wait,
part
wait,
of
wait, wait,
Nigerian
wait,
culture?
wait. I think what you're missing is that like the conversation we having, like, because for me, I hold the view that, right, in every country there's peculiar cultures like that is like that is peculiar to certain ethnic group, right? But the nation state, like, which is modern countries, right, it represents a bigger ethnic group, right? And in a nation state there are different groups of people, right? But
No, 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 no.
wait, let me finish.
A nation state is
Wait,
actually the opposite.
wait. What I mean country, like, I mean, pretty, that's what I mean. Nation state, which you call
No, no.
countries, right?
Nation state
Wait,
is predominantly a homogenous group of people that make up a
no,
state. Yeah,
wait, that's not true. Like,
a
it's not true.
nation is a diverse group of people,
You
whereas a
said
nation
imagine.
state.
You said
A
wait.
country is a diverse group of people. A nation state is usually one ethnic
When
group.
when people say Yoruba nation, right? That's a
Guys,
that's hold on. That's
let's
one
not
group of
place.
people, right? And then there's the state of Nigeria or the country of Nigeria. Is a diverse group of people. So when people
See, like, let's
a
not
nation
place the
state,
matter. Wait. Let's not place the matter.
No,
When I said nation,
South Africa is not a nation; it's a country.
wait. When I use the term nation, what I meant was country. So let's not try like
okay,
to
that's what I'm
define what do you
saying. When
mean.
you say nation state,
Wait,
is
but yeah, but what I meant was country. So let's, because I said equate to country. Like, so let's not try like to define what a nation state. Like, let's not do like play the semantics game. That's what I mean. The country, like, made up of different group of people, but for people to have a similar identity, because like they have their own peculiar cultures, but to have, for people to believe in an American identity, they have to have a shared history, a shared
not
commonality.
true, not true, not true.
They have no, because they
There,
have.
no, no, there are values in this country that people idealize, right? So that, like Jonathan was saying, the idea of freedom, the idea of liberty, that I have the freedom to to lead a life that I want to. I have the ability to rise up from my current position and become somebody better in the
Mhm.
future. Idealism is one of the things that that most Americans believe in. Like, you
Yeah,
know,
and
so,
it is in an American Constitution, which represent American, great American culture. Like that's what it reflects. Like, that's what I'm talking about, actually. Because what you're saying is in the Constitution, and that represent the nation. I mean, like, that's what I'm saying, pretty
so
much.
well, idealism is the
Wait,
same as culture.
that's what I'm saying, that a country is like a bigger ethnic group, pretty much. In modern country, they have constitution, they have institutions that represent the government. If you go to like education system, the education system teach you standard like English, like social class, about American society, pretty much, like trying to give you an identity of the greater American society. Like, someone like that's how someone can live in Texas but will be able to understand someone all the way in north, like west, because they went through the American educational system.
Probably not as easily. Like, you take a kid from Brooklyn and you bring him down, to the deep, south of Texas. The way that they talk will be different. There
I'm
are
not
some
talking
people.
about see this, there are way of talking that is peculiar to state, but
Well,
there's the
yeah, there are
standard English.
colloquialism in different from different
Wait.
regions,
But
right?
I'm saying, when it comes to standard English, when you write a literature, like Kala said, he wrote a literature, right? Someone who came, like someone who's all the way from Texas, should be able to read and understand. And that's what standard means.
Yeah, you ever heard have you ever heard African French and the French that they speak in Martinique, or the French that they speak in
Because like
Curacao, or the French that they speak in France?
Elvis, most countries, right? People recognize their differences, their different way of talking, right? That's why they tend to standardize it. The standard is supposed to have commonality, like similarity among everybody. That if the president speaks, regardless of where you are, you should be able to understand him. That's why people speak standard English, right? That's why
So
if you
what
go
is your
to like,
point? What is your point? You think Nigeria, right? When Tinubu speaks in Nigeria, everybody in the country understands him?
I think the point I think the earlier conversation that we were having was about like the music, right? And I was saying that like Mike said he disagreed, like maybe music is part of a culture. And I'm saying I get it, like most African countries, for instance, like the ethnic group might have their peculiar culture, but a greater society might also have like a culture like that most people will identify, because like most African
So I
countries,
think
right?
you're talking about national identity rather
That's what I
than
mean. Yeah, like
right.
that's what I mean. And I was drawing a similarity. Like national identity is almost similar, like a bigger ethnic group, like the identity of a bigger ethnic group.
No, don't use that word ethnic group. It's a idealism, right? It's something that everybody strives
No,
toward. It's a
I'm
common
just
goal that everybody has in
I'm
a
just
It's
nation.
called
saying that I'm
pluralism.
just saying that
It's
I'm just saying that
pluralism.
for
Or
yeah
pluralism.
I'm just saying that for the purpose of this
Something
conversation. Like,
Africans got to learn pluralism. It means we may be different, but we have been many, but we have one idea that links us all together. That's
yes,
pluralism.
and that's the culture of the nation. Like same
No, you
thing.
keep saying that's the
No,
culture
it's
of the
not the
nation. That's
Yeah,
not.
culture.
Don't say
Damn,
that.
Zongo.
man, like guy,
It's like
my
the creed.
Elvis,
Creed.
Zongo, Zongo, when you lost,
Elvis,
when
Elvis.
you defeated, just give in
Wait,
gracefully and
wait,
just say, you know
no,
what?
no, he
I'm
was
wrong.
like, wait,
Thanks
wait,
for
wait.
enlightening me.
I use the
It
term
ain't that
culture.
deep, bro.
See, when I use the term so like when I say like America is like a representation of bigger culture, like you disagree with that, Elvis? Like
Say that again. Say that again. America is
when I say
what?
like when I say a country is like a bigger ethnic group, like do you have issues? Like you disagree with that?
Yeah, I disagree with that
Why?
because ethnicity is a delineation of a group of of people, right? So you can live in a country, but being an Italian American or being a Hispanic American, right? Or Hispanic is a more broad term, or like say a Mexican American. These people have different ethnicities, and their history and their genealogy, if you want to say that, is different, right? But what they have in common is that they're Americans. They maybe have American citizenship. There are Mexicans in this country, or Mexican Americans who barely speak any English, but they have American citizenship, and that makes them American. That makes them a part of America. But
Hmm.
they're ethnically diverse. And some of them believe in the creed of America, that freedom is what we stand for. We want everybody to be free and pursue happiness, you know, and that liberty is something that they believe in. Maybe they came from a country, or their parents came from a country where they were oppressed and they didn't
Hmm.
have the kinds of freedoms that America espouses. So ethnicity has,
So
I
like
won't say it
so
has
like
nothing to do with it,
so
but when
when
we
I
talk
say like
about
so when I say ethnic group, right? Because like generally in most ethnic groups, like what do they believe in? Like, because like you might say like a group, right? Because they believe in something, right? They also
no,
have
not
an idea.
necessarily. You
Wait,
you
wait,
have
wait,
a
wait.
common patrimony, right?
Let me
When you
finish.
come
Let me finish. Because they believe in something, right? They believe like the way they do things. They have like festivity. They have shared history, shared identity. The way they name their stuff. They believe in something. They have an ideology that they also abide, which is different from another
Yeah, but
culture.
ethnic groups are not monolithic, bro.
But
Ethnic groups, you have different, diverse groups within ethnic groups. So,
that's
for
what I'm saying.
example, the one of
And
the
I'm
things you
saying
said is share history and
shared
share,
history, shared language, shared history, shared
lineage, right? You said
yeah, pretty much.
we came from this person. He was our progenitor, and as such, we have something in common. But within those ethnic groups of even language group of people, there are many diversity that is amongst them, right? So it's not one thing that's holding them
Yeah,
together. The only thing that's holding them together is that they have a shared history or a shared common ancestor.
but they might have a shared language too, like the way of doing things when it comes to like
And I always like to use this
the way,
example because
the way
that's
they
what I know
respect
best.
the elders, like when it comes to like festivals, like it's almost like similar. And similarly, when you kind of relate that to modern countries, right? They have certain elements that is almost similar to most ethnic groups. Like they believe in the constitution that
Okay, let me
almost all
switch
people.
let me switch the conversation for a second, right? I
Yeah,
saw a
all right.
comment. I just can't. I didn't follow the conversations from the
Yeah,
beginning.
yeah, yeah.
Somebody said that no, twerking is not in African culture. I don't know who said that, who made that statement. But I disagree with it wholly. Because it's very, very much part of our African culture, especially in West Africa. You have different kinds of dances that is pretty much quote unquote butt shaking dancing. You have the Mapuka style of dancing. You heard about Mapuka, right? from
I
Ivory
think
I'm the
Coast.
one that said that twerking was a part of Nigerian culture,
Right, but
specifically
somebody
for the
else said it
Nupe
in the
tribe.
comment.
Yeah, they
Yeah,
dumb.
somebody else
That's
said
all.
it, and that's a big part of African culture, even in my Liberian culture, right? And I tell this to people all the time. If a woman starts to dance, if they don't start to shake their butt, I don't think they're dancing. So when people try to criticize quote unquote Black Americans for always their first thing to do when they start dancing is to turn around and show everybody their backside. It's as African as it gets, especially when it comes to African women. You go to a party, everybody is shaking, or like they say in African, in Liberian, everybody's rocking their butt, right? So that's very very African. So when Africans try to
Elvis,
check,
I think, okay, I think the right word to say is like it's part of some African cultures, right? But not necessarily like
South
all
Africans
African.
do it, because I'm only speaking
No, no,
on
no, no,
West
no,
African.
no. I'm not saying. I'm saying some African cultures, right? Because
Well, mostly West African. That's what I was saying.
and that's what that's what my response is relating to, like the African culture, like the West African cultures, right? Some do not necessarily do that actually. Some might do not do stuff like that. Pretty
Like
much.
what? I mean, you ever seen a Kenyan girl try to dance? You ever see them try to dance from the
No, no. In
front, or
fact,
they turn around and
no.
start
In
dancing so you
fact,
can look at their backside?
in fact, Kenyans also have a I mean, Tanzanian like have that kind of culture of like shaking their butt too. Like, I
That's
mean,
what
they
I'm
have
saying.
some.
It's a
But I'm saying,
Zongo,
African culture.
Zongo,
mhm.
Zongo. Look up Nupe dancing.
No, but
Even the guys shake
I'm not
their ass,
disagreeing what you
bro.
said. I'm not disagreeing. I'm saying some the right word to use is some African cultures in West Africa, not all of them.
I named a specific tribe when I said it. I didn't say all.
No, I was responding not to you, to Elvis actually. Yeah,
You hear this nonsense? I think it's Stables. Okay, I think he made that comment. He said uh Americans never used to twerk until they were exposed to Caribbean culture or
Oh,
Caribbean
really? Is
culture.
that what we're saying?
And I can't speak for that because I'm not an American, right, or a Black
It's
American. I don't know the
100%
long
accurate.
history.
We got all of that shit from the Caribbeans. They the ones that have that old little festival thing in which they do that shit.
And
We
when you
just
Oh,
when you
really?
say
copied
you
them.
got it, when you say you got it from them, when did you get it from them? In the 1800s, in the 1900s, in the
When
2000s?
they
When did
came
you?
over, they mainly
Yeah,
came
but
over in the
it's actually debatable because like if they were slaves themselves, like who taught them to? It came from somewhere to them too, right? So like if
So,
we want like a pinpoint any group, like we have to back it up with some kind of like some sort of like deep research, you know?
somebody is saying 1993 is when Black women started twerking.
Man, stop the bullshit.
I think there's like it's kind of like I mean like so Elvis like I think the point is like because in every cultures, right? Like this is not even a conversation about culture, right? In like in every like societies, right? They always have their bad elements that they own on, and we can't just make that one as a representation of that. Like
So
if they see
of
like
course, and
twerking,
I
the thing is like,
is
do
twerking
most people
bad?
within that do most people within that culture believe like do they accept twerking even at the highest level within their own people the ranks?
I mean, what do
If
you is twerking bad? Will you say it's bad?
I think most cultures generally gonna frown upon that, you know, most
It
of them.
depends. It depends how you do it, right?
Yeah, most people are
Take a
gonna frown
athlete.
upon that.
If you wear like a,
Yeah, definitely losing the
I hate to be
culture war.
crass, right? If
What?
you wear like a if
We're
you wear
definitely losing the culture war.
Kala, what did you say, Kala?
I said we're definitely losing the culture war. You know,
No.
can we agree? Can we let's agree that look, there's a
I'm
lot of stuff. Like let me give you an
you that. I
example.
was telling you that, Carla. You
Oh,
that.
I know. Let me say this. Thailand has a highly sexualized culture. Young girls as young as like 8 years old carry around penises, right? And they're taught to worship the penis and whatnot. They have a highly sexualized. Then what happened is the AIDS epidemic got so bad in the 90s, they said we have to change the culture, illicit sex and worship of penis. So it was something that was in their culture for hundreds of years. But they had cultures always changes. Never it's dynamic. It always
It's
evolves
dynamic. Cultures are
and
mostly dynamic. Yeah.
adapts. So just say, okay, if you like twerking, let's say African culture, but it's been sexualized.
Yeah,
Uh,
exactly. That's what
and
I'm saying, right?
that's the point I was going to, Carla, because a lady who is dressed in a nice African suit goes to a wedding or a nice little party. She'll start doing a little something, something. It's she'll be shaking her rear end, but it's not going to be like the way these girls are so explicit with it. So that's why I'm trying to say, over, in this overall, twerking, as we call it now, it's not a bad thing by itself. It's the way that people do it, where they
Yeah,
pretty much are
yeah,
naked
but
and they
I would say
bend over and you
twerking.
can see pretty much everything. And
I would say like when it comes to
that's the part I don't like about it.
Ashanti culture, right? Like they have the culture like way like the women dance, but even the way they dance, like they might do a little kind of like the art, but they do like in a majestic way. Like you understand? Like it's not like the way Carla said, like sexualized. It's not really sexualized, you know. Like it's just nobody's gonna
Nah,
sexualize
it's
that
meant to
lady.
be sexualized, bro.
Really?
It's like a mating call.
Yeah.
Yeah,
In
they have different
traditional Zulu
dances
culture,
that
the
they do.
females don't wear, no, they don't wear bras. They show their titties.
Right. So it's
Yeah.
Yeah,
supposed to be
Is that a bad
sexualized.
thing?
but that's not even actually just
Yo,
only
if
Zulu
you're from
culture, right?
America and you're watching a bunch of Zulu girls with their best, you know you doing something wrong. You know, trust me, I mean,
It's everywhere, Carla. It's
don't you?
everywhere. I mean, you
I'm
see them
sure
in
you are
public.
with
You see
that.
them with the
All those
politicians.
girls that were half naked. I'm sure you are in the culture.
No,
Yeah,
I'm
kind of like
serious. I'm serious.
yeah,
I think
yeah,
everybody on this panel have seen it, and because they're beautiful, they're not like old women who are,
yeah,
and most of
yeah.
these
But
girls are beautiful,
She was
beautiful
if
so
she
and
like
well
200
endowed.
pounds
so
and had
so let me tell you like
panties on, you wouldn't want to see her target. Like,
yeah,
come on.
let me tell you like one like cultural grouping guy. They call it like the krobos, right? So like when a lady like when a young girl like reach puberty, right? She got to go to like because like in the past they have to go to all the way to the market side, right? Like where everybody to announce like, to the general public like the lady has reached like puberty, so she have to like what walk like not really like bare naked, but like her breast is like she don't wear like nothing, just like the Zulus, right? I'm like, man, like that's some kind of way,
And that's why
But that's
people call us savages because they
but
don't
that's
understand it.
Zongo, you
that,
think that way because you're a Muslim.
that no, no, that's not. I'm saying that's just a global culture because the Ashantis don't do that. They're not
Is
Muslims.
that
They
in
don't.
Yeah, but
Ghana?
you think it's
Yeah,
bad
yeah.
because you think it's bad because you're a Muslim.
No, I don't. I don't. I mean, I don't think it's bad. I'm just thinking like, cause now like people gonna. I mean, they're gonna sexualize stuff like that.
Yeah, the bottom line, it's coming. It's coming to Africa, man. Oh shit, we're gonna see your own version of Megan Thee Stallion, Sexy Red, and
Yeah, but the thing is, like, the question is, the men in the past, do they used to sexualize those girls? I mean, there could be a legitimate
Carla,
argument
I
that.
yeah,
hope
but
I
it
hope
wasn't
we
really
don't, man. Carla, I
exploited.
hope we don't see that, Carla.
Yeah, I hope we don't
Please.
see it either.
I
No,
hope, man.
we'll
Because
look, Carla.
I've been saying since the beginning of the show, we are losing the culture war.
Yep.
Yes, and why do you think we're losing it?
Look, look,
Because we're
bro.
bored, like
Look
Mike said
at look
earlier, we're bored and we don't
attitude.
have nothing to do. We have
Look
no.
at our
No,
attitude. Look,
I don't think that's
no,
what it is.
hold on. Let me explain something. Look at our attitude. Look at our customs. What do we believe in? What's our behavior? What do we, our rituals? What are our some of our, we got some of our rituals, but the culture is totally, we don't control it. It's out of our hands.
I
Let me
don't
let,
think
let me let me tell you
we
this, right?
do
What
that. Just
sells in this country is sex. That old adage, sex sells, right?
Oh, it's everywhere, man. Elvis, man. It's not
Right.
just this
And that's
country.
what I'm trying to tell you now, right?
Come on,
In
bro.
white culture, they also sell sex, but they sell it to you through movies. They sell it to you through magazines, right?
Yeah, white culture
But
got a degeneracy, but
Through
when you
like
watch that, what they put out to you, right? When you watch
pornographic
anybody here
stuff,
ever
videos
watch
and stuff like.
anybody here watch CMT Country Music Awards? That's the
I
most.
haven't watched it, but I've seen
When you see how
CMT.
they're in their Sunday, they're best dressed, good, civilized, blah blah like that. Look at that. Compare that to the BET awards.
But don't say that country music is white music, Kyla. It's a section of white music. Pop music
Right now,
it's
it's
mostly a
white.
white
It's white.
music,
It's white. You
and
see
it's
all the white people
sexualized
there.
too. Pop
So
music is sexualized.
they basically did not want Beyonce, and I don't know why she was making a fool out of herself in there
Cause
and
she's
said
from Texas. She like country music.
no, she
Her
was trying to
family's from
appeal to
there.
the white people, and they didn't want her. Simple as that. She was stupid.
Nah. Let me just say this, bro. The reason the culture is quote unquote is a losing battle because there are undertones of racism, right? Even though white people would endorse black music and make money from it and then project it to the world, but it's the worst of black culture that they're projecting and selling out, right?
Yeah.
So when you have people making, music, it's either violent are very, hypersexualized, and they send it out. And that's what people in America, outside of America, thinks about Americans, because the first thing people see is, is what they associate with you with.
Yeah, let me
So
get
my
Kidola. Then I got brother. I gotta wrap it up. I gotta go down. I gotta go down to Nag's Head in the morning. Kidola, go ahead and speak. And I want everybody to say their last thing about the culture war or whatnot. Because like I said, I'm gonna revisit this topic sooner or later. This is like the most important topic I could ever do is the culture war.
Kala, we losing that culture war, bro. I ain't even gonna lie, we losing.
Yeah, we are losing.
I was telling you, you was like, nah, we trying to. I'm like, nah.
Well, I mean, we're making a stand. People are making a stand, but I just think
I
that it's overwhelmingly.
mean, but my problem is I don't know who's combating and who's trying to, who's
And
our
nobody
utmost.
remember. You remember Earl Graves, a beat of Black Enterprise magazine?
Yeah, you remember Black
A
Enterprise.
couple of years ago, he had the Black Debutante thing, right? And remember Eddie Griffith, the comedian?
Yeah, I know Eddie Griffin.
Okay, he
Yeah.
got up on stage, started saying his vile stuff. Earl Graves walked on the stage, snatched the mic out of his hand, and said, "No, I'm sorry, we don't." That filth, and he was telling dirty jokes.
Yeah.
He said,
bro,
"No."
Kyla, we sit on platforms where men come on the platform and start disrespecting women, and most of us don't have the backbone to say anything to them. And when I try to put these guys in check, everybody's like, "Oh, Elvis, you're trying to placate to these women." No, real men, when they sit in a gathering, and other men come in and start just
And also,
disrespecting our
so
women,
it goes on
we're
too.
supposed to stop them.
Women, hold on. Women also have to respect men. That's another thing. Women
Yeah, I
can't.
agree with that, but
No,
we're the leaders. We show the
really is,
respect
but I'm
first, and
saying, but
we'll get it back.
a lot of women, they gotta understand when you come into a platform and you're talking to men, men, certain way you gotta act, right? And then when you act that way, men naturally will say, "Okay, that's a woman I'm talking." I remember one time when I first got on Diane's show. I had this. Look at Chantel. She loves you now. So thank you, Elvis.
Nah, she's been on these platforms. She know that I don't like to see women being
Check us out.
disrespected.
Check us out. Check us out. I was on Diane's show one time, right? And this is like when I first got on the show, right? And this one sister got up there and she disagreed strongly with what I was saying, right? And then after I listened to her while she's a mother, she's a Black woman with a husband and a mother and that, I said, sister, we disagree. So I'm going to be respectful. You're a mother of a Black children, mother of any children, you're a woman, you're a mother, you're like a virtuous woman and everything like that. Because you had concern about some of the stuff I was saying. So I was like this, but she was respectful. She was like, say, I disagree with you, Kyle. But I said, look, you are a mother, a Black woman. I'm going to talk to you in a certain way of respect. With respect. Why? Because she came at me respectfully, said, I respectfully disagree with what you're saying, but like that. I said, okay, I didn't say you. I seen that sometimes, man. Dudes, a woman just disagrees with me. They're just like, oh man, and there's a man, you got to know when to, just back off with women, and stuff like that. You got to know when to back off with women, and not say the wrong thing,
I'm not just saying individually, Carla, but collectively, we have to protect our women.
I know
When men
that, but
try
I'm
to disparage them in our
at the same
gatherings,
time,
we have to shut it
let
down.
me ask you something, Elvis. Right? This is part of the culture war, right? Uh, 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 there's women that are going around browbeating. I saw a video the other day on TikTok. It made me almost sick. Right? They have Umar Johnson's talking point. She said, what we need the men to do is start taking some of these single mothers' kids and sons and take them out and do stuff with." And I said also, how dare you tell a man who has no kids that he got to take his time, even if he's married or like that, to take care of your kids when you made the decision to have like 3 or 4 kids.
Nah, not to take care of them, but to show them, to mentor
Yeah,
them,
but why should
mentorship.
you have to do
That's
anything?
what they're talking
Where's
about.
the kid? Hold on. Where's the kid's uncle? And why would you ask to complete straight like, and then browbeat him, make him feel like a fool because he doesn't agree with you?
Better men, right? Better men who are let's say professional or live a upright
Yeah, but
life
that's not hold up.
can
That's not
impact a
that
child.
man's responsibility.
It's not, but it's something that you do for
Here's how
community.
Elvis. What
Community
goes
service
on?
is not a
Hold
it's
on.
not a
First of all,
responsibility,
I
Kyle,
always
but you
said,
do it because
hold
it
up.
benefits your community.
If we don't have a culture, we don't have a community. There's no community. There's no respect for elders in the community. There's nobody looking out for each other. We're not
But
that community,
who upholds it?
huh?
Who upholds the community? That's why you have
There
like
is
the
no
council.
community. I
Hold on,
was trying
Kyle.
to tell you where you
The
been.
count
There
the
is no
council of
community anymore.
hold on for a second. when you have a council, even in the village, right? You have the chief or
We're not a
councils of
village,
elders.
man. We're in America, man. The bottom line
I'm
is,
just telling you, where's your council of elders that's going to tell the men
well, the bottom
in
line, you go
your
out there, you
in
go
your
out there.
lodges
Oh, this what
how
happened.
to maintain out the black culture,
Well,
right?
this is
You
what no,
have
this is what happened, Elvis. Let me give you get people a game. Let's say you want to form a council of elders, right? Okay, that sounds good. We're gonna talk to this one that, put down the rules on that. Now you're gonna try to implement that stuff. Guess what? Them 15-year-olds and 14-year-olds, I've seen them all eyes are carrying gats. What can you really do? You know, and they're making more money than the adults in the community because it's slinging dope, doing all kinds of stuff online and whatnot. Even a new thing going on now is these stupid internet prank videos and whatnot. They know how to make money monetizing Instagram and TikTok and stuff like that.
yeah,
So they have more
you
incentive.
are more
Yeah,
effective when the kids are in the impressionable stages. That's when you shun these behavior. That's why it's
yeah,
important
but the
when
bottom
these
line,
kids are still,
hold on, if you don't have anything for them, like a stable community and whatnot, and that comes from having a family. That means you have to have women that say, look, before I have a child, a son like that, I'm going to make sure, and let's say if they do have a single mother son, her father could step in, her uncle, her brother could step in. Also, people could step in before you go out to the community because the community can't bear the burden of raising other people's children. It just don't work like that. Because I've seen it before. This guy did that with this guy.
that's an African proverb, Carla. And I
Yeah,
think
I know, but a lot of
Black
things in
American
Africa
needs
does
to
not work,
adopt it.
right?
It takes a village to raise
It
a
takes a
kid,
village.
right?
Yeah, but Negroes in America, I know my people. They take that as I don't do nothing because the village is going to take care of my kids. You and not. That's the mentality we have. They take that to the extreme. Okay, it takes a village, but it takes two parents to raise a child. You know,
Right.
So that's what I'm talking about. So we got a lot going on here. People taking stuff that should work. It takes a village. If we was in a normal community where everything was balanced, we had role models and everything like that, and people doing the right thing, yeah, it'd be easy to come in there and help out. We don't have that sort of community anymore. Everyone's doing the wrong things. Mama out in the club at 3 o'clock in the morning and whatnot, just leaving the kids alone and whatnot. All the wrong things are going on in the black community. So the bottom line is you can't, that right there.
Not necessarily, Carla. There are pockets of African Americans in this country who have a long
Well,
line
yeah, and those
of
people
strong
usually take care of
families.
their kids. I'm one of them. Those kids usually take
No,
care of
no.
their
What
families.
I'm saying is there are established families, right,
Well,
that have
yeah,
a
but
long line of
if they're
successful
taking care of
kids
their families,
and
paying
through
their bills,
generations.
but
But
what
those are
about the
not the ones
people?
that you see on TV. Those are not the one that you see on YouTube. So it's not the
I
entirety
know
of
that,
African
but
American culture
is
that is
the people on
degenerate.
YouTube are now threatening the black people that's out here trying to make ends meet, pay for their kids, keeping their own kids out of trouble and stuff like that. Now you're tasked with keeping somebody else's kid out of trouble and everything. It's just like and until we get back to that old thing of building families and stuff like that, respect for your elders, respect for adults and stuff like that, and people having goals. And as they always say, an idle mind is a playground of the devil.
Carla, I think we need more role models, man.
We need role models. We don't have
We
role
need
models
better,
in the
more
community.
And
role
that's why
models.
if somebody tell you, Carla, you need to talk to my son, or you need to try to impact
Oh
something on it.
no, 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 no.
No,
I'll
no,
talk
no.
to you. I'll talk to your
It's a
son, but
compliment to you because
I'm
they
not.
see
Hold
you
on.
as somebody who could be a role model for
Well,
their son.
let me tell you something, Elvis. This is a problem. This is a problem right here. I want you to listen to this very carefully. And all you listen to this thing right here, be very careful, right? When you go up to a woman, right, and you inject yourself in a child's life, right? Can't take that back. You go in a child's life, right, and you tell that boy something, right? It's next time he's with his father or whatever like that. Well, such and such said, well, who is he? Who's Collar? Well, he's somebody that comes around and everything. And what's the father thinking? That nigga's after my family. You know what I'm saying? You better stay away. It happens all the time. The dudes
No,
actually get hurt.
most of the time it happens when the father is absent, right? So you could
And
be a
that's what
guy.
happens. Fathers,
One second, Kyler. You could be a guy in a community where a lady sees you got your own little business. You're doing well. You come home. You got a respectable, way about doing things. They might talk to you. Hey, Mr. Kyler, my son, he's going to school. His dad is not here or whatever. Can you go and talk to him, please? That's a respect that woman is showing you that she needs your leadership, and
well, I know
it's
that, but
on
I
you
can't
now
be.
not to reject it, but to try to help because it benefits the
Well, I
community
can't be a
overall.
leader because what's going to have to happen is his father has to do that. I'm just somebody, a stranger.
Elvis. You know better, man. You know better, El.
Why you say that? Go ahead.
Nah, but you know better. If the father not around, that's the father's family obligation. That's first obligation.
Yeah, but
Then
we have a pandemic of absentee fathers in this country.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
so we have to change the culture.
you gotta change it.
We'll make
We
up
make it
apps.
normal. It's normal for I see it all the time. Girl get pregnant one night, and the next thing you know, she's talking to her sister. Well, we're gonna go down to the county on Monday and get you on this. We're gonna get you a Section 8 voucher. There's no incentive to do right, you know. And also, I had to have my younger cousin, right? She was like, how old is she now? She's like 24, you know. Ajayi's 24 now. And you know, I get it. My aunt raised her and whatnot, you know, and my cousin Akina. Love her to death, man. But she thinks she's gonna be a rapper still one night. She's like 42 right now. She swears she's gonna be the next rapper because she hung out with 50 Cent and Lloyd Banks in Long Island. She's still trying to pursue a rap career and everything. But Jaisia's on there on her own, right? So anyway, Jaisia gets pregnant, right? And they'll say, "With the guy, the father, he's like, I'm too young to have a kid." Okay, he just bounced. He said, "I just can't do it with no responsibility right now. I got to go to college one night." So he went off to college one night and left her there. You know, and so the bottom line, I see this with my own eyes, even my own family, you know, and so I'm like, God damn, man. And so, and I'm sitting there, what can I say as a man in the family? If I get up and say, you know, Jaija screwed up when the whole family come at me, man. Why are you so freaking judgmental? You know what I'm saying? You live in a stone
Oh,
age.
Kyla, that's called being a coward, bro. I have nieces, right? Mostly nieces. If I see them dressing some kind of way that I don't like, I'm gonna say something about it. I'm
Oh,
gonna
I'll
tell
say
them.
something, but it don't
Yeah,
mean
so you do that all the time because you don't want your family name to be tarnished. You don't want your nieces, to
oh,
be
she
looking some kind of way or to be carrying themselves in a
my little cousin,
sexualized way. You don't want that.
Jaija, she already have a kid. The kid's like 2 years old right now. You know, it's too late. You know.
2 year old is too late, or you mean for her it's too late?
Baby's 2 years old, and so and you know something? Who's taking care of her? Her aunt. My two cousins. My aunt's a school teacher, and excuse me, my cousin's school teacher, and her twin sister. They're both school teachers in Buffalo, New York, right? And so they take care of her, Jaija, help raise the kid. Matter of fact, my cousin Alicia is one raising a baby at 2 years old. She is 35, right? Instead of her being with a boyfriend, a man having a life, she's raising my cousin Akina, her first cousin's child, Jaija's daughter. You know, I'm saying to myself, what can you say? Because I'm not contributing or whatever like that. You know, it's just a messed up situation. I'm seeing this happen all the time, man. And in families, we can't say them because if we say something, next thing you know, it gets around. Oh, he's already said whatever like that, and people start speaking to it. Right now, black family is really toxic. We're divided over this election. Got half my family not speaking to me because I dare question Joe Biden and Kamala Harris and whatnot, and stuff like this. So it's a lot to what's going on in the black community.
It's not just a black thing. A lot of white families are divided over politics too. So I think it cuts
So the bottom
across.
line is, when I tell them, if I get up there 5 minutes on, we need to get back to this and like that. If I like some of the stuff I say online here right now, if some of my family hears some of the stuff I say right, they'll disown me. And if
Do
I
you
say
think?
something
Do
like,
you think mentorship as a whole for a culture, for a group of men is a good
well,
thing, right?
we have to have authority. Authority. If you tell the black man in America, you go tell the black man he got to be this nice little panda, everybody pets on the back, whatnot. Do your thing, caller. Go out there and mentor the kids and whatnot. But when it comes down to like running the community, what do black women say? We're running shit. We're the boss of this community. That's what
No,
they
there,
always
there are
say.
different kinds of mentorship, Carla. It doesn't have to be about
Yeah, but
authority, right?
hold on. Actually,
You can
listen,
just do things, and a child will watch the way you
if you
move,
have a
and they'll copy
community,
that.
if you have a community that don't want, I have the organization called the BAIO. I would love to expand that with the youth and build bridges between here, Liberia, Africa, Pan African movement, whatever like that, right? But I can't do that. Why? Because people come up and say, "Who are you telling me we're Americans?" and blah 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 blah. So if you're not gonna listen to my authority and take my lead and everything, this is what I'm about and everything. Why should I be involved with you in the first place? And nothing's for free anymore. It's going to be a price. Like when people back in the days, the Nation of Islam, they didn't patrol community justice because like they hopefully that will give them new membership and support. When it came down to it, people had the Nation of Islam's back because they had our back. Now we don't have that. People don't care about any of the stuff we're talking about.
No support groups no more, Kyla. We lost a lot of support groups.
Because they gave up. A lot of them just gave up. Said, "Hey, look, man,
Yeah,
forget about it." You
man.
know, we just gave up. The culture is toxic, man. You know the biggest dangerous thing is being a community
It's a
activist.
question, Kyla.
We had like 30 community activists murdered in the last 5 years.
Kala, you forget to say because most Black American women are married to the authority. The white give you the culture and keep their own culture intact. I said, this is how you behave. Your women don't want to stay with one man. They say they got freedom to be with anybody they want to be with. You understand? In African culture, if you date too many men, you're out of the game. Except you have to
Yeah,
go and
women
marry.
are celebrated here for acting
You have
wild.
to
You
go and
know,
marry far away for where they will not know you. If they know you from certain community, you're gone. Nobody want to be with you. But in America, you have a culture whereby I'm free to be wherever will be. They go very hard and say they can even be date you, try to date the other guy too. And look, children learn from their parents how to behave. So if you have a woman who always speak very nicely out of his mouth and say, I can fuck whoever I want to fuck with, the kids will also copy it also. You understand what I mean? So the men are all running around smoking weed, doing the same thing too, bringing their tongues out and showing everybody their tongues and what they can do and all this nonsense. The kids also copy it too. The community is not really there. Everyone's talking about elders of council. But you thinking you're in a village somewhere in Africa whereby because we grew up in this society, in that type of system, we control ourselves in that type of system. But the Black Americans see that what you say in Evis, docile. That's what they call Africans are very docile. But Africans are very observant because of the culture. We kind of like look at first and whoa, this one is strange.
I would love
But
to
the
have
moment
African Americans act like African. When I'm in Liberia, right? Get this. My very first night in Liberia 3 years ago, right? I was walking down a dark alley. It was so dark we had to pull out our cameras and put the light on, right? I wanted to see the water, the beach, right? So in Congo Town, we walked to the beach, back at Old Road, back at Old Road. And so anyway, we got to all of a sudden there was a group of kids sitting there, right? They was laughing, talking. Then when they saw us walk down, right? Saw we were adults, they all shut up. They all shut up. I said, "How y'all doing? How y'all doing?" I asked them, "How you doing?" "Yeah, how you doing?" "Yeah." "Then how you doing, sir? How you doing, sir?" And then they wait to a way down there before they start speaking again. That's respect. I said, I don't believe this. This is pitch black. I thought I was going to get robbed or whatever like that. These teenagers were so respectful of adults. And I said, I felt safer here than I do in a nice suburb in America.
But in America, people will say, why? In America, people will say, oh, why they not talking? But in Africa,
In
we just
America,
dress
they be
like,
like, yo, F you, bitch, man, fuck you, nigga.
Curse you out. They'll curse you out over here.
They'll curse you out in America, man. Trust me.
They'll curse you out.
Why? Hold on, this guy saying I'm a coward.
I
Why am I?
don't agree with that, Carla. I think if you just said what's up to some kids on standing on the block, they're not gonna cuss you out. They're gonna say, "What's up,
No,
man? How
I'm
you
just
doing?"
saying this whole thing is like, who are you talking to? Who are you looking at? Who are you talking to? That's the attitude,
Do you remember when our culture used to be like that though?
Yeah, we used to be like that when
I
I was a kid.
remember.
Yeah. I remember when I was a kid, we was like that.
I was a kid. Yeah, I remember.
But what happened? We took a left turn, man, somewhere, And so, like I said, a lot of community activists is giving up. I'm glad for New Era Detroit because they're just basically like, okay, we're not gonna let the bottom fall out. Those brothers are warriors. They're out there patrolling the community, making sure people are safe and everything like that. And you got black people out there really like, oh man, well, this is fascism, blah blah blah. It's keeping your black ass safe, ain't it? So it's like it is. And this guy hit Shima. These people I hit like this don't want to hear anything bad about Black America. Like we're just perfect people and we have no flaws and everything. But yet they want us to get out there and raise their kids and whatnot and do all stuff like that, while they run the clubs and run the streets and everything like that. Oh man, we need a cultural revolution, man, in Black America.
okay,
Yeah, we need it. Yeah, we need it. Yeah, we need it,
Kala, you see what you just said now? That's how the word Akata came to Nigeria. So now what you said, well, what they call it Akata is not really for for Black Americans. Akata came from Nigerians kids or Nigerian dudes who thought they in America, that when they come back home, they say, "How you doing, man? How you doing, pop? How you doing this?" But in Nigeria, those things are strange to us. When you come and see an elderly man, even when you're 40 years old, you see a guy of about 30, you bow to greet him. You don't look into his eyes, But when this dude started coming from America, this I say, "How you doing, pop? How you doing, grandpa?" Then this way the elderly men started saying, "Whoa, they're not acting like a white cat right now. These are animals." That's how kata came in. They act like a kata. You understand? So when black Americans say, "Oh, they call us a kata," might be to the Africans that live in the United States that are turning around, but it's the Africans that were coming, let me say Nigerian Americans. That's what the elders are called them a kata, as their parents to control them. So what their dads started doing, they started teaching them, "Look, if you see my father, never in your life I say, 'How you doing, pop?' You have to be on your knee." You understand me? So that's how they start controlling them. So the dad have to take control, otherwise it's going to be rough. Because I might be in America, they can't do nothing with this
Yeah,
kid
and so
because
bottom line, how do people think that a mentor is going to do what a father is supposed to do? It's not going to work.
you
It's
have to
not going to
keep your
work.
men also. Carla, what you have to preach first, ask the men to stay with one woman that are running around with all different type of women in neighborhood.
There you
And
go. That's it. So when you blame the women, you got to blame the men too, because
I'm
men
not
are.
blaming the women, man. I'm saying the
No, no, I'm
whole
not talking to
culture.
you. I
I
was
said the
talking
culture.
to the other guy who was saying that women don't just like to stay with one man. Most men don't like to stay with one woman. They have multiple kids with multiple women,
Well,
and
I say like
that
this.
also is destroying the black family. You can't be in
and the
two places at
women
once.
and the women too should not be censoring it. "Oh, my son have 10 baby mama." Because the women
Oh
also play
yeah,
for
yeah.
role too. They're
Now,
very
I don't
proud
think
of
they're
their son
sanctioning. I
having
think it's an embarrassment. You watch
their
these TV
son.
shows.
So the women also very proud, like
The
their
women,
son
the
have
women.
10
I
different
seen
mamas.
women like. I mean, you see that one video where the woman, she had a 29-year-old son, and the dude said, he said to the dude, it's time for you to get out. When he's sitting there in his underwear fixing breakfast, and the dude said, "Yo, you got to go. I'm sick of coming home, getting up, and I'm
Oh
seeing you."
yeah, I saw that video. And his mom was telling
Mom said,
his
"Well,
mom was
he
taking
gonna
up for him.
stay before." He said, "I'm paying the bills." He said, "I don't care. You'll go before he goes. That's my
Yeah,
son."
I saw that.
And so I'm like, "Yo, man, if the guys stepped up and tried to be a father and everything, and you treat him like that, what chances somebody trying to mentor somebody going to do? You know?"
I
So
mean,
it's
bro, we don't have the answers, bro. Like Kanye told Sway, you don't got the answers. I don't have the answers for sure, and that's why, although I was,
all we have to do is recognize this is a problem. That's it. Once we
I mean,
recognize it's
we've
a
been
problem,
recognizing,
okay.
but again,
Well, black people don't speak up about it because every time they
projection of the culture is not in the hands of Black Americans, right?
yeah, but the bottom line is black people don't speak out when they say we're being misrepresented, in the culture and stuff like that.
Because
We don't.
I always wonder when I see a movie like Precious, right?
Oh
Like I
Lord,
think it was
Lee
Lee
Daniels. Well, look
Daniels.
who wrote it. Lee
Yeah, I said,
Daniels.
why did they even make this movie? Or when you see some of
Man,
these
I
other
tell you
movies
what,
that is
man.
so
When I saw
degrading to
Precious,
Black
right?
women and Black families, I'm like, why
Yo,
do they even allow themselves to
I
be
had a
portrayed
date.
this way?
I had a date with this fine ass chick, man. That movie Precious ruined it, man. We had champagne.
God,
She
Kyla, come
ruined it.
over.
Yo, when
Yeah,
that
that
dude,
movie is
when
just some.
the
It's
pops,
a lot of
when pops
debauchery and
dove,
degeneracy in that
he
movie.
pulled his drawers down. He dove into Precious and whatnot. I said, "Oh no, he did not do that. He just dove into Precious and whatnot." I said, "Man, why are you gonna do that girl like that?"
Yeah,
You
I mean
know.
that's what I'm saying. So these people who are green like these movies are not usually Black people. They're going to be the Warner Brother executives, the Sony's executives, who say, okay,
And
yeah, this
also
is good.
Monster Ball. Lee J also did Monster
Right,
Ball.
right.
Why did
So
he give a bunch of big Monster Ball? That was the most pornographic. The only sex scene Halle Berry had was with a white man. Billy Boy, a
right,
pornographic sex scene. You
right.
know.
So you don't control it. That's the key, because you can choose what you project out to the world if you control the culture. There will be other bad parts of the culture, but you can choose to project the good
But
side.
black people
So
used
when
to be
people come here,
represented by shows like the Cosby Show, Different World. They used to go out to the world.
right.
But they somehow they made us
And most
turn
of those
into
things was because of Bill Cosby. Now we hate him because he's a serial rapist or whatever. But
so
certainly he stood on business, and he wanted to project a positive image for Black people, and that was a good thing.
yeah.
Yeah,
So the bottom line, they got rid of him, and there's nobody. We
Elvis,
don't have Percy Sledge,
Elvis, the
and we don't have
problem is
anybody to create images anymore.
If it's a problem is in America, whereby everybody is sitting down to discuss on top of the table about politics, whether they want or not. You know what they're doing to the Black Americans? They give them music and start dancing. You just start dancing, nigga. Start dancing now. That's their politics. You know, you see that guy that brought to Caballeros in Atlanta? They just start to dance and dance
Oh
and
yeah,
live
yeah.
there.
Megan Thee
Nothing,
Stallion.
nothing good.
Well,
Nothing good.
that's what she's known for. Her celebrity status and her influence is based in
But
that
that's what
section,
they've been
right?
doing today. They let the bring Puffy out to start singing, vote or die.
They brought
Black
Little
America,
John out too, and he did what he do best. He hyped up the crowd. Everybody has a role to play,
no,
right?
no, man. With the white people, you sit on top of the table and talk your
Oh, you
shit.
saw Hulk Hogan.
What they
Hulk Hogan
want.
went there and did his signature shirt rip, for
You
Trump. So
understand?
it's like that. People have influence in certain ways, and they use that influence to
Black people, we
for
don't get
politics.
nothing but free
If
entertainers,
you
you
go
know.
to that guy called Rolemantis, he starts saying to start dancing to, or just dance for the Negroes. You understand me? Or just dance like this. With Bill Clinton, just play that saxophone, just be like jazz band. They will like you, but nothing really good coming out of their mouth. When you deal with set of people that dancing and twerking is their policy, nobody gonna give you shit, and you can't talk no shit. Are they doing this to the
But
Latinos?
that's what I'm
Hell
saying,
no.
bro. That's not the entire American culture. There are people who are of a higher class or of a higher, educational level who have a completely different culture than what you see on TV. They're
Yeah, but
generational,
it's like
wealth
if
builders.
you don't see it, it doesn't
They're
exist. Like I
no,
said,
don't say that,
let me,
Carla. That's not true. You
hold on,
see
let
it.
me. I'm
You
asking
know.
you, look, Elvis. My whole life, right? I've only one movie or reference I've seen for South Jamaica, Queens, the largest black middle class in the world. That was a movie Coming to America. That was it. Other than that, you would not think black people moving to that area from the 1950s, buying houses, have some of the richest real estate in New York City, and everything. It doesn't exist. If the media don't want to show it and everything like that, and books and magazines and everything, it doesn't exist. So the culture has always been black people living in the slums and the ghetto.
That's
But
because it's what is projected. That's the key. That's what I'm telling you. That's what the white man projects. That black people are violent. They live in the ghetto. They're drug users. They're pimps. You see most of these movies where they're portraying the pimp to be a black man who's. So all of those things are not the entirety of Black America. Like I'm
Every
saying, in Maryland, there are black communities with highly successful people, right? In
oh yeah,
Washington D.C. in other
don't really
places,
matter
but
because what they project out to the world is the inner city of Baltimore. You know.
right, and that's what I'm saying. So that's why it's important to have control of your culture and what you project.
which
Yeah.
culture?
So
Elvis, you have to also include now. Sooner or later, they'll be calling them Black Indians.
Look, bro, come on, man.
No, really, really, to disrupt them
Black
now more.
Indians.
To disrupt them now more, they'll start calling them. You are not Negroes, so you are Black Indians. You
Yeah,
understand me?
bottom line, they're making us look stupid all the time. Anyway, brother.
Every
Anyway,
time,
brothers, I got to go.
All
I
right,
got
bro. Yeah, I'm gonna head out too, man. Good convo. I wish
I
I
got to
came
get
here
up in the
earlier.
morning. I'll see y'all again on Sunday night. I'll be going tomorrow.